evening, everybody. Little bit of a delay, but we are here this evening. I got my man Boost with me here in the commentary booth. We are hanging out, ready to bring you Season 3, Round 8, right here in St. Petersburg of the Savage Outlawz Gaming Drift Championship. It is going to be a fun one tonight. We have got a good line for you, and let me tell you, folks, the reason for the delay is I'm looking at the bracket right now, and we have 50 cars lined up, and this is just the B stream. We are the second grouping. That means there are 100 cars. This is quite possibly the largest competitive drift event that has ever happened, ever. And we are ready to set it off tonight, so we're going to show you guys the line. We're going to take our speedy little drone camera down here. Well, I had the line up on my screen over here, and it has disappeared from me. Let me pull that up so I can make sure I'm giving you guys the most accurate description of this line before we get started. Want everybody at home to be able to see exactly what it is. So you can see these guys sitting right here on the starting line. This is the setup for the beginning of the run. These guys will be taking off right here, and they will be launching forward down the road here next to the I don't know, courthouse, chapel, whatever this thing is right here, man. But a big old building. They're going to be taking off right here. The initiation heading into the roundabout is basically going to be lined up with this sidewalk here. So, you know, if this sidewalk were to extend out, you see this, the lines on your left here, this is going to be your initiation right here. And as we move on, of course, we make our way through the roundabout. We're going to have outside zones all the way around here. So we're going to be tracing this curb all the way around the roundabout here. There are no inside clips on this course, no decel zones. This is all about momentum and keeping that proximity and transitions. You're going to have our outside zone over here. You can see these little checkerboard style entryways headed into the cafe here. That space in between is going to be outside zone 2 as these guys make their way around, cross through this corner. Once again, this is not an inside clip. Some would think that this would be an inside zone, but it is not. We are allowing the drivers to free flow their way into this corner. Outside 3 is going to be just past this crosswalk here, probably about to the this point here, about this this second light. Can I get my mouse on the screen? Yeah, about to right here. A little bit of a wide outside zone there because these guys are going to be carrying a lot of momentum here. And then as we come back around, outside 4 is going to be in between these two light poles here, starting from about halfway. So at about this point here, headed out to this light pole right before this crosswalk here. So basically going crosswalk to crosswalk. And we're going to make our way across here. Speaking of light poles, as we come around, we're going to hang this right. And right here at this light pole, same thing, about 2 car lengths wide from this light pole out is going to be outside. We go double, look at this here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be outside 5. Got to keep up with this here. And then moving into the final outside zone, outside 6 before this last light pole here. Same thing. You can see this little drainage grate here on the course, and that is going to take us to the finish line, which obviously, as you can see, is this brick line right here. It's like Indianapolis here. We've got the yard of bricks, and that's going to be the finish. And these guys will bring their way back over here to the start line, switch up lead and chase, and do it all again. You guys know how drifting works. We've got our judges right here in the server. And like I said, my man Boost is with me here this evening. Boost, what is going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Luckily, they got me a quick flight out here.
Yeah, all the way out. It was a trip, man.
100%. But yeah, this is a very fun course. It's just very, very quick, and you have to be very analytical about going into it. Like that first initiation, if you don't get it right, that can definitely throw you.
Absolutely. It's a game of inches all the way around. So you can see these drivers wiggling their wheels. I think these guys are geared up, ready to go. We are geared up and ready to go for them. And we are going to bring you, like I said, we have 50 cars signed up. That means our first round this evening is going to be made up of, well, it's not exactly 25 pairings. It's a well, we'll show you guys the bracket here in a little while during the broadcast. It is an odd layout of a bracket to get 50 cars down to the 8 that we need to merge in for the final 16.
Right.
So we
Sorry
will.
to interrupt you, but are you ready for these shovels?
Absolutely, we are ready to rock and roll, my friend. That's our info runner there, coming to bouncing back and forth, doing the tough job tonight, headed between the competitors, the judges, and our commentary booth here to keep you guys up to date. One thing that S.O.G prides themselves on is giving you guys, the viewers, as much information as we have ourselves here. We want everybody to know exactly what's going on as these guys get ready to launch off. This is going to be Wolf King on the lead with THC Burner on the chase here. Got a little bit of a jump start on that lead, but THC driving right back up to the door as these guys make their way around this roundabout. Not quite as deep on that outside zone as we'd like to see there, but we'll see what they do moving along. Super close transition here as they head to outside 2 and make their way along the momentum and speed part of this course. Burner doing a great job there, trying to maintain the angle, but not really keeping the proximity here. Lead driver, though, not necessarily filling out those zones as much as I'm sure they would like to. So these guys will come back around. What did you see on that one, Boost, that you're looking out for from a judge's perspective?
Well, I would definitely like to see a little bit closer to that, like, coping on the first outside zone. I think that's something that the judges would probably be looking at more, as being closer to that outside. And then definitely with proximity, you got to be on them. Like, this is a very aggressive track. Once you get into that open spot, you got to stay on.
Yeah, definitely. And I almost wonder if Burner wasn't having a little bit of an issue there, expecting that lead car to be closer to the outside zone there, and he wasn't kind of playing it safe there, kind of like, I don't know where this guy's going, I'm going to hang back. But as you see here, same kind of situation here. Burner launching off and getting that speed. Same thing, though, not really filling out all the way to that curbing as these guys make their way through here. I'm trying to keep both cars in frame. There's definitely could be possibly called an inactive chase here. Great job here on the lead from Burner, though. A smooth line, pretty well filling out the zones. Like we said, a little shallow on that roundabout at the beginning, but I wonder, like I said, potentially close to being an inactive chase for King there, Wolf King. Do you think that maybe there was a lag involved at the start and these guys might be requesting a rerun of that one?
It's a possibility,
because he was pretty far out. But that's true too. Yeah.
When you're running it like that, you have to. It's not something like with this course on that start off. You can't just gas it. Like when I was running the line with the team, it was one of those things. You're pedaling your car to keep up with them. Like you're not full throttle. You're about 50 or 75% just to get that traction, just to take off and stay on them.
Absolutely. Well, real quick, while we're lining up here, we're going to take a look at the judging team we have before checking these cars out. These guys are going over the line piece by piece. We've got OG. I believe y'all pronounce it OG.
Yeah, OG.
I'm still learning my my S.O.G family over here. We got OG right here. Pillow lined up alongside. Burn Baby over here. Check this ride out here.
Yeah, that Corvette's
got the vet rocking and rolling here. And then, of course, your man Boost you hear in your ears. We were talking about it before the stream started. I have to tuck my car into a corner. My drone cam likes to bug out sometimes, and you can see me moving left and right here with our trusty little drone cam. Sometimes that will move my wheels of my car in the game left and right. And, of course, as I'm moving the cam like up and down, such as this, of course, that's your throttle and brake. And sometimes the game will bug out and my car will start to drive itself around. So I have to pack my car into a corner somewhere. But that is all right. I don't need a car. I'll drive my trusty little drone around. We've got Burner's ride right here. Drift Pharaohs representing.
That's a clean car, too.
Yeah, Burner always comes with the clean rides.
I'm getting a huge, Japanese vibe from Wolf over here.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that an Eclipse too?
You know,
I believe it is.
After last week, we had a discussion. I believe an Eclipse made it all. Did they make it to the final 4? They definitely made the final 8 of the event. And we were discussing. Yeah. We were surprised that an Eclipse had made it that far. But we were kind of talking about it as every game has a meta. Everybody knows that. Any type of competitive play in any game has a meta to it. And, you know, of course, in real life, when you talk about a drift car, you know, a front-wheel drive Eclipse is not really something that jumps into your mind as a drift car. But, you know,
No, not at all.
in the game, of course, a rear-wheel drive, very heavily modified Mitsubishi Eclipse. Who knows?
Yeah,
you know, maybe there could be some
a lot of time doing that.
Some competitive advantages to be found there. And I think maybe some of these guys are starting to find out that that little lightweight chassis can do some work.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely something that would have taken a lot of work switching that to a rear-wheel drive, though. Like, if we're talking about,
oh boy, I can't even imagine.
Life, though,
yeah, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I'm really digging both of those cars. It's just that it was just the gap. There was a huge gap there. It's one of those things. It's hard to close it.
Yeah, on both runs as well. Absolutely.
Well, looks like we're doing.
I was gonna say these. Are we?
And might be an OMT.
It looks like we're gearing up for a one more time here. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more time, ready to fire it off here. Well, we are ready to rock and roll. See these guys again. Appreciate the next two competitors you can see pulling over to park up and let these guys go. Big shouts out to everybody involved with keeping an event like this organized, and there's a whole lot going on. So shouts out not only to all the staff keeping tonight's event ready to rock and roll, but also to the drivers helping us out, getting in and out of the server quickly and quietly kind of sitting off to the side as these guys launch off. So, of course, Wolf King going to be on the lead here. Hopefully have a little bit closer proximity on the chase here, but it looks like a tire drop there to the outside as he gets up on the curve. And that allows Burner to get back up to that door, kind of taking advantage of the opening there. Quick transition here as these guys make their way across. Another tire drop to the outside there. You definitely want to see these guys pushing hard, but there is a limit. That is why we have track limits. Filling out these zones all the way around, though, definitely an improvement on this run for both of our drivers. As I say that, the caster's curse, as we call it, soon as I say an improved run, tagging that pole, and that is before the finish line. That is unfortunate.
And good thing we got these good permits in St. Petersburg, because, boy, let me tell you something, we ain't able to pay stuff like that.
I'm telling you, man. I think the city might have been looking to replace these light poles anyway. That's why they wanted to bring a drift event in. They knew we were going to take some of them out.
Exactly.
All right, well, on the flip side here, we got Burner on the lead. But as we say, man, always finish your run. Never give up, because you never know what's going to happen on the next one. Well, Burner's going to have to play it safe here and make sure he completes a full pull. And he should be safe to move on to the next run here. But you're going to see Wolf King giving it everything he's got here. But Burner getting up and
fast
out of here. That's right. My man is moving. Filling out these zones all the way through here as we come to the finish. Close transition there for the finish. Little door thump there right at the end. Looking good for these two guys. Second run, definitely an improvement over the first, but I do believe that striking that light pole there, that is before the finish line.
Yes.
So I think, unfortunately, that might make the judgment for this one a little bit easier.
Yeah, that was way, way closer, and that's the one thing that, like, definitely the judges will be looking for is, like, proximity, keeping and maintaining speed.
Yeah, with this being
for, like,
oh, you're right. Keep going.
No, you're good. For, like, when it comes out of that first zone and you're going into that second outside zone, you have to stay close. Like, you could see there, he got, like, a little bit of gap and then had to close it up on that second outside when they were hitting angle again.
Yep.
You have to be on it.
All right, we got a verdict. We got Burner taking the dub. Wolf DQ'd on his lead.
All right, well, there you have it. Burner with the victory. Moving on to the next part of the bracket. Now, as I said, we have an odd bracket this evening due to the weird number of guys. Well, you know, not divisible by 8 setup of cars that we have this evening. So he will be moving on to face Joey's World. And of course, in all fairness, we put all of the names, basically put all the names in a hat and then shuffle it all up, and they just get dropped where they get dropped. So Joey's World getting the pass to the, it's technically round 2, but it's really just an extension of round 1. And he will be facing off against Burner. Now, we've got Wolfie and Blue making their way up next. So, Wolf here on the line. Check this ride out right here.
That thing is nasty looking.
I'm digging this right here. Fisky Motorsports there on the...
and it's an Eleganto. That's a tough car to tune, too. Look,
it definitely is.
I've been driving for a minute, and that car is definitely not the easiest to tune. It's big, it's heavy, but it can handle a lot of power.
Yeah, if you can put that power to the rear wheels and control all of that weight transfer, that momentum, you can definitely make a beastly machine out of it. Now, of course,
Right.
Blue rocking double, triple, quadruple duty tonight as he usually does, so he is able to dive in the server here to get this run in before he can go back and get back on his responsibilities as part of our event staff for this evening. Big shouts out to him. So these guys are ready to rock and roll here. Wolfie's going to be on the lead first.
Ready?
Oh, you don't need to check in with us. We're going to be we'll be ready to go every run here. But
Okay.
I appreciate you asking though.
I've just been told to, so I'm doing it.
Oh yeah, well let them know as long as we have about at least 30 seconds in between the last run and the next run, we are set to go all night long.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
And this is about to be a wild one, too, because both of these dudes are super aggressive
Oh,
in
these are
chase and lead.
Wheelmen for certain right here.
Yeah. If I was going to rob a bank, I'd be using one of these guys.
You ain't kidding about that.
That's for sure.
These are the drivers for you right here. All right, well, I'm sure that information will be headed back over to our cone car, who is, of course, in control of when these guys take off. So we'll be seeing the lights flash in just a moment. And Wolf and Blue will be lighting it up here. We've got the lights here. We'll see if our drone cam has got the horsepower to keep up with these machines. As these guys launch off the line here. Blue getting a great start there, having to kind of pedal it back, but that's going to put him in perfect position for this initiation as they head into the roundabout, filling out that outside zone, beautifully tracing the curb all the way around. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that. Look at Blue matching the angle on the chase. Close on the transition. They're hitting outside two. They make their way around. They stay away from that pole, which is what you want to see. Look at how close these guys are, carrying the speed, carrying the momentum, filling these zones out. Now, if you needed a demo run of how you're supposed to do this line right there, I mean, that could have been a run in the finals, and these two are bringing it to you right off the bat, right at the beginning of our event.
Well, that's definitely the level of competition that we have coming into the S.O.G Drift Championship. Is we have these guys that come in and they've been doing it for years and they're just keeping it up.
You are absolutely right about that. There is no place better to hone your skills in competitive drifting than an S.O.G DC event. And hanging out here, of course, you can find out everything you need to know. You see it right at the bottom of your screen now. The Savage Outlawz Gaming Discord, that is where you need to be to become a part of this the S.O.G family. You can even try out to be a part of the team. But they welcome everybody. They're a wonderful group of people from top to bottom. I have been very much enjoying being around these guys and appreciate them bringing me along. And speaking of bringing somebody along, Blue launching off like a rocket ship right here,
Yes,
leaving Wolfie in the dust. He's going to have to work hard to get back to that door. As these guys make their way around the roundabout here, and you already know Blue's going to bring it, filling out every zone. But look at Wolf pushing, coming back to the door here. Close on this transition. Let's see how they make it through the final turn. Look at all the way to the door. Blue actually slowing up a little momentum there. That was a solid run, and what a great job catching back up from our boy Wolfie here.
Yeah,
But
that was very saucy.
Blue, this corner right here, man, coming through this last intersection, Blue bringing the angle, man. That was it. You saw where it actually slowed his car down. That thing was like 90 degrees sideways.
And I feel like that's definitely like part of what you have to do. I mean, you're coming out of that, like, what is it, fourth or fifth outer zone?
Yes.
You're coming out of that at 60 or 70. I mean, and you're coming into a real tight, almost hairpin to get around that corner. So, yeah, you have to throw a lot of angle because you can't brake. So what's the only other way to slow your car down is to just throw massive angle and hold on to it.
Crank that bad boy sideways. And with all of the new, with the latest physics update to the game, all of the new like steering rack elements that can be adjusted, I think, are a massive help for that. They've allowed for more steering angle, and you have a really fine-tuned adjustment over the angle of your front wheels on all axes in all different directions. Camber, caster, you can move your control arms around now. You can do everything now. It's I greatly appreciate it, and I'm not even a driver myself. There's a reason I fly the drone cam, but there's a whole lot of adjustability that you get out of the front end of these vehicles now with the new physics update to the game.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like when it comes to wanting to be a competitive driver, like everyone's like, oh, it's all about, practicing being on people's door and stuff like that. Well, that's a part of it. But for the most part, I mean, my S15 has 12,000 miles in it, and over half of that, if not more than over half, has just been in the dyno by itself.
Yep.
Like, it's just like, it's one of those things you have to spend more time in the dyno than, I guess, driving with your friends. And it shows when you have a car that's like ready to go, ready to rock and roll.
The biggest part of competitive racing, whether it be drifting or rally racing or short track stock car like NASCAR racing or IndyCar or Formula One or anything like that, to me, the most important part of high level competitive racing is to, you hear the cliche all the time, is to be one with your car. Wait, what you got for us?
Blue's going to take the dub on that one. He had a better lead and an overall better chase.
All right, there you have it. Blue moving on, knocking Wolfie out early. Unfortunate, because we love to see our boy Wolfie in the server, but Blue will be moving on to the next round here. And that will bring us to our next pairing, which is going to be Tragic facing off against Best. 315 Best, we see him right here. So there's 315 and Tragic. These guys are ready to rock and roll. But yeah, as we were saying, man, being one with your vehicle, it may be cliche, but like you said, I don't think there's anything better that for a competitive driver is to, if you know your car inside and out and exactly what it's going to do, you can be ready for any challenge.
Oh, 100%.
Well, here we got Tragic's going to be on the first lead here as 315 is going to be holding on the door, and he's holding a lot of angle in that chase position, but unfortunately looks like he dropped a tire and the lead car did not, so the judges will be having an eye on that, I'm sure. But bringing that proximity back, super close transition here as they come out of the roundabout. Filling out outside 2 as they head towards outside 3, a little late on outside 3, if not missing it altogether. But carrying that momentum along, I'm sure filling out that outside 5 and 6 there. Look at that, touching the pole even. Incredible stuff there.
That was really good. I do know for when it comes to being in chase, they do allow, I think, up to 1 tire, if I remember correctly.
Understood. Well, if that's the case, then I think he might be all right then. Because I don't think it was 2.
Thinking, but hey, don't hold a gun to me.
Yeah, don't hold it to us.
Judge.
They are the ones. We watch it once. They get to go back and zoom in and pause, and they get to see all of it, man. We see it once and keep it rolling. You can see here, speaking of filling out those outside zones, 315, man, look at that, tracing that outside curb. But you want to talk about proximity? Right on that door is Tragic, trying to keep the angle high on my drone cam here so we can really keep an eye on that proximity. I feel like that's going to be crucial in this run, but losing a little bit of momentum there. But bringing it back for the finish. Look how close. You couldn't have slid a piece of paper between those 2 cars on that last transition.
It definitely looked like there might have been a slight hesitation coming into that. The last third outside zone.
Absolutely.
Kind of like there might have been just like, oop, I might hit that pole, because those poles come out of nowhere. When you're focusing on the road, those poles come out of nowhere. It don't matter.
But I think
your name is on that pole, you're going to hit it.
Oh yeah, and I think as well from a driver's perspective, to be able to make that adjustment, it's better. It's definitely better to not hit the pole. So to avoid hitting that pole on the outside and then driving right back up to the door of 315 there. I mean, from judging a drift line, I mean, obviously there was a major loss in proximity there. So from a judgment standpoint, they're going to go by the book. But just from us sitting here and enjoying the driving, man, that was pretty awesome to see him make that adjustment and then wheel it right back up there. It's always love to see that.
Oh, yeah. I definitely think the guys out there that are going to have like a little bit more of an advantage are the guys that aren't running 1,200 horsepower, because the guys that are running 1,200 plus, like, well, I guess 1,000 plus horsepower, you're going to have a lot of excess wheel speed you don't need. I know with some of the cars I was building just to run the track, just have to like have fun. I was running like lower horsepower and extended my gears. That was definitely something that I kept traction, and I think that's something that might help certain drivers.
That is definitely a good point. Well, and it's going to have to, like you said, it goes hand in hand with your gearing as well. It is a huge part. It's not just all about the horsepower to the rear wheels; it's how you apply it.
Exactly.
And yeah, I think that has a huge say in it as well.
Oh, big facts. I mean, I'm still learning. Like, I've been driving for a while, but I'm still learning new tricks. And like, I've just recently came from driving super soft suspension to where I'm running very stiff suspension and no camber in the rear. When I used to run like maybe +1 in the rear just to get the traction from how squishy the suspension was.
Yeah,
and that alone was a big difference. Like, it just like running zero camber and just letting the car do like small adjustments with the suspension. Grip city. Like, I mean, my Beamer, when I have it set to its grip setting, it will literally dive. Like, if we're going around a corner, it will pull forward.
Huh. That's what you're looking for right there. But it's all about your driving style as well, because to be able to match up your suspension and everything to how you want to operate the vehicle, that's really the key there. And like you said, experimenting with different things. Maybe it's not what you've been told or what you've always run or what your friends run or anything like that, but try something crazy. If you're having trouble getting your car to do something you want to, maybe do the opposite of what you would normally do. And obviously the car is not going to drive perfect out of the gate, but you might be like, hey, look at how much grip I've got when I make this change. And then build around that.
100%. You are not incorrect there. It takes time. It takes, you have to be disciplined with it. You have to focus on what you're doing. Like, a lot of the time when I'm tuning, I sit with headphones in, I listen to music, I adjust stuff, and I just drift around. And that's become one of the standalone helps with me in my tuning aspect, because I think that's something you have to find too. You have to find how you want to tune and like what will help you, because like music's always helped me focus. So like being able to sit and focus on a game, listening to some tunes, throwing some angle and having some fun. That's just usually how I go about it.
Absolutely. Well, and anybody that's a big fan of anybody that's here is going to be a big fan of CarX for sure, and I'm sure plays the game. I mean, that's not only is that great advice for the game itself, but hell, that could be great advice for life as well, man. To just take the time and throw on some music and just focus on your car, and just that you don't have to be all, and I don't mean any offense to anybody, but you don't have to be all kumbaya and everything to be meditating. You know what I mean? It's just to be focused in that zone and listening to music, and it's a peaceful time, man. And that's one of the many benefits that a game such as CarX has to offer you, whereas if you're playing, you can't exactly relax your mind if you're playing, something like Call of Duty or Fortnite or something like that, where it's just all this hecticness happening all the time. You've got such a smooth, relaxation time with CarX, as I believe we have a decision here. Maybe.
I thought we did too. I heard a bloop.
How's it going?
There we go. What's going on?
We got an OMT. We're going to run them back.
Oh, we're going to do it again. That's what we love to see.
Yes, sir.
Look at that. We already got one more times to start it up here. Well, we'll get these. We've got our next two drivers are already in the service. So these guys, this is going to be K and Plunge. These guys are going to pull on over to the side, let these drivers come back around to the start position. And we appreciate them for their patience as well. As you can see, everybody getting readjusted here in the server. That's one of the things we're trying to improve upon here at S.O.G, to be able to bring you guys at home as much action as we possibly can. And of course, with as many cars as we have, this is going to be a long event. So we're trying to bring that time down a little bit so there's more action on track and we don't keep everybody up until 3 in the morning. as we get into this one more time run here. And of course, Tragic filling out this outside zone, but 315 is right there matching the angle, tracing the tire tracks all the way around. It looks like there's one set of tire marks on the course here as these guys are filling out these outside zones. You can see the momentum, and you could see the shift in the throttle there from 315 to stay in that chase position. But I mean, that was less than one car length of space between those two, I think, from the starting line all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, that was very close. And I don't mean to sound like Owen Wilson over here just constantly saying wow, but sometimes when you're watching this stuff, you're just like, wow, like they're really close.
That's
like,
all that you can say. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean,
yeah.
These guys are bringing this high of a level of competition. Right, this is our third run of the night, our third pairing of the evening, and this is the level of competition we already saw between our first two drivers. Of course, Blue and Wolfie were like door to door, and now these guys are absolutely bringing it, and this is what you guys have to look forward to all night long. And speaking of angle, look at the angle in the roundabout here, 315 holding it down on the outside. Look at how close to those poles coming around in the close transition from Tragic here as they make their way around to outside 3. Oh, man, I don't think there was any contact there, but I don't know if you could get any closer on a transition without touching, but the angle that 315 is throwing in its lead. Look at that, taking the sign out. Look at this right here. That's what you want to see. Look at these tire marks as our sign magically repositions itself. That's how they do it here in St. Petersburg. Everything is just, everything just respawns.
Yeah, we just got the construction guys out there. They're wearing their hard hats, everybody, just so everyone knows they are protected.
Their hard hats and their invisibility cloaks. They've got their
exactly. No, it's very satisfying. Like even when some of the guys were practicing, it was very satisfying seeing like hitting that sign because it was just a target. That's what you want your bumper.
Oh, that's where you want to be. You were right about that.
Yeah, I just wanted every time I would run it. That was like my goal. I'm like, how close can I get without like dropping a tire, but smashing that sign?
What's going on?
All right, we got a verdict. We are going to have Tragic as the winner on that one.
Oh, right.
Moving on next. Good job, Tragic.
There we go. All right, well, the judges already had an idea of what they were looking for on that run, and it looks like Tragic checked all the boxes that they were looking for and will be moving on to the next round of competition. But great runs from both of these guys. I got to give a big shout out to 315 here. This is an awesome looking machine as we see it pop out of existence. Awesome looking ride. And great driving from those guys here. We're going to have KJB, and Plunge here, S.O.G team member. Jose here on the side of the car. So Jose and Plunge here checking out this royal purple machine. Looking good.
It's clean.
These guys flash the lights. And they are ready to rock and roll here as they launch off the line, headed into the first outside zone that takes us all the way around this roundabout. Little shallow here. Looks like they're trying to extend up and fill that. Yep, they do. Had to extend up to fill that outside zone there a little bit. Great proximity. That's the word I'm looking for. From Plunge there, staying on the door, taking a little bit of a shallower line to make sure he stays in that position. Of course, the chase car is looking to maximize that proximity wherever possible. Look at how much angle they get coming through outside 5 there, but Plunge not allowing that. I hesitate to use the word decel because it's not a decel. It's just so much angle being thrown there. It's slowing your car down, and Plunge on the chase doing an incredible job of matching that and not allowing his momentum to carry into that lead driver.
Exactly. That was a very solid run. I mean, there was a couple spots like being a little hesitant. Like I said, that initiation of that outside zone can be a little nerve-wracking. So they were definitely playing it a little safe, but I'm definitely interested to see and hear what the judges have. Ooh.
Definitely, yeah. And as you say right there about the difficulty getting into that first outside zone because it's such a wide area before you get to that curb. You can see there Plunge taking the plunge onto the curb on the outside there, but nevertheless, these two absolutely crushing the rest of this line already. I mean, there's not even much for me to talk about. They are filling the zones, the proximity's there, the angle is there, the momentum is there, the transitions are there with all of these runs that we've seen so far this evening. Like I said, there's not a lot for me to even talk about with picture perfect. The only thing that stuck out to me on that one was Plunge taking the that dive to the outside there.
Yeah, and I mean, the judges will pick it apart, but it did look like a double tire for me. To me, it looked
Yeah,
like two
I
tires
believe
split
I
off.
saw that as well. He was actually he was pretty close to tagging this corner of this wall right here. But of course,
Yeah, but I mean, you got to be able to like take that risk, like, because that also I feel like stands out to the judges. If you really throw it, like if you really throw it, they're gonna be like, this guy, like, he's got it. He knows how this course is. Or
there's definitely something to say for that, for certain.
Exactly.
And I believe too, especially in the early part of the event, of when you're getting down to the final 8, the final 4 later on this evening, and we're really starting to pick runs apart inch by inch. I think that kind of stuff goes out the window, because if you've made it that far in competition, we know you can send that car. But I think early on, when these guys are trying to stand out, to show that they're meant to be here, that they need to move on to the next competition, that they're fighting for that win, I think you're right. I think that will play into the hands of the judges quite a bit here. It was a tire drop there, but man, it was a tire drop at 90 degrees of angle at 70 miles an hour in the lead position. Like, you can't, you can't always count it out. But the final call does not come down to us. The final call comes down to these 3 cars right here that are watching that action both in the server live and on YouTube along with you guys. Of course, if you're watching along, one of the benefits of streaming to YouTube, of course, me personally as a full-time Twitch streamer, I wish we had this, but you can scroll back at any time. It's all you have to do is back the video up right there in YouTube
and rewatch it.
And you can watch exactly what the judges are watching, which is exactly as nerve-wracking for me as our drone camera operator as you would expect it to be, because I have to make sure that I don't fly my camera into any of these buildings around here. I have the city of St. Petersburg here is not exactly friendly with me after last season, and of course our slide style events that we run. Boy, I think we started to have a running tally on the stream of how many times I crammed a drone into the side of one of these buildings here. Just get a little too close to the roof for comfort here, but Narco is here. Our information from the judges.
Looks like Energy's going to be taking the dub on that one. Unfortunately, Plunge DQ'd there. But let's move on to the next, see what we got.
All right, well, there you have it. Well, Jose there.
It looked like we kind of called that a little bit.
But yeah, that is, we saw it as it happened. That double tire drop headed into that first entry. So that's going to be KJB. It's Jose as it is on the door. Moving on to the next round. So we have got Rooster and Slides coming at you next. Got the Navy machine here, showing a little bit of support, showing a little bit of love right here on this ride. Then, of course, Slide there with the clean blue and silver machine, liking the way that looks, as these guys are ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, both of those cars are super clean.
Of course, Rooster going to be on the lead here with Slides doing the slide in the chase position. A little bumper tap there, a little love tap on the way into the first turn, but no worse for wear. Both of these drivers, look at that fender to the door around this roundabout. As you can see how close in proximity they are. We'll see if the transition, look at the scrape across the rear bumper. Both drivers dropping a tire there in that outside zone, but look, a little loss of momentum it looks like here for Slides, as Rooster is absolutely cooking this course. And a little bit of contact there, and the judges are going to have to look to see who they think is the at fault there, because it didn't seem to, it definitely did not knock Rooster off course there, but it did seem to adjust the line of his car just a little bit.
A little bit, man. Sometimes you just got to touch the butt.
Just a bit.
Sometimes you just got to touch it just a little bit.
Just let them know you're there, you know.
Yeah, you gotta let you're driving chase. It's to like hold back the move, but it's also to like pressure the lead driver.
Oh, that too. Old Dale Senior'd say, just go rattle their cage a little bit. So these guys throw it in there. We're on the flip side now. Slide's going to be on the lead here, and he is doing a great job of that, filling the outside zone around the roundabout here. But look at that. Speaking of a love tap, You see Rooster diving up there and thumping on that door a little bit before diving in on his next transition, keeping the momentum. You can see how he's able to just accordion in and out. He can put that car where he needs to using that accelerator pedal. Oh, and unfortunate contact with that pole, like we just talked about a minute ago, giving it absolutely everything. But this pole right here, as close as you can get, these guys are trying to knock this sign out, but you see exactly how close that pole is on this final outside zone.
100%. I think definitely like they're going to take into account that tap. Because I know even when you're halfway through a course, like it might just be people would say, oh, well, you can get back on your line. Well,
no.
When you've gotten bumped, it's really hard to get back on the line.
The flow, once the flow is knocked off, you are absolutely right. It is so difficult. People that may not drive often or drive competitively in this sense, I don't think they can really truly appreciate that fact until they've done it. Is once your car is upset even an inch to one direction or the other, it can destroy the entire flow of the whole rest of your run. You spend the rest of the run trying to get back to it, and it's so difficult to do.
Yeah, it's never been an easy thing to once your car is like upset, even like that. Because I mean, we won't know that him hitting that pole wouldn't be from that upset, if that makes sense.
Oh, so, like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll never know because that upset on that car happened. There was, at least to us, or to like when we're watching it, it looked like there was a little contact. But it's hard to adjust and see when it's going live.
With the difference in latency and server and everything like that, it's possible that we saw that contact, but in all reality, for the drivers, it may not have even actually happened. So that's always something we have to look out for too. Of course, with the major contacts, but with the with those minor little taps. These cars moving at the speed that they are, it sometimes can be kind of hard to tell, because sometimes you'll see it if on your screen two cars collide, but then all of a sudden it's almost like they warp back into position like it didn't happen, so you can tell it was just a little bit of a lag. But sometimes a little minor, 1 inch to the left or right, you can't tell. So it's one of the things that the judges are going to have to look at, and a lot of times we have a really awesome set of competitive drivers here that and oftentimes are very honest with the judges, and they will say, hey, I definitely, I slowed up there and they hit me, or no, there was no contact, or whatever it may be. So it's such an awesome competitive environment we have here at the S.O.G. Drift Championships.
There's a lot of because I mean, being one of the drivers that have been in those chats, like there's a lot of sportsmanship that goes on in that chat. So like everyone's pretty much muted except for the two drivers and then the cone car, and the drivers are communicating to the cone car if something happens, and they're very adamant on being like, yep, I messed up, and it's nice to see that because it is a game and people don't usually do that.
Absolutely. Narco, what you got for us, buddy?
Are y'all with me?
Oh, we're here.
Okay, sorry, my phone is not corresponding very well, but yeah, we're going to be running that back OMT.
Okay.
Doing it again. All right, look at us cracking them off here this evening, bringing you all kinds of drifting action.
What's that, like our third OMT tonight?
I believe so far, yeah. We're 4 pairings in. Well, this is our 5th pairing, and this is our 3rd one more time run. So these guys will go get geared up and get into position. You see the next 2 drivers, which is going to be Jewel Stick and Shrek, moving out of the way.
Look
at them taking up parking
Didn't
spots.
bring Donkey.
Shrek and, wouldn't that be something if we had a pairing that was Shrek and Donkey?
Shrek and Donkey, that'd be awesome. I'm curious to see what they bring this time, though. They were on each other the last time, but I'm definitely interested to see what level they're going to bring this time.
Well, these guys absolutely sling it into the... Oh, but you see the big... Oh, and a big lag there. I wonder if they might not run... Oh, yeah, they're going to be running this one back. Good grief. Look at...
Oh, wow.
Woo! Doing a little dance right there. My man was flying.
Yeah,
and I don't even know if Slide's even on his end. I don't even know if it happened because he's just driving on.
Yeah.
He's completing the runs.
To,
oh, yeah. Well, we'll be coming back.
Complete the run.
But yeah, I don't even know if on his end, I don't know if he even saw it. That was a huge spike right there. Well,
I will say, when we did Mondello last week, and me and my competitor were going at it, when he got major lag and flew in the middle of the sky, I did not see it. So you are not paying attention to the person behind you.
Yeah, you are just on it.
You're zoned in. Like, if you've ever seen Biker Boys at the end when he's like racing and it's like vision, like tunnel vision shows up, that's basically what you get. Your adrenaline picks up, and you start with sweaty palms a little bit, and breathing issues, and you just run it. Sometimes you run without breathing.
In the zone, absolutely. And you don't realize it until your line is over, and you're like, holy crap, I haven't been breathing this whole time.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, lead car a little late on the jump there. Chase car going to have to get out of the accelerator, and that is unfortunate here. Well, we'll see if Slide's able to get back to the door. Well, they see a double drop there from our lead driver, Rooster. I wonder if this is going to be an interesting one for the judges to take a look at. But we are back to these guys' normal driving here, and they are on each other's door, actually missing that outside 3 there a little bit, but hitting outside 4. Slide still staying in good proximity, matching that angle. A little tap to that pole at the end, just a little love tap that time. But yeah, I wonder if what you got? What you got?
You can definitely see when people are aggravated when they're driving.
Oh, yeah.
Like, their aggression level picks up like tenfold. They're just on it.
Yeah, I was wondering if a little bit of a delayed start there, if Rooster didn't he was on the throttle trying to get back ahead of the chase car, if he didn't send more momentum into that first outside zone than he wanted to, and that's what resulted in that drop there. Not making, I'm just speculating as we go, but that's kind of I wonder if that's what went down there. Because obviously, with the amount of the handling skills that he's got in that vehicle, as you can see here, driving right up damn near to the front fender of that lead car, you know he's got the driving skill there, so it's no question as far as that goes. So you've got to wonder what was the cause for that. But look at how close these guys are on these outside zones. Touching the door there, a little contact from the chase car, and did send the lead car spinning there. Of course, the judges will take a look to see if there was any major deceleration from Slides, or if these guys are taught. You see them both not moving, so I wonder if there's a quick discussion with the cone car of, hey, we had another lag spike. And if this does continue happening, of course, we can always fire up a new game server. It looks like these guys are we coming back to the line here?
They might be talking to the cone car and having him go back and talk to the judges. But I do know that I think they only give 2 calls for lag, because when I was doing it and I had lag with my competitor, they only gave us 2 extra runs. So they might have only gave him that run.
It looks like that. Yep, it looks like there was a discussion there, and now they are rolling up. I believe that may be what happened there.
But yeah, they were so aggressive in that last run. They were just like, they were on it, and they were just full send.
Yeah,
and sometimes you just gotta full send it.
That's fun to watch.
Yeah, because it's like a controlled aggression. Like, when I'm tandeming with the boys, it's like I'm like full aggressive, like I will push you off the road, like, you know, we're just drifting and having like some fun tandems, like we're being aggressive.
Oh yeah.
But in here, it's like you have to be aggressive. You have to finesse your aggression.
Yep. You
can't just be pushing people in a competition.
No, definitely not. You got to control it, as you say, and the precision involved with. You want to show the judges and everyone watching along that you can put that car on their door, but you're holding it just 1 inch away just to show what you've got. But you don't want to, like you said, you don't want to drive in their door, and you want to play it careful with of it being an online environment. You never know what the lag latency is going to do to you, so you leave that 2 or 3 inches of gap, not only to show your car control, but also if that lead car in front of you wants to shift around a little bit as far as latency goes, you give yourself a little bit of breathing room there as well.
Exactly.
All right, we got a verdict. See if Slides is going to take the dub on that one.
And there
Slides
you
with the
have it. So
dub.
I believe they did rule in favor of Slides here with unfortunately Rooster getting into the door on the contact there a little bit. So Slides coming away, moving on to the next round.
And some of these guys' liveries that they're coming out with are just like mind-blowing to me. Because like the artistic ability that these people have.
Oh, these
these
cars are
like,
beautiful.
Yeah, it's like some of the cars I'll sit and make a livery, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, well, this is big equivalent to a dog turd. And like you guys are coming out with these, and I'm just like, well, this is just not fair. I want to make
Exactly,
like
man.
this.
Look, as you see these guys right here, Jewel with the super what's the word, a modern style to the design here. I remember seeing this car last week, loving this look, but the TRK design over there on Shrek's ride, I mean, that I imagine
It's
seeing, well, both of
nuts.
these could work on real cars, but Shrek's ride here is just beautiful.
Looks like a game crash.
Is that? Yep. I do believe Jules' game. Yep. That is, well, yep, there he goes.
Oh, yep. I was like, you know what? They usually don't just do that. I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen enough people crash their games before on console.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that is right there.
So I'm sure they will. Well, we see both drivers pop out here, so I have a feeling. Now I'm sure we'll get more information here in a moment, but I have a feeling what they're going to do is just wait and run that pairing here in a little while. Darko, what you got for us?
Hey.
There he is. What you got?
All right. We're going to have a little bit of change here. It's not like change, but anyway. Unfortunately, Joel's going to be disqualified from this competition. He was told to change his nameplate banner by multiple people multiple times, and it still was not changed. And he's going to be disqualified, and Shrek's going to be taking the dub on that one. Very unfortunate.
Right. Yep, definitely unfortunate here, and that is one thing that will happen. But yeah, you definitely, there's a couple of minor requests that we have here, and you can see here on Fluffy's machine, these guys, just like if you were to run FD or any other drift event in the world, be on a video game or not. Some people say, oh, it's just a game, but we spoke about this last week, but in any type of drift competition, you're going to have like markings on your vehicle that represent that you are a part of the event. And the way I look at it is as somebody that runs a competitive drifting event myself, especially in my case where our event is this is a true drifting event here at S.O.G, and I harp on this all week long on my streams of how legitimate of a drift competition this is. And of course, my slide style events being we're much more on the freestyle side of things. But even though we are more on that freestyle side, there's still a level of respect that comes with competition in general, and we also request a windshield banner on our cars, and it's still part of that fun freestyle aspect. We allow them to have some freedom with their windshield banners, but they do need to be there, and if you don't have it, we won't allow your car to run in our events. Well, when it comes to an S.O.G event, we had our pre-event staff meeting. There was damn near 30 people in there. That's how many people it takes to put on an event of this size that is this serious, and to make sure that the competition is as fair and even as possible between all these drivers. So, and this is just in my opinion. This is Alex on your screen. This is not the opinion of S.O.G by any means, but to me, having the proper windshield banner and name tag on your car, not only does it make the event look more professional, but to me it's a sign of respect for all of the people involved in making these events happen. It's not just me flying around with this drone camera here and all of this stuff magically happens in front of me. There's so many people involved in keeping something like all of this together so that we can all come together and enjoy it and have a great time here drifting with friends. It is competitive, but we're all having fun with friends. So to me, having the proper banners on your vehicle, and it's not difficult, you can see it's a very simple setup that they're asking for, but to me it's a sign of respect to everybody that puts on this event. So we unfortunately will have to send you packing if you can't bring that level of respect to these events.
And Jewel going back to his crew chief and being like, you said that this was fine. Like, they just DQ'd me. Like,
Yeah.
That this is
His livery guy, like, hey, man.
Yeah.
And as you can see, they don't have to be perfect. Look at these two are very different in the way that they're set up, but they did it. They tried, they put them on the car, and these guys are firing off here ready to go. This is Fluffy and Welly. They are rocking and rolling here, and you can see Fluffy on the lead, taking off like a rocket ship and holding on to the outside of zone 1 here all the way around. But Welly's doing a great job bringing that horsepower and you can see him closing the gap. Now let's see if they take advantage of these further outside zones here. You can see them bringing the radius to the inside a little bit, allowing them to get closer to that lead car. A little tap on the pole, but able to hold on to that car. Look at how much angle thrown on the lead there, and another tap on the pole. That is impressive driving right there on the lead from Fluffy. And Welly doing so great to make up that gap from the beginning and get back to the door.
Yeah, that was wild. I was not expecting a double pole tap. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's the first person we've seen do that this evening.
Yeah, even from a driver's standpoint, that's impressive. Like, if I was in chase and I saw that, I'd be like, okay, I got to step up. I got to do something.
For sure. Yeah, Welly is going to have to send it 100% here as they launch into this roundabout. And you can see they're filling out the outside, a little shallow to that second portion, but here you go. You see right along that curb there, so they were able to get the back end of that car back where it needs to be. Outside zone 2 here, headed into outside zone 3. The proximity. Look at the perfect mirror of a chase here from Fluffy. Oh, a lot of angle there, headed into 5 and 6, and tapping that pole as well.
Ooh.
Just like you said.
Showing he can do it.
You called it, man.
I gotta prove it.
You absolutely called that. Great stuff from both drivers here.
I mean, drifting is a show-out sport. Like, you're going out here to show out your driving skill and your level of, like, I guess, competitiveness. And when you see something like that, it not only like amps you up to be like, you know what, I can do that too. But you get to that point and you're just like, all right, this is, we're on that corner. I'm gonna just, gas a little bit, lose some traction, and slide back a little bit, tap, and you're just like, I did it. And it's just one of those things. It's like so satisfying when you do it, especially if you're not trying to.
Absolutely.
Like if you hit it. It's so fun. Just hearing it on your screen and feeling it, and you're in the wheel. It's just like, I did it. Like, I hit it.
I've always said, man, there's only one other thing in the world that compares to a drift, any drift event such as this one, competitive drifting. And it's a little bit of a weird comparison, but if you think about it, they're very, very close in what it is and in how things are run. Is monster truck racing. It's all about showing out and coming and just absolutely throwing down, but you have to have that driving precision. Think about how large those machines are, and they have the rear steer that's available to them and everything like that, and the amount of horsepower they have is ungodly. But not only they have jumps and things like that in the middle of their run, but they're still racing. They have to get off the starting line on the tree. They have to run the perfect lap and get to the finish. But like you said, you also got to show out, because how do you drive, a 5,000 horsepower, whatever it may be, giant truck with huge tires and not go balls out on your driving? And it's the same thing with these drift machines. You've got these fully built out, tuned up racing machines with the body kits, the liveries, the camber, the wild suspension setups, and to be able to have 1,000 horsepower with the turbo popping and sending that thing into the corner. I mean, there's, like I said, those are the only two things in the world I think that even compare, because there's nothing else like it.
No, there's really not. I mean, it's just like, even talking about monster trucks going back to that, it's like, I'm 5'6". Oh,
somebody's not listening here.
Yeah. Narco, what you got for us?
Narco's here. What's up, buddy?
Can you hear me?
There you go. What's going on, man?
Hey, I think Fluffy's going to be taking that dub. Overall, better runs.
All right, sounds good. Well, hey, let the cone car know, for whatever reason, they already sent the next two cars. So we're We'll be
Oh.
waiting for them to come back and start their run again.
Okay.
Appreciate you. All right, well, you heard it here.
Yeah,
Fluffy is going to be moving on along to the next round, but great runs from both of these rides right here. Welly doing an awesome job. This is a Team Blessed machine right here, looking good. But Fluffy will be moving on. This is a beautiful looking S15 here.
Yeah, I would really like to see something like that done on a roof. It looks like they just sent him again.
What is going on here, man? These guys aren't even out of the server yet. This is not how this is going to work. We had a entire production meeting before this event went live. And the order of operations here, for everybody watching along at home that may be interested in what's going on, the order of operations here is we have our 2 cars lined up. They make their runs, lead and chase, as they are supposed to do. And then as they are awaiting their run to be judged, the next 2 drivers make their way into the server and line up on the starting line. And then once the judgment is made and the other 2 drivers leave the server, that is when we are clear to make our next run. So somebody is jumping the gun here. And they haven't even been told yet because these guys think that their run's going to be judged. They haven't. Yeah, so there's a major lapse in communication here. So unfortunately, these drivers will be having to make their runs again because we weren't able to watch them.
Not sure what happened there. All I said, because I'm watching your stream, but also on my TV, I'm looking at the cone car to see them, so I can kind of get an idea, like look at the banner and stuff, because I do pay attention to that. Being on the team, I pay attention.
Absolutely.
But they took off, and I looked down at the stream real quick, because I was like, wait a minute, are we going? Because we were still chit chatting about the other run, and I was like, oh no, they're running, and we're not looking.
Yeah,
what is going on? Like
we weren't given a verdict yet.
The
The previous drivers were still in the server. So, yeah, that is going to be a scrubbed run there, unfortunately. Those guys are going to have to bring a... Well, hey, I mean, they really just got a practice run together, which is kind of a little bit of an unfair... That's another problem. That's kind of an unfair advantage that they were just gifted there.
Yeah. But it's also a possibility. Like, we're not in their VC.
Oh, absolutely. We have no idea what's going on.
And just took off. Like
that is also very possible.
Thing, which again would not have been fair in the long run, but if that's what they did that.
All right, well here we go. These guys are launching off here. This is going to be Ashton and Corey here. Ashton on the lead. Corey holding up in that chase position here. Holding out all kinds of angle, filling that outside zone here. Quick transition. These BMWs getting after it here. You could hear all that horsepower in these machines.
Oh yeah, that's not much to push 1,100 horsepower, 1,200 horsepower out of these cars.
Super
they can really
smooth.
Push it if they want to see it.
Absolutely, super smooth run from these drivers here. So yeah, hopefully just a miscommunication there heading into things.
I love the little sticker on the back of Corey Doug's car that says "I farted." I find that very funny. Yeah, I'm childish. I might be 26, but I still have childish tendencies. Like, I think that's funny.
That is funny. All right, well, these guys are ready to launch off here. And, of course, showing a little bit of love, we got to say something about it here. Corey's got the RIP grandma on the machine. Thoughts with his family there if that was a recent happening. Always unfortunate, tough loss. And speaking of unfortunate, getting into the pole there. But showing love on the livery here.
Yeah, that's much respected. I really respect the fact that you've got that on a car like that. I've had family like that, so yeah, it's very hard.
It's always a tough situation.
Coming out here today is just that shows
for sure. That's always to continue and to move on with life, and you know that's something that whoever it is that's passed, you'd like to think that they always want you to just keep it, keep on moving, keep it rolling, and keep on living. Always want to celebrate and remember that person that had such an impact on you. But you definitely don't want to stop moving, because that's not what they would want you to do. They'd want you to keep it moving.
Not at all. But they were clean runs. I mean,
absolutely.
We didn't get to really see the lead on Corey's side, but like it looked like it was going to be promising. But definitely, Ashton had a really solid lead. Like hands
for
down,
sure.
like that was a super clean, super smooth. Like that was I'm taking you to dinner, and you're gonna adore me later. Like that was the kind of run that was.
I love it.
And it was a high class dinner too. It wasn't Gapplebee's because there was no Gap. They took them.
Oh, there wasn't. They
dinner.
were there. That was good stuff.
That was awesome. I just love to see like the competitive like drive that these drivers come out with, because they come out with such a need to prove. Like it's a proving factor. Like you're out here to prove yourself, and they come out with such an aggression to do it. Ooh, looks like we got Narco over here. What's the verdict, my man? Oh, looks like he's muted.
Oh, might be double checking on a piece of information here.
That is very true.
All right, can you hear me?
There we go.
Sorry about that. My mic's kind of messed up right now, but that's going to be Ashton with the dub, Corey DQ'd, and we're going to be moving on to the next.
All righty, thank you.
Yep.
There you go.
We definitely saw that.
Ashton with the win there. Moving on, we've got our next two coming out. I told y'all, we're coming at you quick. We are bringing the action this week, making sure that we are keeping cars sideways on your screen as we move along here. We've got Dungeons and Smoker coming up here. Smoker going to be on the chase. And what do we got? Dram over here. So that's what we'll go with is Dram and Smoker. Team Kaiju ride over here.
Those Kaiju machines are nasty too.
Every time they are, man. They bring it every time. Love the liveries they bring as well. The color scheme's always clean looking. But these guys send it into that first one. You got Dram filling out that outside zone around the roundabout here. Let's see how he holds on to it. Doing great work there, tracing that outer curve so close on the transition. And look, Smoker all the way up to the door here, allowing room for that transition. Will he drive back up? Leaves a little bit of a gap here. Headed into the final two outside zones, and you saw him take that sign out as well. Great lead there from Dram, an awesome chase.
Yeah, that was definitely one of, like, in my opinion, being a commentator, that was definitely one of the cleanest chases. There was a little bit of like
smooth
a gap, but I mean at the end. But other than that, that was door. Like there was not much. You couldn't have put a baseball card in between.
No, not at all. Super smooth. Well, these guys launch off again. Smoker headed out. Look at the angle, but Dram on the chase. I mean, literally hanging on that door all the way around here, matching the angle perfectly. Look how close on the transition there. They may have even touched, but it didn't seem to affect the line of Smoker at all. So close on that. Look, Dram is bringing it on this chase. May have over-rotated. No, he's able to hold on to it as these guys finish out, take out the sign. Both of them, what a run there. And I mean, not to take away from the lead either. Smoker's lead was unreal, but Dram, every step of the way was on, my man.
That man came out and was just like, I gotta show out. He's like, I'm here to prove myself. He's like, everybody just needs to know my name right now. Like that was pretty. Like that was like super aggressive, enough room. I mean, yeah, there might have been a little bit of bumper touching, but I mean, like I said before, sometimes you just gotta touch the butt.
Just a little tap to it. Just a little tap.
That also does kind of like give your lead driver like that, like if they're not paying attention, because when you're driving, you're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to who's behind you. But when they notice, because you can feel it in your controller, they rub that bumper. It's like, oh crap, I didn't leave them yet.
Oh, they're still here.
You want to think like, do I need to downshift and get like just haul it out, or do I just stay put? Because that's it. It's when you're in the race, you're definitely thinking about, okay, I want to run smooth, but how can I kind of pull away from my chase driver to like add a gap?
Oh yeah, you definitely always want to work on that. These guys doing hardcore work with the carbon stylings here. on both of these rides.
Man, all I gotta say is I would not want to have to pay for that damage on hitting that sign.
You ain't kidding, man. Leave all kinds of a dent on that bad boy. That's tear all kinds of stuff up. The kaiju here, I'm loving the color choice of the like gradient going front to back.
I know. I guess I don't see the little Godzilla that they usually have on it either.
Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe this is a work in progress livery here.
Yeah, it's possible. Hey, if it's work in progress, I'm gonna need to step my game up. That's all. That's all I got to say. It's time for me to step it up. Man, I just give props to being able to take the time. Like, I know some people take hours or weeks or days to do a livery, and I'm like trying to bust them out in 20, 30 minutes, but you definitely can tell. Yeah, because like, they're just pretty to look at. Like, that's another thing about drifting that I love so much is like the ability to create something out of nothing. Like, you can just add a couple colors, but if you add like a little pearl essence, like the little sparkles behind it, you can make a car look so much different.
Oh, just the little details, absolutely.
Because like a lot of not the team cars that I run, but I have like my own street style livery that I do, and I have like the rear end is one color, the front is white, and I love putting. Oop, you got King up in here. What's going on, King?
So, boys, is the stream okay for y'all side?
Everything on my end of stuff.
They're asking if y'all restart a stream because I guess they can't see it very well. I don't know, I'm about to click on y'all's link.
Can't see the stream? I was going to say, pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been looking at it the whole time.
I think it's just a your hardware issue, bud. It looks fine for me. Let me see.
I was going to say, I'm reading green across the board here right now.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it. I'm watching.
Yeah, how's Discord? How's Discord sending it across to you? Is that looking good?
Looks good there. I mean, they can't see that. So.
No, I meant for us. Like, just because if that's choppy, then we know something's up. But if not, it might be a YouTube thing going on.
I mean, Discord just looks like Discord video chat. You know what that is? How that's like. So.
Yeah. So if that's able to do it, then we should be.
Fine. Yeah, we should be good. All right, I'm gonna go back up here, let them know everything is working properly, so it's probably their end.
Yeah, if it
Alrighty.
Yeah. All right.
Alrighty.
Well, good to know that we're up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will, since we're kind of in a waiting pattern here, I will basically try to address this as professionally as possible because this isn't my stream, but I love how everybody in the chat here seems to think they are an expert when it comes to streaming technology. As a matter of fact, I'm actually a full-time streamer, and I consider myself at this point, not only am I a professional software developer, but I also consider myself to be an expert in streaming technology at this point. I love how you all seem to believe that both YouTube and Twitch and all other streaming sites are, immune to having server issues of their own. The amount of content that they are having to output on any regular basis is absurd. The load balancers and server technology that goes into running of content systems such as YouTube or Twitch is unbelievable. So it's very I was gonna say, my internet connection is stable. Everything coming for us through Discord is clear. It is definitely very possible that maybe YouTube's load balancer that we're streaming to is just having a little bit of a burp for a minute. So just we've got a long night ahead of us. We are gonna be here bringing this drifting to you, and if there's anything going on our side of things, we will make sure to do the best we can to clear it up. But everything on our side is reading green, and we are clear to go. But just keep that in mind. And I just say that because, and not that I'm pointing anybody out in the chat this evening, but I get that on my streams a lot personally. They're saying, oh, your stuff is messing up and this and that. And it's like, oh, no. I've got all kinds of stuff up set for, and anybody that streams casually or anything like that as well. Of course, you have all of your stats available to you on what your network is doing and what your PC is doing, your graphics card, yada, yada, everything about it. And we know when we're in the red, when things happen, and it is possible when those things happen. But sometimes it's just the server that we're streaming to is having a difficult time.
Yeah, I mean, half the stuff he was talking about that was flying over my head.
So before you're watching your favorite streamer or anything like that, before you want to pile on them about how their stuff doesn't work right or it's not looking good or anything like that, keep in mind they're not the only aspect at play here.
Preach. That's all I can say. I'm like, I play on an Xbox. I'm like, oh, well, game crashes every once in a while. I don't know how about that. I mean, I used to stream on Twitch with my Xbox, but like even then, like it was just playing off of my Xbox. There's not a whole lot to really.
There's not much you can do. Yeah, absolutely. No, and like I said too, I am so blessed that I have the opportunity to stream full time, and I always say how thankful I am to S.O.G to allow me to come along on Saturday evenings and hang out and do this for you guys as well. So I am definitely not complaining by any means. I am so excited to be a part of doing something like this. But I just wanted to be able to, it's not often that you get to throw out that kind of information. And well, that's the other thing with S.O.G as well, is these guys are very open to it's a big family here, so I can talk to you guys about, if we were I also stream and I'm an observer for some major Counter-Strike event or a league that runs here in North America, and obviously this is wouldn't be able to say, oh well, hey, sometimes streams work like this or blah blah. That's not a conversation that we would have on stream. It's all Counter-Strike always all the time over there, so it's it speaks to just how open and family environment that S.O.G is, that we can have those kinds of discussions on stream.
100%. So there is an issue with the stream currently. Right now all I see is a orange. I don't see anything now. I just see a chat. What happened? There we go. I just see an orange kaiju car and what looks like carbon Kevlar BMW.
That's what's in the server.
Judges. Yeah, but we only see them parked. Like if I rewind it, I only see these two cars parked, and if I fast forward it, I only see these two cars parked.
Oh, then that's definitely YouTube, for sure. So you can't if you bring it back to live right now, it's not. I'm not circling around those cars.
No, you're right now. Yeah, you're right now. You're circling around them, but all the judges say they couldn't see anything between their runs. That everything was just dead.
Oh, so when you're trying to scroll back through it. Ah, I see.
Even scrolling, I can't even go back to anything. And then they said while trying to judge it, they can't judge anything. They got to run it back because the stream is so bad they can't even judge off of it.
Huh? Yeah, I'm reading green across the board here. I've got
I think so.
200 dropped frames, and out of we've sent 350,000. So it's definitely I'm running green across the board here. So that is, I guess it's YouTube wanted to
That's what I'm saying,
burp on us during that run. That is unfortunate. So I guess hey, I will tell you one thing. If you want to watch a run again, this is the run to watch. These guys were unreal.
Let me make sure live is still good, I guess. I don't know.
I was going to say, I'm trying to keep moving so that way y'all can keep an eye on what's going on here.
Okay, so these boys should be re-racking here in a second.
All right, yeah, we'll see if it wants to work out this time.
Okay.
Well, here's another little experiment. If anybody in the chat wants to check it out, if y'all want to slide back to the run before that, or or go back to how long we've been going here for a little while. We've been going for almost 2 hours now. Slide back to an hour ago, and see what that does. If that's hitching up on you as well. If we wanted to get into a technical discussion, then you're having an issue with YouTube actually delivering the content as it is. So that would mean, hopefully, that after the event is over and the video is stored, hopefully that content will be there. But if it was only that last run, that means the actual YouTube, the ingest server, burped pretty hard. and we shouldn't have any more issues for the rest of the night. They probably maybe had to just switch load balancers or something like that. There's a whole lot that goes into all that stuff. We don't need to have a tech discussion this evening, but it works out. Hey, it works out positive for us. I'll tell you one thing, man, because these two guys' runs were unreal. So here we go, firing off again. Dram's going to be on the lead this time with Smoker on the chase, and if they had you consider that last one a warm-up, boy, these guys are going to bring it, and you can see Smoker right there on the door, matching that angle as they trace all the way around the outside of this roundabout, filling out that first outside zone, so close on the transition as they make their way to the next outside zone. You can see how close the tire tracks are to the curb as they make it all the way through. We're hitting zones 4, filling that out. Still, the chase proximity so close, the transition so close as they fill out that final outside zone. I told y'all you were in for a treat, and boy, did they deliver.
Yeah, that was wild. It was just like watching it the first time. These guys just go all out. No fear. Like, not at all. Not even.
Yeah, they are putting it all out there. Well, boy, you saw how close Smoker was on the chase there, and you can't ask for a better lead run from Dram. So here they go again. We'll see how it goes on the flip side. Oh, and Smoker puts the throttle down and takes off, but Dram launches it in there right back to the door, almost putting those front bumpers together here. I'll try to stay overhead so we can see that proximity. Look how close on this transition as they make their way through and able to just surge right back up to the front of Smoker's right here. But Smoker fell. Whoa, big old lag there. But these guys, it may not have affected them. That might have only been on us. And these guys filling these zones out. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. They are within an inch of that curb on every single outside zone.
Yeah, like if I was a judge, it'd be hard to. I would hate to be them right now.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
For the fact that was so smooth and so online. Like they were literally like running. Like if we were qualifying, that would be easily 100. They
yeah,
were
definitely.
That's just Owen Wilson. I'll just say that. Wow.
I don't even know. I'm just kind of, I'm just like, man, I don't even know what to say about these two guys right here, man. What an absolute throwdown that was. And we are this is round 1. These guys are doing this round 1, man.
Yeah, no, I can't. There's not much else I can say about that. Like they're both phenomenal drivers. They came out, they showed out. They had to redo it, and they came out and showed out again. It's like beating a dead horse right now.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and it was better the second time around. I mean, obviously, you never want to have any technical issues, but man, I'm almost glad that happened because their second pair of runs were even better than the first two. Well, another quick look over to the chat here. How are we feeling now? How's everything going? Because like I said, I've been keeping my eyes on. Like I'm trying to fly the drone cam, and I keep looking over and seeing because of course you've got those familiar with OBS, you've got your color coding there and everything like that. So I mean, I'm looking to see if there's anything going orange, red, or anything like that. I mean, we are in the green across the board. I actually reset my when we were having that discussion earlier, you have the option to like reset your stats or whatever. So I'm actually seeing like my percentage of dropped frames from when we were having that discussion earlier, and it is sitting tight on 0 right now. So everything leaving our side of things, everything leaving us and coming to you is in the clear. So it is in YouTube's hands now. Let's hope that they don't drop the pass, because it's coming to them.
Sorry about that. I went to let my dog in.
Oh, you are all good, man. We are hanging out. All right. Well, I'm hearing word.
Just chilling.
Oh yeah, hearing word from the viewers here that there was no lag on that one, so we should be back golden here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, because I wonder how long, because I know some people will like build cars for every track, like even cars that they're used to driving, they'll reset everything on it and just tune it for that track. So I wonder how long these guys spent tuning. I mean, granted, you only get a week, but like, I wonder how long they actually spent, like how many man hours they spent behind the wheel on this track and just adjusting their cars.
Oh yeah, like these cars are perfect.
Yeah, they were
so
spot
perfect
on
for this course.
And I'm shocked the FCRX7 was like that, because like I even tried mine and I was just like, nope, not for me. Like I ended up sticking with a Beamer because the car that's sitting there was the one I was going to run, but I ended up not. I ended up just rather commentating.
Oh, absolutely. There's a whole lot going on tonight, that's for sure.
Big facts. But yeah, it's just...
Judges have got a lot to look at here, that is for certain.
What you got for us, Narco?
Narco has returned.
I love his little alien that he had.
Hey.
There he is.
Smoker's going to be taking the dub on that one. Had a better lead. And I'm going to be stepping in for Lazy to do the cone car, and he's going to be running up next.
All right, sounds good. Well, there you go. Smoker with the win on that run. You couldn't be much closer. Great stuff here.
Yeah, that was some definite finesse that they were doing there with that chase. Smoker was on that door, but I mean, it's just all about precision. It's all about that and the camera angle. You know, because I know that a lot of like PC, you can like adjust the camera, because like on console we only have those silly set presets.
The baked-in ones.
Yeah, I've seen some of the cameras that these guys have came up with, and it's just like, man, I wish we had that on console, because that would make driving so much easier. Like camera one, but instead of being right behind the car, it's lifted up so you can see the front nose of your vehicle better.
Yeah.
Like that would be a solid camera for us. But we got Lazy and who? The phone shut off. Horse. Threat. Lazy and Threat. Got the Viper and the Supra. The Booper. We got our buddy Narco hopping in there doing the cone car.
All right, well, we've got our cone car lined up here. Lazy and Threat lined up side by side here, ready to rock and roll. It looks like we've got somebody's car has gotten stuck in the server, so they have disconnected, but their car did not leave, so we're waiting for that. Nope, somebody's car just popped out of existence. There, it returns. Man, nothing wants to work right for us tonight here, man. But that is all right. These guys are set up, ready to rock and roll here. We have got Lazy and Threat on the line. And they are set to fire off here.
Love the sound of that maker.
I'm telling you, man, that thing is cooking, that V10 motor. You can see all the angle there. Oh, they got it. They slowed up a little bit there. You see, I almost outran them with the drone cam. Right. But they gathered it back up and back on the throttle we are. And that chase car staying close there. Just completely missing outside 3, though, and really shallow on 4. Little contact there, seemed to over-rotate. Very shallow on 5 as well, but they did get all of the final outside zone. Finishing out.
That first part it looked great, and then when they started going to those outside zones, it was like they were wanting to push out there, but I mean, you gotta remember the nerves set in. You know, sitting in the voice chat, you kind of get stagnant. So like you have those moments where you're like, oh well, you know, you don't push out far enough. So I mean, that's a possibility, but they were still kind of like, it was very shallow on some of the outside zones.
Here we go, launching in. We've got Threat is going to be on the lead this time. Little shallow all the way around, but consistent. So in the zone, but pretty shallow on it, making that outside zone this time around. But same thing, super shallow on 3. They did make it to 4 here, so let's see if they're back on. But oh no! Losing the angle there. Lazy lost the angle, had to gather it back up and lost that proximity for the final. I almost outran him with my camera again. Had to knock it back down there to where we could see him here.
Right. Gotta give them props, so they still finish the run. A lot of guys will just reset the thing, and they don't realize that that's a big damper too, just resetting. So like just the fact that he still can't like continue, that's big. What happened to the other car? Oh, he's parked back up.
Well, he was getting ready for well, because he's the cone car, yeah.
Excuse me. I love that. Is that neochrome on the back window of that Supra?
So what's going on here with the Supra is this user, this player has got the livery mod going on. And I do not have that installed. So this is what you get. They have added the that style, the hologram to the window to kind of just let you know as a user that doesn't have it that is what's going on in that situation. So unfortunately, unable to see the livery that they have going on here, but that's what the story is there.
Still crisp and clean. I love.
Oh yeah, you can't beat that clean white, looking good. And of course S.O.G here. But for anybody wondering, of course, as we discussed earlier, we have our the windshield banner rules and everything like that. This car does have it. It's just that I do not have the mod installed to be able to see that. So that's why that is.
Well, I will say it is a very pretty car. I can see it on my console. Oh, what's up, Narco? What you got for us, my man? I feel like I always talking to me. What's up, man?
All right, Threat's going to take that one. Better lead, better chase. Lazy missed them zones. On to the next.
All right, well, there you go. Threat coming away. The victory here, and Lazy unfortunately not moving on. And we will get ready for our next 2 here. Of course, Lazy will reassume the position as the cone car.
Looks like we got Timber and Slim Jim. Man, now I'm going to be hungry for Slim Jim.
Oh, yeah. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Right. Slim Jims just, they slap. It don't matter what time of day it is. It could be breakfast time and a Slim Jim just hits the spot. I'm digging that purple, though. Like, that's an unusual, like, purple. It's kind of like, oh, what's his name? I know he drives an S15.
It's looking good here. All right, well, we have got Timber on the lead here. Slim Jim on the chase, throwing a ton of angle into this roundabout here.
Ooh.
It's so close on that curve. I was looking to see if they were going to cross over. They did not keep it on course all the way around here. And Slim Jim staying in on that chase position, about a car length back, but not losing any ground. They're just staying steady right where they're at, close on the transition, getting much closer to the door here. As you see them trying to maintain that angle of Timber's machine, doing a great job of mirroring it, but man, did Timber throw some angle on that lead there all the way along throughout that run.
It looked a little bit like Slim Jim might have missed shift, because it looked like when he came around the 4th to the 5th, it looked like he was on that bumper and he died off a little bit and then had to catch back up.
Yeah, and then shot back up there. Yeah, I think you might be absolutely right about that. All right, well, here we go on the flip side of things. Uh-oh.
Wow,
do we have another misshift maybe?
Nah, maybe.
On Timber there, because he looks like he's back in it here now, and he is catching back up, which is pretty impressive considering the gap off the line.
Yeah.
But Slim doing his best to throw as much angle as he can at this line here. And you can see now, Timber makes it all the way back to the door of that car after having that much of a delay on the start. And look at how they finished the line out, filling out every zone perfectly, the proximity there and everything. What a great recovery after that start there.
Yeah, that man he hit the NOS button real hard.
Had to at that
Just,
point, good
he
grief.
pushed both them buttons and got right back up. Sometimes that happens. Like sometimes you do. Like you might have started off in the wrong gear. You might have not pedaled it enough. Like there's so many factors when it comes to taking off after you get the light flash. You get the go ahead to take off, and I mean, we use Discord, but I mean, there's a possibility he could not have heard them say 3, 2, 1, go, or anything. You might not have seen the flash or the lights, and the driver just took off and he had to catch back up. There's so many different variables, especially being an online platform. There's so many things that can come up in that aspect. But he caught right back up. He was not letting him
I'm telling you, man.
Long. That was wild. I was not expecting that either. I was kind of expecting there to be all like a constant, like, not. I wasn't like not saying that he wouldn't have caught back up, but like when you see a big gap like that, you're kind of expecting like, oh, it might take a minute for him to catch up. But after the second outside zone, he was already catching back up and on the door.
Oh, he was headed right back to him. That was wild to watch.
Definitely some high tier driving right now. Like these drivers are top tier. Like no one can come in and be like, oh, these drivers aren't great. No, these drivers are top tier, 100%.
I love the designs on these cars as well, man. Always something unique. Every single car that comes in, unless they've got a team livery, every car that comes in is so unique.
Yeah, it's I just love, sometimes I love hopping in random lobbies even just to see different car designs, because like you see so much. So many people have, some people still do sticker bombs. I love when I hop into a lobby and I see somebody with like a sticker bomb quarter panel. That just it makes me happy, because like that's old school. Like that is old school styling, and I love seeing it still today in 2023.
I have a vinyl wrap roll that I got that's the sticker bomb style that I actually have on my I have a BRZ, and I have it on my dashboard panels. It looks so sick. Narco, what you got, buddy?
Slim Jim's going to be taking the dub there. He had a better overall chase.
All right, well, there you go. Slim Jim with the victory. Ooh, yeah. Snap into a Slim Jim. My man is...
good.
I can't help it, bro. You got to bust out the Macho Man. I have to.
I'm still thinking about a Slim Jim.
Got to bust out the Macho Man. Well, hey, great runs from both of these guys. Temper absolutely threw it down there. Both of those runs were so sick, but you heard it from the judges. It came down to just those little details. And Slim will be moving on. So up next, we have Eureka and Boguy here. Boguy here going to be on the chase. And speaking of sticker bomb, check this style out here.
Right there, yeah. I love the pink. I love the pink under the hood. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah, such a cool design here. Well, all right, here we go. Eureka on the lead. Boguy on the chase here. We'll see what these two have got in store for us here. If I can catch up with these rocket ship race cars here. Filling out that outside zone is Eureka, but Boguy staying right there. In close on the chase, running a little bit shallow to make sure they keep up that proximity all the way around. Will they be able to adjust for the transition? They are able to make that adjustment to get back behind, filling out the outside zones here as we move along. Quick transition over. Ooh, big contact with the pole on the outside there. Unfortunate for Eureka. Everything leading up to that point looking awesome, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely, I'm shocked, not shocked, because I know everyone loves the Mustangs. But, the Mustangs almost got a good spoof with this new update, but they still they just slide out. You can't put the power down.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to see something that comes out with a Mustang that looks like it's putting the power down pretty decently.
All right, well, speaking of putting that power down here, launching it into this first outside zone. Seems to be holding the angle pretty well here. A little shallow towards the end of it as they transition out, heading into outside 2. Kind of missing outside 2 there, unfortunately, on that one. But as long as they can complete the run here without contact, you see a major shift there. I don't know if that was a leg or a handbrake. But, like you say, outside of, really any mistakes there on the lead. But as long as the run was completed, that's going to kind of, I believe, wrap that one up. But sometimes that's just how it works. You've got to throw it 100%, and sometimes you'll catch a pole or 2.
Yeah, and that's definitely the hard part about this course is you want to get as far out as possible. Like, we're not dealing with, like, white lines. We're dealing with poles and signs and things that will catch you. I mean, even the curb. If you're running a certain type of setup and you hit that curb, it can upset your car. So you're just trying to stay on the outside as far as you can without losing control of your vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Which can sometimes be difficult. But I'm loving both deliveries like these guys. I was just saying it. Like, Road Delivery is gangster. And then this one, Eureka's, is just like, it's so out there, but in a good way. It's like there's so much going on. It's just like, it's hard to like pinpoint what I like about it. It's just
the overall
colorful
vibe of it. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just screams race car. This is a racing machine. This is a drifting machine.
Exactly.
100%.
Right.
What you got for us, buddy?
Taking the dub for that, and looks like Eureka DQ'd. Unfortunately, very unfortunate.
Yep, so close, but tagging that pole. Bo guy coming away with the win, heading on to the next round.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate hitting that pole. Like, it would have definitely been close. Like, the judges would have definitely had to have taken a little more time with that if it would have been like no pole hitting and they wouldn't have spun out.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that would have been very close.
All right.
We got two Beamers.
2 Beamers here, Baker and Fate. With these black and red machines here, looking clear. Well, all black over here on Fate's side of things. We got the black and red action going on over here. So these guys launching off here. Baker off the line on the lead. Fate a little bit of a stretch there. Let's see if he can dive back into it. He keeps the radius tight. A little bit of a tire drop there on the lead, it looks like. Whoa, something. Oh, no, there's a game controller or game disconnect there.
It looks like, yeah, because he hit that wall and he's still
Look at that. That car is still on it. Oh, nope, it was a controller.
Maybe a controller?
Oh, no. All right, well, we'll be able to, we'll re-rack that one. We were only halfway through the first outside. These guys will go at it again here. I was going to say, that thing just hung a left. I was like, that's not the line. Hold on.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Where are you going? All right, well, here we go. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Baker's and Fate right here, ready to rock and roll.
And they might be talking to the Cone car at the moment. That's the only thing I can think of because they're not pulled up. Oh, wait, no, they are.
Yep, they're ready to rock here. Yeah, that was there was definitely a technical issue of some kind there. That car just hung to the left, and then once it hit the wall, it stayed full throttle. So there was something there, so these guys are able to re-rack them and roll again. So we've got Baker's on the lead here, sticking that thing to the outside, a little bit shallower as he makes his way around the roundabout. Oh, a big burp there. That car is straightened out. And then I'm not sure what happened to Fate here. Fate let out of it as well. As he tries to catch up here, we get the camera way up high. Woo! Look at the angle on Fate, just kind of watching his run on an individual standpoint. Both Baker and Fate throwing down solid runs there for the second half of the course, just kind of on their own, not really in a tandem sense here. Not sure what went down coming out of outside 1, coming out of the roundabout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not listening to the sound, so I can't hear the motors. So, I mean, if it was a 2J, I know you have to literally kick the clutch to get the car if you shift up to run.
Yeah.
So if he's running a 2J, it might have bogged on him. But like I said, I can't hear. So I hear you, but I don't hear the cars.
Yeah. It definitely, the game definitely straightened that car out on him for sure. That's not what he wanted there, but we got Fate on the lead here. And filling out this outside zone all the way around. Let's see if that car wants to transition this time. Well, you see Fate's car that time straightened up in the same spot.
Yeah.
But he was able to kick it back on the angle there. It's almost like there's somebody spilled some oil on the street right there coming out of outside. Oh, I outran these guys a little bit there, carrying so much angle. Interesting runs here from these two. All kinds of stuff for the judges to pick apart here.
I'm wondering if it might not be because like it might be like we see it, but the judges aren't.
Yeah, definitely. But it was definitely right here.
Or if they're like selecting the car and watching it. Like,
well, they watch it live when the run is happening, and then they go back to the YouTube to check for. That's where they'll go. They'll make notes, of course, as they're watching live, but they'll go back and really dial in and look for tire drops and those kinds of things.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with that. That's definitely very odd. We have not seen
in this area. Both cars straightened out on those drivers, and they were able to gather them back up. But
yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not really sure what that could be. I mean, or maybe that's just like how they've been driving it in practice. Maybe they just see that as a spot where you can kind of like keep the car in a tiny bit of angle and just keep car like going straight and then hit the angle. But that would make sense to me, at least in a driving aspect. Yeah, you're coming out of that corner, you can just throw it. Like you have so much momentum coming out of that, you could just like pitch it and throw it into outer zone too. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know what's going on there. They definitely came out swinging though.
Both guys for sure.
Hashtag Battle of the Beamers. Gotta turn my heater down. It's getting warm in here.
Oh, that'll happen to you.
Yeah.
Once those heaters get going, man.
Yeah, they
don't stop.
It makes you like you're sitting over here sweating a little bit.
I've actually got the air vent in my office here. I've got it closed up because once we get rolling, when I'm streaming and everything, and I got both PCs going, doing their thing, man, it'll keep this room warm for you.
Yeah, my buddy has a PC, and I've noticed that when he's playing and we're in his tiny room and with no windows or no nothing, it starts to get hot in there real quick.
Oh, a video card is it's a heater all on its own.
Yeah, no, that's why I stick with. I'm cool with my Xbox for now until I can get a PC because you can just do so much more with a PC. Like there's so much more avenues you can take with like gaming in general because you can
of course you got that.
There's like a new update that came out where you can like or a downloadable thing that like does actual tire wear. I don't know if
that's a mod. Yep, that's a mod as well. Of course, modding is a big thing as far as PC gaming goes. But of course, I'd always recommend to anybody that's interested in it because the value of a PC not only comes from the extended availability of gaming in general that you get, but also it's a computer. It's just whatever operating system you decide to run. I guess if we're playing on Steam and everything, a lot of people are running Windows. I mean, you have the entire world at your fingertips versus an Xbox or a PlayStation being purpose-built gaming consoles. Hey, there we go. What you got for us?
All right, we got a verdict. Fate's going to be taking the dub on that one. Unfortunately, Baker straightened out on his run.
All right, well, there you have it. Fate with the victory here. Moving on to the next round. Baker having that straighten up there, unfortunately, is going to cost him, but I'm sure we will see these guys back again next week.
Oh, yeah.
And,
even when even when you get knocked out, you still have to come back. I mean, it's still fun to do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's a good pastime on a nice Saturday evening.
Absolutely, for sure. Now we've got Cannon and P-Dub over here. Of course, we'll try not to be biased over here, but PWX is a buddy of mine. Hangs out with us over on during our drift events and stuff all the time. And of course, we've seen Cannon before here in our S.O.G event, so I know both of these guys can absolutely wheel these machines, so we're going to see what they have got for us here as they are ready to throw it down. As we await the green light from our cone car, the two other drivers have popped out of the server, so it is looking like we are ready to rock and roll here. And away they go. Cannon going to be in the lead this first time as they head into the corner. You see him wiggling back and forth. They're like, come on, let's do it. Are we ready? And they send it in there. Oh, filling out that outside zone. So close to getting up on that curb. Maybe a little shallow headed towards the exit here. P-Dub close on that transition as always. Matching up that angle, trying to get up to the front bumper. Had to back it down there a little bit, able to make that transition and drive right back up. But you see he caught so much angle heading into that last zone there. He lost a little bit of distance there. And then Cannon taking out the sign and I believe tapping this pole just a touch. You see that sign reappearing. Of course, our invisibility cloak construction workers there quickly at work, but
yeah, it definitely was. It definitely looked like he did tap the pole a little bit.
That was quite a lead there. But we got P-Dub on the lead this time around, so these guys ready to rock and roll. He's going to readjust here. Make sure that car is exactly where he wants it to be. They flash their lights ready up and await the green light from our cone car. They let them know again, hey, we are all set here, and they are off. P-Dub slinging it into the first turn here. Filling these zones out all the way around. Fender to fender there coming out of the first outside zone as they make their way through. Long outside, two outside, three. Oh, big contact there from the chase. Seemed to push P-Dub into that pole, but he's able to continue on and finish that run out. Not sure, we'll of course, as always, leave it up to the judges to see what was the cause of that collision there.
Yeah, it's always scary being in the lead car and getting shoved like that. It's even if you're not, like, it doesn't matter if you're playing first person or third. I think it's still a scary thing. You're like, oh God, like, I just got shoved by a car 6 feet I am, and that momentum is going to push you, and, like, being able to save it on top of that and still finish your run is, like, that's really hard to do in certain situations, especially in that zone. Like, you're very close to that pole. Very close to that pole.
Check out P-Dub's ride here. Loving the way he's got the radiator with the fans on the back window. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, kind of thing. I saw in Juku, I thought it was Fuji at first.
This is the ride
but I love that
here.
Color.
Then of course Cannon got the simple but getting the job done livery over here. You always, hey, if it's clean and does what it needs to do, man, you can't beat
Sometimes
that.
you ain't gotta go all out. It's fun to go all out. Sometimes simple looks clean in its own way. And
we've got more. We've got another comment about the lag going on over here. So there's definitely an issue going on with the YouTube server we are connected to. We may need to see. Of course, I'm much more familiar with Twitch's platform as far as switching servers and everything like that, and I'm not sure what would need to be done on the YouTube side of things to be able to, because of course with YouTube you set up the quote-unquote event ahead of time, and then when it's time you hit go live and you start streaming that event. Of course on Twitch, when you connect, you send the title and description and all along with the stream. And that's happening while it's happening. But for YouTube, that stuff is set up ahead of time. So if we were to stop and reconnect here, I don't know what all that would entail as far as would we be continuing this stream? Like, would it remain part of the same YouTube video like after it was over? Would it start up an entire new stream? I'm not sure what the situation there would be, but maybe we can take a quick pause in the action here and and take a look at that.
I ain't got no clue.
I will. Well, Narco is here, so let's see what the verdict on this run is, and then we will ask about what we should do about that. Maybe Narco, what you got for us, buddy?
Hey, it looks like PW's going to be taking the dub on that one.
All right. Well, there you have it. PW taking the win. Narco, before you go anywhere, my friend. Oh.
Nope, gone.
There he came back. Well, let's make sure he's back with us again here. I know his mic's been causing him some troubles this evening.
Some issues, yeah.
Right, can you hear me?
There he is.
Yes.
Would you be able to do me a big favor, buddy?
Yeah, 100%.
Could you send our boy King on back down here? Because our buddies are saying that they're still having issues, so I think we're going to want to try to switch over which YouTube server we're connected to or whatever it is, but I'm not super familiar with YouTube streaming. I'm the Twitch guy. So if King can jump down here for a second, and maybe we can come up with a little plan on what we're going to do to get this back going. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man, communication's key.
Oh, always.
Yeah, I don't know what that issue could be going on. Like, I don't know. YouTube is definitely a different monster compared to Twitch. But I don't even know as much as you do about Twitch.
Well, there's just so much that goes in. I mean, Twitch is just taking what you send it and spitting it back out to the rest of the world, and they hang on to it for later for a little while. Whereas YouTube is not only are they streaming your video back out to the world, but they are also the word escapes me right now, but basically you can like watch it in full resolution. So of course I'm streaming at 1080p, but you could also somebody, if they were watching on mobile and they don't want to use up all that data, they could watch your stream at 480p. And so they are offering that up, and of course you can rewind the video live as it is. So the video is being recorded and encoded live on YouTube servers before being sent back out to the world. And there's just a whole lot more strain when it comes to a system like that. And if there's a whole bunch of people, such as us right now, streaming to the same server, it can cause that.
What seems to be the problem?
All right, so my man King is here. So I am not as familiar with YouTube streaming, but apparently the server that we are streaming to is just like losing its mind. So what I wanted to ask you is, maybe being more familiar with YouTube than I am, I know you have to schedule the streams ahead of time like we do, and we put the title and description and everything like that. How would I go about if I were to like disconnect and then reconnect again, because you have the option in OBS of switching to a different server? Would I be able to select the same like event on YouTube and continue streaming? Would we have to create a new event? Because our viewers that are watching, if we do disconnect and it wants to send us somewhere else, I don't want to leave them in the dark on where we're going to be.
Well, if that's a solution to fix what's happening right now, because it's hindering everything, not just stream
absolutely
quality. Like judges can't.
Oh, the judges can't watch the replays. Exactly.
They can watch. They got about 3 minutes to work with, so they got to be watching it real time and watching the stream, and then they only have small clips that they can judge off of at the moment. So we need to figure something out here. So if that's the solution to make it run maybe better.
Well, I hope so. That's what I want to try, because like I said, my side of things.
We'll try it real quick.
I'm in the green. Well, here's the thing.
For it to be live again.
I don't know, because like I said, I'm not familiar with YouTube streaming, so we may pop back up on your screen here. What I'd recommend to everybody, if you're hanging out and you don't see us pop back up, in this video, in the next, say, I would cap it at the absolute most probably 5 minutes. But I mean the next 2 to 3 minutes. But just keep an eye on the Savage Outlaws Gaming YouTube channel to see. We're either going to pop right back up here and you won't have to go anywhere, or you will see a new event pop up here in the next few minutes. But we want to make sure we can bring you guys the best event possible, and of course make sure our judges are able to make the best calls possible for this evening's competition to be nice and fair. So we will drop out real quick. We're going to try to reconnect to YouTube servers here, and I'm going to try. They have the option to switch to the backup server, so I'm going to switch over to the backup server in my region here and make sure that that is all set and good to go. So I'm going to kick us over to some footage we have flying around here, the beautiful map in St. Petersburg. I will get everything squared away for us to kick over to that other server, and hopefully we will see everyone on the other side. You can always head over to the Bearded Idiots YouTube channel. Of course, that's Mr. Curdy's podcast channel, but that is where the other side of our event is going on this evening if you want to watch some cars sliding in the meantime. But definitely come back in just a few minutes and join up with us. We will see you guys on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you have got us back and we sound good and look good. We got our drone back. We had to reset. We had to restart the drone, update its firmware, and we have put the drone back up in the air. But hopefully everything is looking good. I have learned something new about YouTube. Like I said, full-time Twitch streamer here. That is kind of what I do. So I am very familiar with Twitch, but not necessarily super familiar with YouTube. And one major benefit of YouTube streaming is we were able to continue right where we left off after a full disconnect. It was actually built into OBS. It said continue interrupted stream, and I was able to immediately hit go, and we were back live with you again. That for all the benefits that I could say Twitch has, that is a major benefit that YouTube has. So that has made it nice and easy for us to just dive right back into the action here. We are happy to be back with you, and thanks for sticking around. I know that was a little frustrating earlier. We have selected the backup server for YouTube this time around. OBS gives you two options of servers to select through YouTube, and we have selected the backup server, which obviously there's not just two streaming servers in the whole world. It's going to be the closest regional server, and then they give you two options, the primary and backup. So that is what we have done here. So we are back going at it here. I do believe PWX won his pairing, the last one we saw on the stream, and now we've got S.O.G odds facing off with Yoda right here, and I can't wait to look over this car here in just a little while, but I think these guys are fired up and ready to rock here, so whenever they are ready to launch off, we're going to have some catching up to do to get back to the main stream, because we had a bunch of one more times earlier, and then that technical pause there. So once again, thank everybody for sticking with us, and thanks to my man Boost for sticking with me here in the chat as well.
And holding it down.
Oh yeah, and then odds already. Speaking of holding it down on the outside all the way around here. It's what you love to see, but Yoda trying to get back to that door, but the gap is ever increasing. Odds is just driving away with this one. But hang on here, diving in is Yoda, throwing it into this last. They gave it everything they had there. Whew, they said, I got to get back to the door.
Unfortunate.
You got to give them props for just absolutely launching it there, though. Had to try something.
Oh yeah, 100%. You have to, if you notice that you're falling off, you have to try anything you can.
But you never know. You never know what's going to happen on that second run. So they'll fire them off again. The same thing could happen to odds here. So you just got to send it every time. Give it 100% and see what you get. Well, these guys are ready to lock and load and go again. They're flashing their lights. They are off. Yoda on the lead here. Speaking of a little bit of a gap earlier, same thing. Tried to send it 100%, and that car just kept on rotating around. Those front wheels did not want to grip up and keep that car on angle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for sure. Like you feel it in your controller, because you feel when the car is starting to lose grip.
Yep.
And it's always a super saddening moment when you feel it lose traction, because you're really trying not to lose the traction.
Oh, and then you see right there, of course, just kind of knowing it's a little bit of a scrub run there at the end to get the job done. But even odds taking out this pole, had that chase or had that lead run made it all the way through, that could have been a double DQ on both sides.
Exactly.
So you never ever know what's gonna happen. But like we said, unfortunately,
you really don't. I mean, the best way to explain what drifting is it is literally controlling a vehicle in a chaotic state.
Oh yeah,
you're controlling chaos. So cars get upset. You're running a lot of horsepower. You're trying to break traction. It's not grip racing, y'all. This is drifting. You want grip, but you want a certain amount. Just propel you forward. You don't want too much, though. What you got for us, Narco? I know I already said that way too early. But...
What's going on?
There he is. What you got for us?
Bear with me. But yeah, we're going to be running that back. We're going to be bringing them back.
All right. Well, there we go. Either issues either with the server or with the controller or network lag, something or the other. But they want to see the judges want to see a full pull out of these drivers, and that's what they're gonna get. So they are gonna rack them back up.
Yeah.
And as you can see here, like we mentioned earlier, where our new procedure heading on into the future is to bring the next pairing of drivers in while the judges are deliberating over the last run to kind of make sure that we keep the drifting action going on your screen. And sometimes when there's a one more time, those drivers have to back out of the starting gate and let these guys get back after it again. So we said it before.
We don't got commercials, y'all.
That's right. And we said it before. We'll say it again, man. Huge shouts out to everybody that makes a huge, massive, organized event like this possible, but also a shout out to these drivers for doing their best to help out. Like we just had the technical difficulties there for a minute, so the drivers had to kind of sit by and wait. And then in a situation like this, where you're in the server, you're geared up, you're ready to go, you're waiting to have your call, and suddenly the judges call it one more time for the previous run, so you got to back her back up and wait for them to go again. So, all right, here we go. Yoda back in the server, getting that car squared up, ready to go. They said we're going to line up nice and tight right here. We're going to be in close quarters for the start of this one. They flash their lights. They say they're ready to go. We wait on the cone car here to give them the green light. And we are off. And it is going to be a little love tap there saying, I'm with you this time. And then right in the door, big slam there to odds and all round goes Yoda, giving it everything they had there. They said they knew they had the opportunity to have another shot at it and wanted to send it.
Though.
And that is what ended up happening.
It's always sad when that happens.
Unfortunate indeed. But I believe they also did a great job when they knew they had too much going into the first outside zone there. They knew they had too much, so they just turned into it and spun the car around rather than collecting odds and taking them into the outside wall and everything like that. So definite props there for the sportsmanship, just turning into it and accepting the mistake. And like we said, you always finish the next run because the same thing could happen to odds right here. Well, we're going to find out together. These guys launch out of here. Yoda going to be on the lead this time by.
What's up, Narco?
Slinging it in. I think Narco just preemptively making his way in here.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll come back in a minute.
No, you're good, man. Hey, stay right here. Hang out with us. You ain't hurting a thing.
I was just going to say, I'll fix it up on that last one. So we got a little miscommunication going on, but we'll catch back up.
Got you, no worries. Well, hey, we're getting to watch some more drifting here. We ain't going to argue with that one little bit. These guys, well, and it sucks because these guys are throwing down a hell of a run this time around. That was a fun one to watch. And Yoda even taking out the sign there, but you heard it. A little bit of miscommunication situation going on. Odds is going to get the win. And, of course, with the contact on that run either way, that was likely going to be the judgment. But great second run there for these two. Fun to watch. And we will get ready.
I love you guys.
Oh, yeah. We will get ready to gear up the next two machines.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate when you line up and you're amped up, your nerves are running, and you start taking off, and you're like, either you got to left foot brake a little bit, or let off throttle to let your lead driver catch it, or you fling it too hard and you just don't have the traction in the front that you think you do.
Yeah.
I've noticed sometimes, like, it sounds weird, but, like, me and my friends have tested it out. Like, we've went and got different cars and brought them in, and we've done, like, what they do in FD. They warm up their tires. I know that the game has physics. Well, if they've added all this new physics, we've noticed that sometimes when, like, I will go out to just do a run, my car will slide back more.
Yeah.
And then I'll line back up and it'll be stickier. So I'm wondering if maybe I know it kind of sounds dumb because it's a video game. But like,
no, you're absolutely right.
Before.
Yeah, they are simulating tire physics. They have not confirmed or denied. They haven't really said anything either way about whether they are simulating tire temperatures, but just that they are doing simulations as far as like the grip in the sidewall of, you know, how much motion there is, like lateral motion in the tires, and of course with how much air pressure you have and all of those different things. They have never really mentioned temperature, however. They haven't said that they don't do that, but they have never really confirmed that that is the case.
That was the case.
And it's, I mean, if they're doing all that other stuff, why would you not do temps as well?
Exactly. Because like I said, me and my friends, like, you know, you got buddies you just drive around with that aren't a part of the team. You know, we've just kind of sat around and been like, we were drinking one night and we were just like, I wonder if it's real. Like if you can actually heat up the tires and do a run and it's stickier. Yeah. And it's either just like a placebo effect, but it definitely did seem like the car gripped up more when I roasted the tires.
Well, and they may not be simulating it either, like the temperature of the tire. They may just you know, the tires come to full grip after you've been driving the car for, say, a minute, or, you know, or something like that, or like after a reset, it's 30 seconds before your tires are at full grip. So maybe they're not simulating the temperature of the tires, but they do have something there in place to kind of, you know, give you that experience of what it would, you know, because this game is definitely not by any means a hardcore simulation. This is not like an iRacing type situation here. But they do try to mimic so many parts of real life physics here. Big door slam there. We have Nightmare and Boz here. Nightmare on the lead, takes the thump in the door, but that big old heavy R35 is able to take the hit and keep on ticking.
That did not budge at all.
It's like a brick wall, man. You can see here, he is driving away. What a lead line thrown down right here.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
And I would definitely venture to say that could be marked as an inactive chase there. After that door thump there, the gap was made and maintained, but we'll see what happens. Just like we said last time, you never know.
Yeah, because now I got woke. I have my TV actually playing the stream too, so I'm watching it live, and then I'm able to like see stuff on a bigger screen because it helps me visualize how far they are.
Yeah, well then you also, it's got a little bit of a delay to it as well, so you're able to see something live in Discord and then look over and be like, did I see what I think I saw? And then you get another shot at it.
As man, that 135 is on that door.
Yeah, he is, boy. He is grinding on that thing. Right across the back bumper on the transition there. Trying to stick with these guys. Look how close he's getting. Ooh, a little door thump there. Is that going to move them into the pole? Oh, like we said, you never know what's going to happen, because I bet you that right there, you've got an inactive chase and then contact from the chase driver.
Yeah.
We'll see what the judges look at on that one.
Exactly. It's a give and take when you're driving a car that heavy. I mean, the Mustang, the Eleganto, you know, the Camaro. Like, these are all big, massive cars, and you have to take that into effect whenever you're actually doing your chase, because what little left foot brake your lead driver might be doing in that little Beamer is going to be like tenfold with you running such a heavy car. So you definitely have to be more cautious. Well, I always drive light cars, except for my Beamer that I'm usually running now. It's a little heavier, but
that momentum,
I left foot brake that thing constantly.
That momentum will definitely carry, and it'll get away from you if you don't stay on top of it. Not saying that the car got away from Nightmare here, but just, you know, always keep that in mind when you're driving one of these big boys. They've got all the horsepower, and they've got the I mean, part of the weight in them too is that they're going to have less body roll. I mean, just physics in general. I mean, it's such a large vehicle. It's going to have that stiffness. I mean, obviously you've got the roll cage in there as well, but I mean, it's just got that natural stiffness to it just from its size, versus something like I'm always driving the 180SX, and that is a twisty boy right there, even in real life. So you definitely get some of that too. So there's so many people, like we just mentioned. With that last run, there's, you know, the game not necessarily being hardcore, true to life simulation, but they do try to parallel as many aspects of real life drifting as they can within this within a fun and accessible environment. That's one of the things I love about CarX is how
Oh yeah, I
you
mean,
can
it's
pick up and play, but you can also really deep dive into all of the suspension settings and everything like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is something that like a lot of people are saying it's getting closer and closer to a Seto style driving, because I've noticed now with the new update, when the 2.15 was out and you flung the car, it was the whole car that shifted. But now when you throw a car, it actually looks more like a Assetto Corsa. Your front tires stay locked, and the rear end is the only thing that like looks like it moves. If that makes sense. I know it's hard to explain, but I can see it in my head how watching like different Assetto Corsa drivers on YouTube and how it like their front looks like it doesn't move, but the rear end moves. Now CarX is starting to look like that. We're just getting closer and closer to physics on a level of Assetto. I just hope that at one point it doesn't. They don't change the steering, because driving with the steering assist on a controller off looks horrendous. It looks horrible.
They've definitely done a great job with, like I said, making the game accessible to those that are not looking for that hardcore simulation environment.
Exactly, but making it difficult enough to be competitive.
Exactly.
Because it's a hard give and take. Because like I haven't played Need for Speed in a long time, and I've watched people play it, and I'm like, this just doesn't look fun. Like the racing aspect's cool, but like the drifting side just doesn't look realistic or fun.
Yeah, and that is definitely not the case for. There's Narco. What you got, buddy?
He's going to be taking the dub on that one. The competitor double DQ'd on that.
All right. He did say Nightmare, right? Just making sure his.
So.
All right.
Yeah,
I was gonna say he cut out a little bit
for a second.
Well, I do see now live in our bracket. I do see Nightmare's name slide over to the next round. So Nightmare, Team S.O.G, is going to be moving on to the next round. But great runs here.
School of Drift.
Is that what that is?
Pretty positive. I'm pretty sure that's what S.O.D stands for. School of Drift. Which kind of gangster, you know what I mean?
I kind of like it.
We got a school about it. Yeah, we got a school. No, that's awesome.
Well, now we've got well, this is, it says Woofy here on the side of the car. We got another Wolfie here, and then Focused Fish. We got Fish over here, and another Viper. Bringing out the big boys here.
That looks like the Wolfie that we watched earlier. If I missed, because remember the kaiju, the two carbon.
Oh yeah, no, there was definitely that livery was definitely there, but I don't, because the other Wolfie was in our. They ran against Blue earlier.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is, and I think that's why they have Woofy on the side of the car, kind of as a funny that they both have the same name. But, and I mean, driving similar too. Look at this, man, absolutely
100%.
wheeling this machine here. Hitting outside two there, maybe a little late to the party on it, but that's part of the deal with these big, heavy momentum machines here. But look, matching each other's angle. Fish staying tight on the chase there. Great stuff from these guys.
Yeah, because I mean, I believe, no one quote me, but I believe that is the Rampage, the Viper, and that thing's just got such an incredible amount of torque that if you set it up right, even if you're not going at like the same horsepower that your opponent has, you can use that torque like you saw in that last outer zone. He kind of fell back a little bit and just, it didn't even sound like he stepped on throttle, and it just pushed right back up on the door.
Stepped right back up to it. Well, we're going to see what it does in the lead here if it's able to step away. A little bit late into the first outside zone, but they do get there and lock it down. Look at these two cars, just mirror images of each other throughout that first zone here. Transitioning over close as can be here. Making their way to the outside, super close. Maybe a tire drop there. The judges will have a look at that, as they got real close to that outside curb. And then making that final transition and almost clipping that sign. So close. These guys doing a great job filling out zones on that run. Maybe a slight tire drop, though, in outside
on
zone
the big
3.
screen, it definitely looked like it was a tire drop. I saw it on the curb. But, I mean, again, that could be just something that, I'm seeing. You know, I don't know. I'm not a judge.
Well,
I'm
we
just
do.
saying
I
what I
mean,
see.
that is what the judges. They're obviously, of course, looking at it in real time. They're watching in the server, but then they're going to be seeing the same replays we're seeing. So if you saw that tire up on the curb, they're going to be having. They have the same information, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I can't get over how cool the colorway that like Drift Pharaoh uses. Drift Pharaoh or Pharaohs? Oh, I'm not saying that wrong.
Let's go. No, you're right. Pharaohs. Yep.
Okay.
Insert door.
It's just that color wall, that color palette just looks so good.
Yeah. And just golden.
Yeah.
And then on the like
carbon
deep brown where it's like almost black, but then when you get up next to it, it's almost like the gold sheen is leaking over onto a black car to give it that kind of look to it.
Yeah.
I'm digging the gold there. But Focus Fish here.
But that carbon fiber work, that Kevlar carbon that they got on that Wolfie has right there, it's just so satisfying to look at.
The amount, like the difficulty that I feel like went into making this happen. And as you can tell, I can see it, which I don't have the livery extender mod. So that means everything you're seeing here comes in under 200 vinyl stickers in the game. So not only is it already impressive the way it looks, but it's twice as impressive when you know that they did it with that low number of vinyls available and still have all the details, the rubber marks from the tire. Look at the crack here that's been repaired. Got the zip tie repair going on. Sponsor graphics, the windows. I mean, like, it's truly impressive what they were able to pull off here in such a small number of vinyls available to them.
Exactly. I always love, like, that's the one thing I would love that a PC, for the fact that I can do a bunch of extra, like, work on a livery, but when it comes down to a console, if we're able to fit so much into so little of, like, space, it's always miraculous seeing it on console. Because
that's another detail of why we discussed that a little bit last stream as well. That's another detail as to why I don't have the that livery extender mod. It's I try to run as few mods as possible. Obviously I have some reshade going on, and you almost have to have Kino. I've said before, I wish that the game would just, not that I would ever want CarX to go out of business or anything like that, of course, but if somehow they did go under whatever the situation was, and they just said, hey, we'll just make the code public or whatever and just put the game code out there, and the Kino guys were able to actually like take over and develop on the game, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, they're unreal. They're doing stuff that honestly the game should have had in it from the start. Narco coming in
100%.
with a decision for us here.
Loading. Sorry, I had to.
There we go.
No, it's all right. Yeah, my stuff's real slow, and then I try to bounce out way too fast, so I do apologize about that.
No,
guys.
you are fine, man.
No, you're good.
But it looks like on that last run, we're going to get that dub to Wolfie. He had a better overall lead, and his runs were real smooth, filled in his own, so we're going to be moving on to the next, and I believe that might actually conclude round one.
Yep, the next one will be the end of.
Okay.
Or no, it looks like they have pushed somebody is not here. I think because that just got pushed as a buy run. Yep.
I think Kano had an emergency and had to leave.
Oh, unfortunate. Well, hopefully everything is okay with them. So this will be like I said, we have a wonky looking bracket this evening. This will be the end of round one, but really round one and round two are kind of like two half rounds that are getting put together here. So we have now filled out what I believe is our round of 632.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
The last guy was supposed to be battling, had an emergency, and he had to go, so the guy won.
Understood. So well, like we said, hopefully everything is okay on their side of things, and we are about to head into the round of 32 here. So I should be able, now that we have made it to this point, I should be able to bring that up live to you guys on your screen here. Oh, well, it's pulling up the whole web page here now, which is not what we wanted. So let's get that squared away here. We'll kick to the full screen. Well, maybe we didn't want to do that. Because now I can't bump it down to the next round. So let's see if we can clean this up here. Give it the old refresh. We're going to click right here. Look, y'all get to see the old inner workings of everything here. Come on, work with me. Work with me. There's a little lag-tastic over here. Why does it not want to let me do it here? All right, we'll try again. We're going to do this. Here we go. Top 32. Boom. There we go. Now we full screen her like this. There. Now you guys can see. Hey, sorry about that. It took me a second. Well, now you have the top 32. Yeah, you can't run an ad blocker inside of OBS. I wish you could, but we're just using the tools available to us here, using the browser view that is activated within OBS. Nifty little tool. We're able to pull these types of things up for you guys to see live on your screen. So we have got but that is funny. I wish I could do that. That would be very cool. But you can see the top 32 here, ready to rock and roll. And our first pairing is going to be THC Burner, who you saw earlier, facing off against Josie's World in a beautiful livery here that we will be definitely taking a look at here in a minute. But these drivers are fired up, ready to go. We do have another driver that's stuck in the server. There, they pop out of existence. That's exactly what we needed, and this run is green and underway. Josie going to be on the lead for this one, not quite filling out the outside zone at the beginning like they want to there, but are able to settle back into it on their way around the roundabout here. Burner, of course, staying hot on the trail, about a car length back, closing slightly, though, making their way along. But now Josie's starting to put the pedal down, move away. These guys are filling out the zones really well here. Oh, little extra angle slows Josie down just enough for Burner to be able to get back up to him there. Good runs here. Lots of back and forth action between these two drivers.
I definitely say, I've said it before, I believe, but when you're going into that initiation, you really kind of have to aim at the corner of that, building and fling your car to where it's your door looks like it's going to hit that corner of that building to get into that outside zone correctly.
See if we can't have our camera angle position. That's exactly what it looks like. What these guys are having to do is they dive in to this first outside zone here, and you can see Burner filling it nicely there. Josie not far back on the chase, though, staying in those skid marks there on the road, close on that transition there, and driving back up. And you can see similar there, Burner getting a little bit of extra angle, allowing Josie to close that door up there towards the end of that run. Great stuff there. A lot for the judges to look at, because it's going to be down to minor details between these two.
Yeah, because that last outer zone, or the second to last outer zone, it looked like they were in it. It looked like, I'm horrible with names, but it looked like he was in it, but it kind of looked like they were a little shallow.
Yeah.
Just from my standpoint and watching it, it just looked like they were a little out of the zone and kind of just slid into it slowly.
Yeah, towards the end of it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's definitely runs like this come down to those little teeny tiny details for the judges.
That is dope looking. I love that.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this the white to pink to blue fade here. This is sick looking.
Yeah. My thing is, how did they do the BC racing so well? Or am I tripping and that's just, I don't know. I can't see if they're on PC or not. So, I don't know if that's something that they downloaded or whatnot.
They may have been able to download this, but that was definitely done in game. You can see if you get really close. I don't want to talk about the flaws or anything like that, but if you get really close to the B, you can see where they had to take different pieces of vinyls and create what that looks like there. But of course, as soon as you get about this far away, it looks spot on. That is great work there with working with the tools they are given. But you can definitely see that was done by hand there, and that's not going to mirror. So that means that was done on both sides of the vehicle by hand.
Talk about hours and hours in the livery
And not only
department.
that, Rocket Bunny right on the hood there.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't even notice that. That nitro's kind of dope too.
Yeah, being able to fade across. Yeah, that's actually really difficult. Good grief, man. The details that went into this car right here. But I mean, just looking at it from like an angle right here. Because of course we're all zoomed in close, and we know that the cars have, for us to be able to share these liveries and do all this work and everything like that, they're not going to be super ultra 4K resolution, liveries when they come out at the end of the day. So when, of course we're all zoomed in looking like this to, somebody not familiar with the game, I'd be like, well, they didn't color in the lines or whatever. No, it is so difficult to do all of this within the limits that we have within the game engine. I mean, look at that car. That is unbelievable. The little details going into that. And then, of course, look, we just talked about the Pharaoh's cars. I mean, come on. Look at these two rides right here. And all these S.O.G liveries you see as well. I mean, these guys work hard on their team liveries, and you can see what these rides look like. So just look at all of these cars in this game. It's so... I never get tired of it.
No, not at all.
It's kind of a pastime for us as streamers, I guess, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything like that, but I'm kind of one of the regulars when it comes to CarX streaming on Twitch now. And the number of people that'll come through the stream, and hang out, and they're always cool sliding around with us, but they always say, hey, man, you rate my livery. What's your rating for my livery? And I always tell them the same thing every time. I can't do it. I can't sit here and tell you 5 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Every single livery that comes by me is a 10 out of 10, because if you put in that effort and that's what you want that car to look like, if you're proud of what you have brought and you want to show other people, to me it's a 10. I don't know why anybody could sit here and pick apart somebody else's creativity. It is mind-blowing to me the stuff that people are able to put together with these rides. And they always say rate my car, and I'm like, I'm sorry, man, I'll tell you everything I love about it, but I ain't gonna be able to put no numbers on that bad boy.
Yeah, even when I was streaming, I hated it when people asked me to rate their car, because my idea of what a car should look like was different from everybody else.
Absolutely, completely different.
You're gonna like,
Yep, it's a totally different thing, and we all have different thoughts. And some people, I mean, there's different trains of thought with drifting in general as well. I mean, some people just have that, they like that classic, the late 90s, early 2000s Japanese style drift car designs. And then of course you've got the people that like the splashy, Hoonigan style designs. And you've got the team cars like this that have the really clean but memorable, an S.O.G car when you see an S.O.G car, a Pharaoh car when you see a Pharaoh car. Team Twisted has ridiculous team liveries. Their cars look incredible. So there's different trains of thought, and then you have the guys that want to go clean. They want that light baby blue with the black carbon, and that's it. And it's just the body kit and the clean lines of the cars, and it's beautiful. I mean, and you can't. How do you compare? When people say apples to oranges, literally that's apples to. How do you compare all that? They're totally different styles.
No, it's really hard to compare. Sorry, I was having to run, and we have 5 cats here, and 2 of them are babies.
Oh,
they're kittens, and then we have the full-grown Maine Coon, and then we have the 2 other cats that are adults. They're about 2 years old.
Nice.
And they don't get along with the older one.
Oh.
And so we've been having some fights every once in a while, and I have to chase them down. So you gotta make sure 50-pound man running around the house with a squirt bottle.
Gotta make sure nobody gets hurt with their little the little fights, the little battles there. Those claws will get sharp. Narco is here. What have you got for us, my friend?
All right, we're going to be doing an OMT on that one.
Woo, yes, sir.
See some more heaters.
Oh, yeah. Well, just like we've been saying, our 2 drivers, it's going to be Blue and Tragic that are lined up. You see them backing away, and we appreciate everybody helping out doing their part to keep this event running smoothly. And once again, I've got to thank everybody for sticking around with us after some technical difficulties earlier. Like I said, we checked out everything here on our end, and everything seemed to be good, but we reset everything. I restarted my computer. I have my separate streaming computer. I restarted that. I went and restarted the router. I damn near thought about turning the breaker box off and just I was gonna restart my house for you guys, man. But we restart. I was gonna go out and fire my car up. I was gonna get it all reset for you guys. But we reset everything on our end and hopefully was able to get it done quickly. Didn't want to leave you guys hanging. And speaking of hanging, look at Josie hanging this thing out on the outside here. A little shallow on the end of the zone, but made up for it at the beginning. Good grief. As they transition over that first outside, maybe a little late getting in there, but they're carrying so much speed. As they transition over, that definitely, this is a quick run here. A little shallow on that outside there, outside 5, but filling out outside 6, both drivers. And Burner, as I mean, every S.O.G event that I have been a part of, man, Burner is a chase driver 100%. Not taking anything away from their leads, but when you watch a Burner chase run, he's going to match that angle and he's going to be on that door. And if he makes a mistake or the lead driver makes a mistake, he's going to gather it up and he will be back on that door by the time you hit the finish line. And that is harder to do. Easier said than done, I guess is the phrase I'm looking for.
Exactly. I mean, these guys are throwing heaters too. So it's like
all night. The level of competition
compared to it's what they're seeing, what those drivers are seeing compared to what we're seeing on stream. It's a totally different aspect. If you haven't competed before, and if you have, you know this. What speeds did they see? Because you're doing like if you got your car set up, you're doing roughly in a transfer you can gain about 30 miles an hour. So like you'll do like 40 or something around the corner, around the big first outside. Once you get to those straights, you're hitting 70 and 80.
Yeah, you're picking it up.
These guys are moving.
You know, I'm telling you, I was speaking of chase drivers there, Josie on the chase. I mean, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correct. No, you're absolutely good, man. Hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, but those transitions, wicked close. But that last one was unbelievable to watch there.
Oh yeah.
The amount of angle coming out of both of these drivers as well. But no, you are absolutely right. The flying on this angle, and there's a lot of different details. Look, there I go. That was my first one of the night. I have driven into a historic building here in St. Petersburg, scratched up the marble. But a lot of our viewers will notice the difference immediately between my drone camera setup and Curdy's drone camera setup. We have pretty much all of our settings are almost the exact same except for one minor detail, and that is the field of view setting. And we just, not that there, I mean, I could set mine the same as his, he could set his the same as mine. It's just kind of a personal preference thing as to how we do it. But even just that on our drone camera changes the perception of the way that the cars drive to the end viewer, as far as like the speed and angle that they carry, and what the cars look like. Is here I am driving up in the building again. What the cars look like as you get closer or farther away from them, because that field of view, it can, depending on what you have it set to, can almost add that like fisheye type of effect, which is a great way to represent relative speed, but not necessarily the best way to do relative distance. So like I feel like with my view here, even though it's you're looking at a flat TV screen or your phone screen or whatever it may be, you can kind of judge the distance between the front of these two cars. They're about 3 feet apart maybe, and as you come over here this way, you can see they're about a yard apart, 3 feet, 3.5 feet, maybe something like that. So with a wider field of view, when you get back at this distance, it makes it more difficult to see or to be able to judge that distance. But on the flip side, in motion, it's kind of like when you see a train coming directly at you. Because of the size and you're pointed right at it, it's really hard to tell how fast it's going. But if you have that FOV change, you're able to judge the speed of that vehicle against its background a lot better. So when you watch Curdy's drone cam work, you can really see the relative speed of how fast these cars are traveling. But maybe the tracking the chase cars, like how close they're driving and how close they're getting to these outside zones and everything like that, may be a little different from what you see on my end of things. So we're kind of able to provide different perspectives on that. And maybe one day we'll be able to set the stream up in such a way that we can have both of our views. Maybe not going at the same time, but maybe have, you know, he could run the live shot of what's happening, and then I would be chasing as well, and then they'd be able to kick over to me as almost like a secondary view. Maybe we could do something like that in the future. And then we could really utilize those differences in the field of view to our advantage, because my shots, I'd be able to follow a lot lower. I'd be able to chase the cars on an angle like this, and then Curdy would be able to be up here, and then we'd cover all of our bases at that point. So maybe that's something we could talk about one day.
That, or even just having like a rough like speed, like speedometer. Maybe not, obviously not like following what exactly they're doing, but like just kind of showing like in the corner, like, or just a miles per hour, just to give viewers like a rough idea how fast these cars are moving. I
do wish there was a, like, API access to this game. That's one of the things from me being able to participate in those Counter-Strike events. Well, I'll finish that idea here in just a moment. Narco is here to tell us who is going to come away with the win on this pairing. I want to get a sound effect of the Jeopardy theme so badly. Narco, you're the man. What have you got for us?
THC's going to be taking the dub on that one. There was a drop tire in the initiation. If that tire wouldn't have been dropped, it would have been probably a different call. So, good run.
Down to that one tire drop, THC. Our man Burner's going to be moving on into the final 16 of our side. Of course, we are going to be going down on this stream. We'll be going down to a final 8, and then we will merge our final 8 with the A stream's final 8, and that is who we will create a final 16 of this entire event to come down to a final champion. But we are breaking our way down to 8. THC Burner making their way into our group of 16. Great runs for both of these drivers, though.
We're getting there pretty quick, too. Even with that little blip we had, we're still moving.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely, like I said, there were some discussions made for the procedure of running the event and where time could be saved and things like that. And I think we all came together to come up with a really good solution as to when the next 2 drivers should come in the server, and I think it's working out well for us here. So we have a little collision here. That's Blue on the lead with Tragic on the chase, but Blue running that big old machine there doesn't seem to have affected his line at all, as he is filling out that outside zone 1 all the way around the roundabout. Maybe a little shallow on outside 2 there. Let's see if they make it a little deeper. Almost, maybe even missing outside 3. A little touch on the bumper there. Like I said, didn't seem to affect anything. Filling out 5 and a little more contact. Filling out 6 though. Taking out that sign. Very nice. A lot to look at for the judges there. Absolutely.
Yeah, the judges are going to pick that one apart. Not in a bad way. They're just going to have to like really.
There's just a lot to look at. Little minor things here from the chase, little minor things from the lead. You know, kind of like football. You know, penalties offset. What is it going to be? What cancels what out to come to a final decision? But we have a whole nother run here of information for those judges to dig through as these guys take off here. Tragic ripping it in. Sending it a little shallow on entry into that first outside zone, but sliding back in, settling into position, staying right on the curb. You can see how close to that curb all the way around. Of course, Blue always super close on these transitions. You can see him pushing back up, driving up to the door. Ooh, and definitely no contact made there from the chase driver, so that is going to be an unfortunate one. I hate to use their name in a pun, but they did their name is Tragic. And it is a bit of a tragedy there. That is unfortunate. See, don't name yourself that. Come on, don't make me do that to you. But hey, much love to Tragic here. They great runs both times, but that, like we said earlier, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. It's like I said, you're in the moment. You're really focused on what you're doing, and it can be something you don't even realize that you did. Because like I don't know how many times running, I'll be thinking like, because I go down to like a gear. Like if I'm on a tight track, I'm like, okay, around this corner, I need to be in this gear. Sometimes I'll downshift and it won't work.
Yeah.
And that throws you completely off. Like, I definitely look at drifting like Frederick Osbo. He's a robot when he drifts. He does everything the same, exact same every single run. And I try my best to do that down to just the gear shift, just to know what gear I need to be in, because that's just how I've always driven. And sometimes it can throw you for a real loop if you're like, I was supposed to be in third, but had to finish in fourth.
All right, what do we got
Blue's
here?
going to be taking it home today. Blue's going to be our winner.
There it is. Blue moving on, as we all could have suspected there. As I said, unfortunate there for Tragic, but great runs early on. Good stuff from both of these
Hey man,
drivers.
those light poles are dangerous.
I'm telling you, they sneak up on you.
They come out of nowhere, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, who put that pole there?
They're hiding, man. They hide. All right, it's going to be, we saw Kay earlier, and we got Maple here, so this is going to be, well, Kay is lined up in the lead position. I don't believe they're in the proper spot here. KJ, which is, I believe that's Jose here, sitting on the side of the door. You see it there, but that's KJ. KJ is lined up in the lead position. They are not supposed to be. Where is the lead car here? We're waiting for them to join in.
I saw a Mustang rolling through the back. I don't know if he was like parked back there or if it like
here we go.
Crashed, because that's.
I don't think they knew it was there go yet. So they are. The communication has been made. Are we gonna flip lead and chase here? I mean, it really doesn't matter, I guess. Looks like these guys are ready to go. Well, that's going to be Maple in the chase position, not the lead position this time around. Like we said, it doesn't matter which way you go as long as we each get a run in. So we're I think they may have just realized the situation. Yeah, so they are switching up positions here. We do want to go by the bracket as close as we can here, in fairness for everybody. So glad they switched it up here. Maple on the lead. KJ go be on the chase, and they are away. Launching into the first turn here. Great launch into the first turn. Oh, it's going to be close on that tire drop there on the curb. Maple doing an awesome job. Maybe another one there on the, we're there, little, all over the road here. Well, I mean, really maximizing the road, all to the inside, to the outside. Great job of the chase driver here, maintaining proximity and angle, matching the angle beautifully throughout that run. KJ on a great chase there. Maple with a wild lead run. I mean, like I said, there's little things for the judges to look at, but boy, was that a lead run to watch.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I definitely like watching the stream on TV. It did look at first on my iPad like it was just like he just rubbed like the wall.
Yeah,
but then
it did go over them.
So it did look like it went over. Yeah, it was very hard to see. It did look like
very close. Of course, the judges will be looking in detail, but it looks like it could be a tire drop for the lead going through outside one here. And you see, but oh man, look at literally on the door. And then right across the back bumper here on the transition. A little straighten up there for the lead driver. Able to get back on angle quickly, though. Oh, and a little thump there on the chase. Oh, that's going to be a tough one there, because there was definitely a little thump there from Maple onto the rear bumper.
Yeah.
Of Jose here before they hit that white pole. So there's definitely a lot of detail for the judges to look at here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like just seeing how like that Mustang performed. Like it catches up pretty quick, and that's tough to do with that car. So like props. Like it's really hard to get a Mustang back like that.
Maple had some great runs last week. This is an awesome looking ride. Had some great runs last week. Fun to watch. royal purple machine here looking pretty cool also.
Yeah, I love seeing replicas. Like, I don't know why. It's one of those, like, classy things for me. I love seeing the replicas because when you get in a replica, you just want to drive like they do.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
even when I would make, like a Chelsea Denova or a James Dean replica, it was just like, well, I'm repping it. I got a full sign like they do. And
yeah, you don't want to disrespect the car.
Showed out.
Yeah,
exactly. You know, those runs were really good. It is very unfortunate that little
I mean, the slightest tap.
The slightest tap caused that car to go into that light pole. Because them light poles are not friendly.
Oh, and that's another little detail about the CarX world versus real life. Whereas obviously a lot of you that may watch FD or D1 or anything like that, obviously you run. They're not regular cars. It's not what you have sitting in your driveway right now. Where it is, you could go out to your car right now, and I mean, obviously don't do this and scratch your paint, but you could kick your back bumper, and it's solid. Because it's got that, obviously it's the back bumper of a car, but I mean, most places mandate it has that foam inside of the body panel and everything like that. I mean, it's pretty solid. In a race car, you don't have all that. So you're literally damn near zip tying a rubber bumper to the back of the car. They've got squish to them. And the front bumper is in a similar position. So you've got some give in that situation. Any of you that are familiar with like late model stock car racing, if you're around some East Coast short tracks, the same thing. There's a lot of give in the body panels on those race cars for that reason, is these guys will get up on each other, put the bumper to the other driver, and it doesn't necessarily, they can feel it, but it's not hard contact. The frame isn't contacting. But within a game engine, that's really hard to. I mean, unless you get into something like Beam NG, when you talk about a game like that, until you're in that realm of physics simulation, it's just not in the cards. It's just not possible. So your car is going to be a rolling block of concrete. So whereas that little contact we saw for Maple, it's, I mean, beyond perfectly acceptable in drifting, whereas that would just have smoothed right on along. But within the world of CarX, you saw what happened. That's just kind of what we have to contend with. Yeah. We have to contend with that as a difference between drifting and real world racing.
Yeah, because like it would be different if it was like a different engine that they use. Like if they could get people from like Forza to help out, not only would the graphics be way better, but there would be damage on cars, and the hitboxes would be so much smaller, and you'd have more time to react to things, and it wouldn't be as drastic of a bumper touch, if that makes sense.
I would like to see some minor damage modeling in this game. Nothing in the realm of like Wreckfest or Grand Theft Auto or anything like that, but kind of like you said about Forza, how you do have like minor damage that's visible on the car, and then just with the press of a button you can reset it. But I do believe that would be a great addition to this game, especially when somebody kind of caves somebody's door in just a little bit, to be able to see that. There's Narco.
Tight, right? They definitely need to add something like that in the game. That'd be really
that
cool.
would be so awesome.
As well as some new tracks. But anyway, we're going to be doing one more time and bringing them back.
You are right about that. Yes, sir. One more time. We're going to rock that again. That's everybody that plays CarX, man. That's all we want. That's all we want.
Oh, yeah.
Some new maps. The VR thing, man, like we talked about it last week too. The VR thing, that's cool. That's so cool. Appreciate it. But nobody asked for that, bro. Nobody, not one person asked for that. We're glad y'all did it, but that's not what we want.
Exactly. Sorry, had to. You probably could hear all of that.
You're still on cat duty?
Oh no, this was a husky Malamute. He had to go OUT, so. It's cold outside.
Did you say a husky?
Yeah. We have a husky Malamute mix.
Oh, I have a Siberian husky. He is my big man. My Miss Charlie, my the lady. She is She says I love the dog more than I love her. She may be right. No, I love them both very much, but yes, I love my husky very much. A Malamute husky mix would be that is a beautiful animal. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, he's all white with blue eyes. He's got some red in him, like very faint from his mom.
Okay.
But yeah,
very cool.
He's pretty dog.
I've got very oh yeah, see mine is only talkative when when new people come around. Or I say new people, when people come to visit, he gets a little woo woo woo. But it's when he wants to eat. He doesn't do it during the day. You can ask him to it, you can get all in his face and he'll get all excited, but he won't make that noise. But boy, when it's like he can tell time. I genuinely think he can read the clock. Because, I mean, it's spot on. It's like he's like an alarm clock. It's like, oh, lunchtime, roo, 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 roo. I'm like, are you? And then he doesn't even eat it. He's yelling so that I feed his brother. Because we have a German Shepherd as well. And, he's yelling so that Teddy can eat. And then he'll just stand there and look. Because he wants to pick at it. He wants to walk by his food bowl and just get some whenever he wants.
Yeah, of course.
And we're lucky that the German Shepherd is there because they're so smart. He knows that that's not his food bowl, so it's so hard to train a dog to not eat food when it's just laying there in front of you. But he's really good about knowing that's not his food bowl. But I mean, I give it like an hour or two grace period because I've walked in there and I've seen the German Shepherd eating out of the other food bowl, and he was caught. He was busted. But I said, hey man, that food's been laying there for 3 hours. I ain't mad that you're eating it. If your brother wanted to eat his food, he better eat his food. And then here he comes, woo, 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 woo. No, you don't get to complain. You left it laying there.
Exactly.
You have a husky. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you got a husky Malamute mix and 5 cats. Good grief. That's awesome.
No, we have it's a minor zoo.
I was gonna say, give me the rundown when you come back.
Yeah, no, my girl wants some popcorn. So
Understood.
I'm trying to be
do
as
your
quiet
thing
as possible about it.
Yeah, well, we are the cone car has disconnected here, so we are looking at these beautiful machines as we wait on the cone car to join back in with us here.
All right, well, viewers, bear with me. I'm not by my desk, so you might hear a little crinkling.
Oh, you are all good. Well, I'll do my best to give you the lowdown on what's happening because we have a different. Who's pulling up in the cone car here? Oh, Narco is pulling up as the cone car. Yeah, so Lazy had something go on, or his game crashed, or something like that, or maybe they're changing positions for a little while. Maybe Lazy's getting some popcorn as well. But here we go. These guys are fired up. They give the lights. I believe they are getting the signal. They are ready to go here in just a second. So we got Maple and KJ coming at you on their one more time run. K a little late off the line there. Very, very late off the line there. We'll see. Oh, he's just going to dive it in early. He said, well, I missed the start. Let me get back to it here. You got to give him props for that. And boy, did he catch back up. Back to within about 3 to 4 car lengths now of Maple here. And now he's sending it through that corner as well. Maple doing a good job of hitting these outside zones. And, of course, Kate not worried about it, sending that angle in there almost 90 degrees sideways, able to make that transition without contact. Good grief from the start that they had to be able to come back to literally touching the door, crossing the finish line. That was unbelievable. And that was, I didn't mean to talk about the chase the entire time there because I was watching his comeback, but boy, that lead line was like, believe me, I had one eye on the lead, one eye on the chase, and we were talking about the chase, but that lead line, I mean, you might as well just paint a picture of it. That was about the perfect lead line as you can have on this course here.
Exactly. Yeah, and I caught like the middle end of that because I ran back.
Just so smooth all the way across. And now, of course, having to make up the difference on the lead here. Maple doing a great job in the chase position, holding on. But Kay in that lead position, holding all the angle, filling out these zones throughout the entire rest of the course in a quick transition. Oh, A little tap on that pole, sending Maple's car around before the finish line. Well, if you want to talk about a possible call of an inactive chase on the first run, you've got that DQ type contact with the pole on the second run. So these drivers
that was very unfortunate.
already utilized that was after a one more time. So, that's going to be a tough call, especially after, that lead from Maple was, might have even caught Jose here sleeping on the start line. I'm not sure what, I don't know if he was in the wrong gear. I don't know what happened, but it was heroic for him to come back on that chase to be able to get to the door by the finish line. But if you don't even look at the chase car, that was about the most perfect lead run we have seen all night from Maple. That was legit. Jose popping in. This is one great thing I love about virtual competitive events of any game is Jose pops into the chat over here, says he was in the wrong gear on the start. That is one of the most unique things about esports in general, is having that direct input from the participants themselves live on the spot. Jose, I appreciate you for the update, buddy, and unfortunate that you were in the wrong gear there, but may have caught a lucky break on the end of your lead run there with the chase car striking the pole a little bit. So we'll see what the judges come back with, but man, was that a heroic drive that you had all the way back up. Unreal, man.
And sometimes it's like that. He was pushing hard. That's what you gotta do. You gotta push hard. You can't, when you're in chase and you're doing the lead, you can't be like laying off. You have to be on it.
Oh yeah.
Even if that means just like left foot braking, because in chase you're allowed to do that. You can do whatever you can to keep at a certain distance.
Yep.
So when you're gassing it hard, your car is gonna want to dive, and so you got to left foot brake to control the car. And with such a big car like that, especially chasing a car that's a little shorter and trying to be on the door instead of being technically in front of him, you have to extend that. And when he did, that was what caused him to hit that light pole.
Definitely. Yeah, that's when you're dealing with the difference in wheelbase like that, you have to drive up, like you said, drive up to be door to door, but then you have to anticipate those transitions because you have to get back behind and around them and then drive back up to the door on the other side. It is not an easy task by any means. You definitely are in an advantageous position as a chase driver when both cars are similar wheelbase. But if you put these cars, if we put the camera like this here, you can see, the car on the left has got about a foot longer between the front and rear wheels as the BMW on the right. Maybe not a foot, but it's a good bit. It's definitely, it's noticeable. It's visually noticeable when you put them right here.
Oh yeah, definitely big enough to make that difference. That rear bumper on that, the way that the tire is set, the rear tire, and the way that the coupe is set up on that Mustang is just stretched a little bit.
Yes.
Which not only can make it more difficult to get the traction put down because you don't have that much weight back there, but just the sheer length of the car. Because that thing is almost, if not longer than the R35, the same size as the R35, but I'm pretty sure it's longer.
Yeah.
You're driving a coupe chaser almost. The chasers are just about as long, the Mustangs are just about as long as a chaser.
Definitely.
At least if I'm remembering right. I could be very wrong, so don't at me. I'm just speaking my mind here.
We just talk about it as we look at it. That's all there is to it. The judges taking their full 5 minutes on this one. Lots to look at. And like I said, it's possible to equal disqualifying moments, with Jose says here he was in neutral. And that's why he didn't get off the start. So, we'll see what the response is here from the judges.
What you got for us, Narco?
Hey, it looks like Maple's going to be taking the dub on that one. They're going to be, they judge that off the leads because both drivers actually DQ'd in their chase. So Maple's going to hit that home.
All right, well, exactly as we suspected, what we just talked about, they are going to say that the penalty's offset. and they are going to judge it off the lead runs. And like we talked about, I mean, Maple, absolutely. That lead, I wish I could go back and watch the replay. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the stream after just to watch that lead run again. It was by far, so far tonight, we've got a lot of drifting left to bring you, but that was the lead run of the night so far. Unreal right there, and tough break. It's an odd situation, and you know, in real life, maybe it would be a second one more time or whatever it would be. But we've got 100 cars to get through tonight, so sometimes the judges just kind of have to say, I'd love to see them go again, but we've got to make a call. Great work there from Jose. Like I said, coming back from that start to be able to get back to the door, it's one of my highlights of the night right there. That was fun to call.
Oh yeah, that was a good run. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. That was definitely some of the best leading that we've seen so far, without a doubt.
All right, well, we got Sleepy and Slides right here. Slide's gonna be on the chase with Sleepy right here. Check this ride out. Oh, and a wild Shrek has appeared. I was gonna say somebody jumped the gun. I think the cone car might have just been letting them know, hey, you guys are going to be the ones joining in next. And they said, join in next? I'll join in right now. But they immediately were like, uh-oh, and hopped right back out. So, Shrek, we appreciate you for that. Sleepy and Slides are ready to rock it out right here. I'm glad these guys are up on the ball, though, ready to go. Like I said, that's a major help to everybody running these events, that these drivers are paying attention and they are locked and loaded, ready to go this evening.
Oh, yeah, because that not only does it make it more fun, but it keeps it moving, it keeps it entertaining for the people watching.
Yep.
And it kind of shows initiative to want to run it like a real Formula Drift event.
Yep, and that is what we are all about here tonight. And like I said, my events that I've put on myself are very more entertainment oriented, much more fast paced, a lot less. It's more of a freestyle type situation, but we are able to bring you runs back to back to back to back quickly. And when you're in we're trying to emulate the real world competitive drifting situation for anybody, because none of us can afford to, well, maybe some of us can, but we're here because we can't spend millions of dollars on a racing program to join FD and be a part of that. So we want to be able to bring the reality of competitive drifting right into everyone's living room. And it is tough to do that on a quick timetable, so we are doing everything we can to maximize the amount of action you guys see on your screen. And we don't want to keep these guys up all night either. And speaking of maximizing, these guys right here are maximizing these zones all around the course here. The proximity is close, having to back it down to avoid that light pole there, and then getting a piece of that. The light poles will not let you go. That first light pole tried to grab him, and he was able to juke out of the way. His friend, Mr. Light Pole number 2 over here, not a fan, and reached out and grabbed the hold of the rear of Slide's machine there.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, I want to say that was the same light pole that he was having issues with.
That last one will come grab you. We'll see on the lead run here if he's able to avoid the clutches of the Russian light poles. I've just pictured them just being like, they're hollow and they're full of vodka, and they're just angry light poles.
Very angry.
All right, well, diving into the first outside zone here. That looked like it could have been a double tire drop there, but possibly for both drivers. Judge's going to have to take a look at that. Like you said, it's not the biggest deal for the chase car, but the chase car was a double tire drop to the outside before the lead car even did it. We'll have to see what's going on there. But matching the angle the rest of the way through here, flowing really well are both of the. But that pole, that last turn,
that pole got him.
That is Slide's kryptonite. Is this pole? I mean, I don't know if he owes this pole money. The pole is out to get him right here.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. Like, that's a hard break, and I've been there. Like 100%. I think every driver has been in a situation where it doesn't matter. Like, there's just that one section on the track that you never get good at. They're not good at, but like
it's got a
you
hold
never
of you. You
hit it
can't,
just
yeah,
right.
you can't get what you want out of it. It's always
Like it's one
something
of
in
those
that.
corners you're thinking about it when you start the run, and you and it's one of those things. Like me personally, I will overthink that one corner, and it would cause me problems.
Yep.
Because I'm overthinking it. But I would like to touch back onto us as individuals being able to do Formula Drift. I did watch a video of Rad Dan and Chelsea DeNova talking about that. And for a low-level drift car to be an FD, it's about anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 for running costs just to be able to travel and move it. And I'm pretty sure DeNova said his Mustang alone is almost $900,000 just to keep it running.
Good
and they were
grief.
talking about how if they would stop running such high horsepower cars, because they get more tire sponsors, because if they're running like 600 and 700 horsepower, they wouldn't burn through the tires as much.
Yeah.
He's like, these tires literally last us like the 2 runs we do, and we have to switch out.
Yep. They
He's
shred
like, all
them.
4 tires. He's like, if we had it where it was like 700 horsepower, we could run like this, I think they said 255s and just run it. He's like, the runs would be more fun.
And they'd be able to get 2 or 3
have
pairings
more.
out of one set of tires.
Exactly. Oop. Mr. Narco.
My man is here. What have you got for us? There it is.
Were you singing that too?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was doing the same thing, waiting for my phone to load. That was funny. I was like, wait a minute, is that me?
You were hearing yourself back. That was perfect.
Yeah. All right, Sleepy's gonna be taking the dub on that. Unfortunately, Slides DQ'd.
Yep, grabbing that pole. Well, I guess the pole grabbed him. But you do a little pole dance in there. But all right, well, there you have it. Sleepy grabbing the win here. Got the crown on the window there. We'll see if he's got a crown on his head by the end of this evening. We will find out as we move on to our next pairing here. I like how these guys are going on. This is something we should have talked about before the event, but this is a great idea. These guys are staging up in this position over here before they get the call from the judges that they are up. And then they make their move to the line. That is what I believe we should follow these guys' example. That is what we should be doing for the rest of the event here. So we should have a staging area just like that. I like that, man. That's good stuff right there.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that Yokai?
Team Yokai right here. This is going to be Stance Boy.
Okay.
Stance Boy plays SBP. I believe so. And then, of course, repping TRK over here.
Yes.
Is going to be Shrek in that deal. We're going to look at this car here in a minute. Shrek has always got ridiculously awesome looking cars. Little thump there on the initiation, but look at the angle coming out of these guys right up on that curb, maximizing this first outside zone here all the way around the roundabout. Oh, little tap on the bumper there. Oh, you even see the light flash. Yep, that is that's them saying, hey, sorry for that, my bad. And you see a tire drop there afterwards from the lead car. But, oh, and more contact here. They do manage to avoid the pole. Can they avoid the last pole? Just a tap on it there. They do manage to avoid that last pole. Tap from the chase car driver, though, sending the lead car off course. The judges will definitely see that. And not that we're in court or anything by any means, but that light flash is definitely an admission of guilt. It was a, hey, my bad. All right, well, these guys fire up again. We're going to have Shrek on the lead, Stance Boy on the chase here. Cooking those tires from the line all the way out. An aggressive launch in to the first corner here. A touch of a tire drop there, maybe up on the curb, but using up every bit of this roundabout here on the outside. Quick transition back over. Little late onto outside 2 there. Outside 3 looking good, though. Getting a little gap to the chase car here, and you can see he slings it in there to try to make up the difference, but he makes a little contact. Does a great job managing. I don't know if that affected the line of Shrek, before he was able to make contact with that, this pole is out with a vengeance these last like 5 runs.
Yeah.
But the judges have got a lot to look at between those 2 runs. Little minor adjustments here and there, little minor contacts here and there that they're going to have to look at.
I have noticed in a couple of the runs, you can kind of tell whether the drivers are going to slide off, depending on how much angle they have. Because when you're looking down at that straight, you're looking at that corner, you're like, oh, I don't have to get that much angle. But the fact of the matter is you really have to throw it, because it's not a perfect circle. Like, it looks like a perfect circle, but it's kind of boxy. So it's like in that first, where that first section is, it's kind of boxy. So it doesn't, you have to be in such angle or it'll catch you. Like, it's always at that one spot after the red brick towards the end where it kind of, the curb goes off.
Yep.
And it would go to that straight off the track. That right there is kind of boxy, so it'll catch you.
Yep.
Like right at that checkered flag stuff, I noticed that's where a lot of people are starting their, like, to slide off at.
Because, like, right here, you'll see as they come in off of the start line here, and the initiation, of course, being here. Hopefully everybody can see my mouse on screen here. But coming from this area, they're initiating here. Well, if you make that straight line all the way across, it doesn't line up with the outside of the roundabout. You'll see it actually comes over here. So you make that initiation from this point on this angle. Well, that drives you this direction. So it's not like you're making a radius. If you were to start your radius here and rotate you, that would bring you in like here. So it's an odd entry in there. You've got to get the car to settle into the angle that you want going around this roundabout without getting up on the curb. You have to manage the differences in between the curbs here around the outside. And then just like you said, when you get to this point, the perfect circle stops. Because right here it starts to come inwards, and you can almost see, looking at it overhead, how this actually cuts in on this lane a little bit, and they actually break it into 2 lanes here. I'm not sure what kind of traffic pattern. You can't even hardly fit a bicycle right there. I don't know what's going on, but it tightens up on you right here, and these guys have got to start making that transition to be able to swing over and hit this outside zone here. Well, from this camera angle, you can see how they've got to come from here, and they've got to kick back at this point. But with that sticking out, it's not just a smooth bump over. They have to come out this way and arc around, and it definitely adds to that level of difficulty there for certain. But let's see, before the judges...
everyone watching, these roads aren't flat either. This is not this is street. This is like riding on a street. So there are bumps. And they do catch, and you do feel them. You will see the car is, like, obviously not like above, but sometimes you can catch it if it's like a super soft setup. You can see where there are bumps in the road. Like anytime you see those, like, those manholes, you feel those manholes when you roll over them.
Oh, they are a part of the map. They are not just drawn on the texture of the road. There is a physical model there. There is a circle on the map. Like that is an element of the mapping there. These are some awesome looking race cars here. I'd never get tired of these TRK machines right here. This is beautiful.
No.
The like space nebula effect going on is so cool. And I love how they've got like the one shade of blue as the like space effect, but then they've got like that bright blue, that petty blue on top there as the like you would think that they wouldn't go well together, but somehow it's absolutely perfect.
And it works. And I noticed some of them have like a water effect too, like some of the TRK cars have like a watery effect.
Yes.
Where it looks like it's water, and I think that's super dope too.
Yeah. I dig both styles of the setup. And of course got this smooth classic fade to blue here, with the white and red accents looking good.
I do love the Falcon, like showing Falcon love right there, though.
Oh, it never gets old. It never gets old. No. It is just a classic, beautiful race car design. You don't get tired of it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, sometimes I'll like take these like pro cars, and I'll like do my own twist. So like I've got the actual Falcon livery, that goes on my Beamer that would be usually in the lobby, but my game crashes too much for me to want to be in there. But I have it in like the black, red, and gray that is on like OG's car right there.
Nice.
So like the back end is black. It's got a red fade coming from behind the actual lines. And the front end is a gray that's on the back. So like I always try to like do something different and just like make it unique.
I bet that's
because I don't want to copy too much off of what the pros are running, because I'm not wanting to run those cars, because technically it's the wrong BMW.
Well, I mean,
you know,
we're working with what we got here.
Exactly. Like the UDM3, I'm pretty sure is what James Dean drives. Technically, whatever Beamer that is, because I'm not even going to try to guess, because I'm horrible with Beamer. Because it's not my main car. I know the S15 and the S chassis basically are my favorite cars. But you got to branch out sometime.
Yep.
Well, almost 12,000 miles on a car. It's like, okay, should we retire the S15 or not?
I mean, hey, if it's working, it's working. You can't go wrong.
This is true. There.
My man Narco is in the building. What have you got for us between these two beautiful machines?
Hey, just 1 second. I just had, just 1 second.
No worries. Problem. You're good. We are right here. We ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
I'm just grinding my drone across the front of OG's car here. I hope he doesn't mind the scratches on the hood.
Right. It's fine. It'll buff out. It's not a carbon fiber hood, I don't believe. It'll buff out.
Yeah, we'll just get it right up off of there. Going to, I see them returning back up to our judges channel here in our voice chat, so believe they are gathering some more information and making sure they've got the call right before delivering us the information.
Oh, that's right, because you do it on PC, so you can see all of what's going on while being in chat and seeing this. I'm like looking at my iPad. I'm like, how are you seeing all this? I'm like,
you
I'm
see
just
that?
at...
Well, if you can see in our channel that account that's the same as mine, but it says bot instead of Alex. That's my streaming computer Discord. I have a separate account there because I do for my streams. I have a bunch of our guys do sound effects and we play music on streams and all these kind of things. And we actually have a voice channel in my Discord server to where people that are playing games with us can join in, and of course they can hear our voice in real time, but whenever those sound effects and stuff play on stream, they wouldn't know it's happening, so we actually can pipe that through the bot. It's very useful. Narco's back.
I do apologize about that, gentlemen. I honestly, I totally forgot about the call whenever I joined. I was like, you know what, I'm better make sure before I get some kind of...
Don't you hate it when you walk into a room and you forget why you walked in that room?
Exactly. And it's something you actually need it too, like important.
Oh yeah. Well, either way, what have you got for us, buddy?
We got it one more time.
Ooh, go figure. I like that. Yeah. That'd have been funny if you had just forgot, so you just told us it was a one more time and went back to the judges and be like, yeah, they're gonna run it again. I couldn't remember who won.
Hey, that would have been a good idea, honestly.
But I'm telling you, yeah, I want to see these guys go again, so we're gonna get to see it.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
That's kind of funny.
Stan's going to be on the lead for the first run. As a reminder, Shrek going to be on the chase here. Interested to see how this one's going to go. As they are fired up here as our other cars make their way into the server. So we will await for them to get staged up. These drivers are staged up. They are both throwing some flames out the exhaust pipes here, so I think they are ready to kick it off. They will get the green light from our cone car here, which you see... Thought I saw a flash.
I did too. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, people. Maybe I'm losing my mind.
That's what I'm thinking sometimes. I'm going crazy over here. All right, well, they're holding the throttle down here right in front of our position. These boys are ready to rock. I don't want to turn my camera away just in case they get the go-ahead, but I believe we may be waiting on the two cars that are going to be running after them because, of course, the judges, I mean, this is our one more time, so the judges will be making a decision after these two runs, so those guys are going to be lined up ready to run next. So I do think they want to make sure that those guys are in the server and parked, because obviously we don't want them interfering in the run in any way. And you definitely don't want them joining in during the run. If anybody here that is watching along, I'm sure you've played CarX, you know that big old lag spike that hits whenever anybody joins a multiplayer server.
Yeah, it can be very, very detrimental to a run.
It's a big one, man. It's like a half second, if not more, man. It's a big one. And it's every time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even when you get into lobbies and you have like 15 or like 12 people in it, and, you know, you got, no offense, but you got guys in PC who can just change their car.
Oh, yeah. And but that still is. Yeah, it's because you're leaving the lobby and coming back. Even though it doesn't look like it, but you are absolutely right, and it causes a lag spike every time. I try to limit that as much as possible, but yeah, filling that first outside zone there, hitting the second outside zone quite nicely. A little shallow on the third one though, but maybe setting up for these last few transitions here. It looks like, ooh, a bit of an over-rotation there from the lead car, and the chase able to fill out there. I saw the touch, but I feel like, I mean, the judges are going to look at it, but I think Stansboy may have been over-rotating that turn and before he could gather it up. But then again, it is the chase car's duty. Yeah, but it's, you know, it is always the chase car's duty to not make contact as well. So we're going to have to see which way the judges look at that. But I think Stansboy's car was making its way around there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's like I said, it's very different when you're in and behind the wheel, because like when something like that happens and you're like, oh, like we should, as a chase driver, like as a driver, I should be able to stop immediately. It's really hard to judge, especially if you're not expecting it. Like,
yeah, you can't anticipate that.
Would probably help. But like, I don't drive first person because I would rather have a wheel for that, and I don't like drive with a controller.
Yeah.
Props to anyone who does, but it's definitely really hard to judge if they rip the e-brake in a spot where they're not supposed to, even to save themselves. Like, you could see him start backing off, like he was trying to like left foot brake to push back because he already had too much momentum.
Yeah.
And I mean, sadly, he did tap the car, but it's going to be a hard one for the judges. That one's going to be really tough to kind of figure out.
Maybe a little burp in the throttle there with Stansboy, because and there's a big old lag, but it might have just been him because he seems to have reset. He may not have seen that. That might have just been on our side of things, but he seems to be holding down the chase position here all the way around the roundabout. Both drivers a little shallow on that second zone. Again, I've been noticing a little trend of that this evening. And Shrek putting some distance between the two, but Stance is able to throw it in there on that fifth outside zone to catch back up and is at the door of Shrek by the time they get to the finish. Great job catching back up there from Stansboy.
Yeah, those are some beautiful runs. That was really, really good on the chase driver and the lead, because the lead was just so like, I don't want to say effortless, because I feel like that's just like being like, I guess effortless in a sense. Yeah, effortless when you're driving and it looks effortless. It's phenomenal. Like, his run kind of looked like it was effortless. And I'm not saying anything against the other driver either.
Oh, yeah.
But like, it's just fast is not always smooth. Smooth is 9 times out of 10 always fast. So when it comes to drifting, the smoother you are with your steering inputs, the smoother you are with your throttle input, the smoother the car looks, the faster you're going to go.
Yep.
Because, like, you can pin the throttle down, and you're going to look shaky in certain situations. And when you're light on the throttle, and you're doing like maybe 50, 60, maybe 80% throttle, you're getting better traction, you're getting better control out of the car, and it's not as jerky. Man, we're going back talking about Slim Jims. I said jerky. Yeah. Slim Jim.
He went right to it. His brain went, oh, it snapped into a Slim Jim. Yeah.
Right.
Oh boy. And like you mentioned as well about being half throttle on the cars here, is you almost wonder if, you know, within the regulations, I believe the S.O.G allows up to 1,200 horsepower, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So you almost wonder if you can have that kind of throttle control, you know, if you, because my controller, I got a cheapo Xbox controller. My triggers aren't that sensitive, so I know I wouldn't be able to hold on to it. But if you've got that type of throttle control available to you, whether with a wheel and pedal setup, with a really good controller, whatever it may be, it almost sounds like you might be able to pump some more horsepower into that car, get some more rear wheel spin, and just stay off the throttle. So that way, if you need that additional wheel spin, you can bring it in with just a twitch of the finger or foot. But if you don't need it, you're half throttle.
Because I went from, I ended up getting I think I have the Elite 2 controller, which I kind of recommend and I kind of don't. The bumpers go out pretty easily, so my shift, I had to remap it to a different button. But I'll get back to that in a second. What you got for us, Narco?
Hey, Shrek's going to be taking that one. Looks like Stance caused a little bit of contact when he ripped his e-brake there, trying to not span.
Alrighty. There we go. They saw what we saw, a little bit of an e-brake grab up there. You guys are a lot better at noticing that in real time than I am. That's, I don't focus really on the, I'm not focusing on the tires. That's not something I'm really, I guess when I'm making the play-by-play live call of a run, I'm really focusing on the angle of both cars in relation to each other and the proximity of the chase to the lead car. I guess you can always, everybody can go back and look at replays and see about foot braking, hand braking, and, you know, decels and over angle into a corner and all those. Those are all the kinds of things that you want to look at on a replay. So I guess when I'm focusing on the real time aspects of a run, I'm more looking at the angle of the car. Well, I'm also trying not to, you know, crash my drone into these beautiful buildings around here either. So, you know.
Right. That's kind of like why I'm happy that I'm able to be here and, like, you know, commentate for all the people watching and like watch, because I've ran the track for several hours and several days.
Yeah.
And I'm very analytical. Like, I'm not judging by any means, but I'm very analytical in what I'm looking at.
That's exactly what we need.
Because eventually I would like to move into a judging position, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of learning the ropes. You know, I've only been an S.O.G for about 3 months, and I've learned a lot while I've been here. And watching some of the drivers out here, I'm like, okay, I know what they did wrong there. They're like, not like down to a T, but it's like you can look at it and like, okay, they did, you know, they might have been like a little off throttle and like it was causing too much grip and they didn't slide out far enough, or they were too into the throttle and it slid their car out, because the more you're in throttle, the less traction you're going to get. You have to find that happy medium. And I mean, going back to just the Elite 2 controller, talking about different controllers, there's a big difference in the controllability from like the controller that you got with your Xbox to a controller that you had to go out and spend like extra money on.
Oh yeah.
I will say the Elite 2 controller is good for what it is. It's got cool features. But personally, I probably wouldn't have spent the money if I didn't know how it was going to work, especially losing my right bumper. When I click it, it doesn't shift. So I've got paddles under the controller that I had to relearn how to drive, basically, because I don't use paddles. So I definitely recommend, like, even just practicing. You can do like different practices. Like, you can find like little circles, like the circle you guys are driving around now. You can do it where you can like practice your throttle input to get your car to slide out back to the outer zone, and you can push your car into the middle and then into the closer ring by more throttle or left foot braking. So there's a lot of different tactics you can use to get yourself ready to like control a car, especially if you're going to stick with that car. Sorry, that was a lot, guys.
No, you're absolutely. I was sitting back listening. You're absolutely right. All right, well, we got CarX and Fluffy on the run over here. CarX going to be on the lead. They launch in to the outside zone here around the roundabout, filling it out pretty well there, in the proximity on the chase is beautiful. Look at they're like twins.
Is nuts.
They're like twins coming around there. A quick transition close on and look at that, drives back up on the door. That is a chase transition for you from Fluffy. As they make the next transition, can they do it again? Look how close. Match, and I mean deep into those outside zones is the lead car. Oh, they straightened up a little bit. It tricked me. I drove over the top of the building on that last little bit. But yeah, they just maybe a touch of a straighten there. But other than that, a damn near perfect run from both drivers there.
So it did look like it might have been a little bit of desync. Honest to God, because I was
Is that what
watching
it was?
again. As like I said, I'm watching.
Yeah,
it
because
on
you've
my
got that
TV
delay.
too,
Yeah,
so,
that's so helpful to us too.
So it looked like it might have been delayed, but I'm not. Like I said, I'm not a judge. I'm not 100% sure what they're going to consider that.
All right, well, we got Fluffy on the lead this time. We'll see what they do on the other side of things here.
I definitely have to say, I think that was probably one of the best chases that we've seen tonight.
Yeah, super, super clean. Well, they've got the lead. Look at them riding the line on the curb there, making their way around this roundabout. A close transition there as well from the chase driver and staying right up door to door, almost bumper to bumper there in the front. Another perfect transition. Oh, just a tap on that pole. Was able to hold onto that car, and then both drivers just fully send it through the final and into the finish line there. But man, that was not just a touch on the pole. That was a solid thud.
Oh, that was a smack.
And
yeah.
able to hold onto that car, not contact the leader, and get back in position was impressive.
Yeah, because that was really good. I mean, that was top tier ability in controlling a vehicle. Like, just like, even if you have, like, even seeing it coming and preparing, most of the time you're going to spin out.
Oh yeah.
But like, just, you know, it just kind of like, you can tap your front brake and kind of align the car to kind of keep it in angle. Because that is a very beautiful tool, which is left foot braking. Can keep your car in angle, or it can add angle. Because like in most of my cars, I'm running like almost 90% front brake. And so when I hit my brake, the rear end kicks out hard.
It's going to keep going the way it's going. Yeah, inertia.
Exactly. So yeah, that's nuts. And I do notice that one thing that I learned in my time of driving is a lot of people, because I talk to a lot of people when I'm in lobbies and in voice chats, and I always ask them what they're looking at when they're following cars in the chase, like when they're in the chase. And they're like, oh, well, I hear a lot of people like, oh, I look at the roof, you know, I look at the door, you know, I look at, you know, the front end. And then one guy, one of my best friends, was like, look at their front tire. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Yep. And ever since he told me that, I never look at the car. Like, even if it's like, even with my ADHD, you know, I want to look at how beautiful the cars are, but like I stare at the front tires, and those little like adjustment of the stick, like not only knowing the track and when people are going to transfer, but watching their stick, or not watching their tire. And when they adjust, you can kind of see when they're about to like upset the car to like get it to transition. And it gives you that mindset where you're like, oh, okay, they look like they're about to transition. I need to back off. And then as you see the car swing out, you clutch kick and just catch right back up on them. Yeah, you might not be at the same angle, but you can work your car back into that angle. So it's one of those things. It's like talking to people and learning different like techniques and like learning different tricks can help people so much when it comes to like just playing the game and driving and like bettering yourself. Yeah, that's all we're doing out here. Like, you're just out here to like train, have fun, and get better.
Well, and that's one thing I learned from back when I used to play hockey when I was a teenager and everything like that. I played roller hockey for a long time, and that was one thing we were always taught is if you're in a defensive position, skating backwards, guys coming to you, and you're making your decisions on what move you're going to make next to try to stop them from getting into your team zone, whatever it may be, is don't watch their hands, don't watch the puck, don't watch their skates, because all of that can lie to you. But watch their waist, their stomach area.
Yes.
That can't lie to you, because when they turn their hips, if they're headed to the right, you can't turn your hips to the right and your whole body go to the left. It's not going to happen. That is your core of movement. And I believe in football they teach the same things. Is you stay centered up on their chest, because the core of their body, they can juke left, right, they can spin around, they can do all kinds of things, but the hips and your stomach, your chest, that whole core area is going to tell you exactly which direction they're going. And as far as drifting goes, you are absolutely right about watching those front wheels, because the whole rest of the car is following the lead of what's happening with the front steering. And if you are in a chase position... Oh, what you got for us, Narco?
What's up, Narco?
All right, we got Fluffy with the dub there. Kensho DQ'd on his chase run.
Ooh. tough
Unfortunate.
break there. Unfortunate. Yeah, because it was great stuff from both of these guys, but Fluffy is going to get the win here. I believe, is that Daniel, I believe, that's in the chat over here? That I believe that is CarX, I think. Says that my car is so much longer than his. You were right, because you were dead in those tire tracks. But yeah, these Skylines are kind of long boys. It is deceptive how long they are. But yeah, the 34 there is a long machine.
Yeah, judges are not cool with that. Just for everyone's thing, if like whether you win or lose, it's just more of a you get out so you can start doing the next run.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of
hearing that from them.
That's why I kind of stayed there. I wanted to I was going to make that point. So you jumped on top before me, so thank you for that. All right, well, we got Savage. No, you are. Yeah, thank you. We got Savage here and Ashton. Ashton with the bit of a body slam headed in. I think the initiation, they both had different thoughts of how to make that happen. But no worse for wear. They're both in the zone now, making their way around. The judges will have a look at that. But seems like we are back on track here. Both of these are a little shallow there on outside 2, missing outside 3. That was much better headed into outside 4 and 5. Much better look there from both drivers. And then, and getting a piece of that pole right at the last, just barely clipped it was Ashton there with that bumper, just ever so slightly. But yeah, I was, no, you're going ahead.
Go ahead, my bad.
Well, I was going to talk about the other thing. So talk about the run first.
Okay. I noticed when I was in practice with some of the guys, and like even just jumping, like I would see any team in S.O.G like round 8, practice, and I'd hop in. I noticed a lot of the time, because I'm much of a watcher. I used to skateboard, so I learned tricks by watching people do stuff. I noticed on that last outer zone, a lot of people are literally front end to front end just to save yourself, because at that point, you're not gonna. If your lead driver hits the light pole, you're gonna hit.
You're going to.
So you're not putting yourself at risk by staying on their door. You're bumper to bumper in the front, so it kind of helps you out in the long run. But wow, that is a huge gap.
I was gonna say the leader here is. He knows he hit that pole on the last run, and he has got to maximize every bit of this line that he can. And I'm telling you, hit just about every zone deep as you can all the way through, finishing out the line, gapping the chase for sure there. And I just wanted to go back to what we were talking about earlier. Normally I would move the camera off of anybody in the server doing something that we would request that they not do, but since it was our first time dealing with it, obviously later on in the event, when we get down to the final 4, the final the podium pairings and things like that, a little celebration and everything in the server, of course, is fair game. But we have over 100 cars signed up for this evening's event that we are trying to get through here. And on top of all the one more times that we've had, the great runs that we've had, we had some technical difficulties earlier. We are doing our best to rock through things here. So the judges and event organizers have requested that once your run is over, the judgment is laid down. It's time to hop out of the server so that the next drivers can get their run going as quickly as possible. So just wanted to make sure for anybody watching along, if that is the case moving forward, that could result in some kind of penalty possibly. We do not want people doing that. We want to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. So shouts out to Boost there for calling that one as he saw it.
Hey man, you got options. Whatever you believe in, your higher power give you options. If you won, you go back to the garage, sit there, wait. Or if you didn't make it, load the truck up, start driving to the next one.
Yeah,
you know what I
come
mean?
back next week. We'll be here. Yep.
Yeah, come back next week. We'll be here.
There's always next time. That is the benefit of one of the many benefits of these S.O.G events is these guys, not only do they put in all of this hard work to put an event on like this, but they do it every weekend. Every Saturday. It's a different line, different group of cars, different bracket, because we randomize it up every time. And that is the beauty of it. If you couldn't get it this week, come back and get it next week. Because I know with my events, of course, we're running a whole different situation, but we're running once a month, and it's it's not quite as easy to say come back next month, but next week for sure. Narco, what you got, buddy?
We got an Intizzle one more time. We're gonna bring it on back.
Yeah, we like to see that. All right, one more time coming at you. And like we were just saying, look at how many. This is the most one more times I think I have ever experienced in an S.O.G event at all, and it's all happened in the first 2 rounds of competition. So yeah, we are definitely going to need the drivers working with the event organizers here and making sure that they are on top of things and in position where they need to be when they need to be there to make everything flow smoothly.
Exactly. No, I think that's one of the greatest things that I've noticed about most of your teams nowadays is the camaraderie that we all have. Like, obviously, you have your cliques. Some teams have, like, partnerships with each other and stuff like that. But, I mean, I've had several teams that, like, one of the drivers would be like, man, I'm having this hard time with this tune. And, we just work together. And I think that's the cool thing about CarX is... Sorry, I got sidetracked. ADHD. Wow.
No, you're good, man. Do your thing. We are watching. Yeah, it was. It was an interesting. It was almost like Ashton helped Savage dive in on the run. That was crazy. You see a little, maybe a little server desync. Little server desync maybe there going on with because look at what's.
I don't know what that was. Like you just. Was getting too much grip.
Yeah, it's what I got a little lost there. So Savage's car here, I guess Merc's car. That's because we have a Savage. So their name in the bracket is Merc Savage. I believe that's their Discord name. So Merc here, you could see their car fishtailing, doing like this. Not to give anybody motion sickness, but you're doing like this along the track, and that is a huge symptom of server desync there, because it's not like they were wobbling back and forth like that. And you saw where Ashton backed way off, because that car can stick in the chase position. So you saw him back way off, so he was experiencing that on his end of things as well. So that was kind of an odd. I did the same thing. I just kind of tried to back the drone camera up so we could just see what happened, but it's taken them a while to get started again here. I wonder if they're not discussing with the cone car and the judges about that desync and maybe rerunning that one.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
That thing looked like a fish out of water. It was just wiggling back and forth.
Oh yeah, and you're not manjing when you're in the corner. Like when you do transfer, you're not manjing.
Yeah. All right, well, they decided against it. They are going to rock the next line here. A heavy, aggressive initiation here from Ashton headed into this outside zone there. Not exactly as deep in it as some of the other drivers all the way around. And pulling away here, Ashton is taking off, leaving Merc in the dust here with that Corvette. And he's going to have to throw everything at it here to try to catch back up. And you do see he makes up a little bit of ground, but drops some tires there. And that was a great lead from Ashton there.
That might be classified as an accident.
It was. There was definitely a grip difference between the two there, because I didn't see a mistake that Merc had made there. It just looked like Ashton was just really consistently walking away from him there.
I definitely heard a lot of Reveler, like massive Reveler. So I'm not sure if that was like.
It was just banging on the chip there.
Controllers can go out. Even like sadly to say, even mid-run, a controller can go out. So like, if he has a controller like mine where the RB just goes out and won't shift, he might have had to run that run in like
second gear all the way around.
Yeah. And it's not like we can pause and like switch it up real quick to a different button. Like that took me like 20 minutes to just figure out which button I wanted it to set to. So
you were shifting off the bumpers before?
Yes, originally. So
your throttle and brake were your middle fingers then?
No, sorry, my bad. When I say bumpers, I'm thinking of like the top, like RB and LB. And wait, hold on. I have to look at my controller now because I'm getting all messed up. Yeah, so RB and LB, and then my throttle is RT, and brake is LT.
Yeah.
And now my downshift is still my LB bumper, and then my upshift is now routed to the underside of my controller with a paddle shift.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
So
is
it
you do
took
your
me-
throttle with your middle finger then, and you're shifting with your index finger, or you were until you had to fix the thing?
Yeah,
Or-
so I still
okay.
actually drive like that. Yeah, so now I shift up with my pinky because the
Yeah,
button's
because it's
on the
underneath.
underside.
Yeah.
And I've
So-
tried driving with my index, and that does not work.
Okay. I have
Not for me, at
always
least.
my like rate. Oh, so believe it or not, these guys that are watching the stream have probably heard it over the past few weeks of us doing these events. But I actually drive in CarX with the keyboard. I don't know why.
Really?
Every other racing game, I used to have a wheel a while back, but every other racing game, obviously, I'm playing with a controller. Like, it's just, you need that analog steering. But for whatever reason, my brain does not cooperate with a controller in CarX. I can drift all day long. Now, I'm not a competitive drifter by any means. I get on here with my buddies and slide around and we have fun and whatever, and I can ride along with somebody in a tandem going around East Hogue like everybody does. I can get the job done there, but it's not going to be anything miraculous. I don't know. I have tried with the controller. I know I'm rolling the stick. I'm doing everything. I know what I need to do. I'm decent at driving games in general. It's kind of been the games I've played my entire life. Something about CarX. My brain does not click with the controller. I don't know what it is. But outside of CarX, my shifting pattern has always been... What you got for us, Narco?
Our verdict is Ashton's going to take the dub on that one. Better overall runs.
All right, there you have it. Ashton coming away with it here with the victory. Good runs overall from these guys as you see them both of them popping out of the server quickly. Appreciate that. But yeah, my shifting was always on upshift is A and downshift is X. So I just rest my thumb on the two.
Keypad, basically, yeah.
And then so I'm like,
Okay.
yeah, like the middle of my thumb, like the knuckle part, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, I would just, that's how I'm shifting up. And then like think about like for an F1 car, you're in 7th gear or whatever, and you're headed into a corner, and you just downshifting is I'm just mashing X with the end of my thumb. And that's kind of like so that it's just resting there, and then I've got my fingers on the throttle and brake. So that's kind of always been my how I try to map it out in games. But so the way I do the keyboard, so this is going to freak you out. So obviously I'm driving with W as my throttle and A and D as my steering, right?
Yeah.
My brake is my foot brake is the left arrow key.
What?
I shift up and down with the up and down arrow keys. So like with my index finger or whatever, and my thumb on the left arrow key on the right side of my keyboard, my right hand thumb is my brake because my handbrake is on the space bar. So my thumbs are handbrake and foot brake, and then I'm, steering with my left hand and shifting with my right hand. I don't remember how we came up with this, because we came up with this like on stream. I have no idea how we came up with it, and I had been using it for like a year and a half now. It's weird as hell. Well, hey, we got Killy and Smoker here, and holy crap, have they filled out.
Talk about a fill out.
Oh my God, that outside zone, and then hitting the second outside zone there. Touching the door is Smoker here on the close transition. Good grief, and look how close they are to the pole all the way around. And filling out every single zone. Tagging that pole right at the end. Unfortunate there, because it did straighten the car up, because oh my goodness, was that a run from start to finish for both of these guys.
Yeah, that was nuts. Like they were that was beautiful.
Oh,
That's
I can't
really
wait to see this next run.
Bad about it. Right?
Yeah. I want to overlook that pole, man, because the rest of that was just ridiculous.
Right.
All right, well, these guys on the throttle here. Smoker ready to rock and roll. Killy going to be on the chase this time. Let's see what it looks like when you flip the script for these two. Aggressive on the entry here. deep in the zone all the way around, and you can see the proximity on the chase car. Killy is right there on the door. I'm trying to stay up over top of these guys. You can see exactly how close the transition is, and driving back up to the door, but Smoker's not letting him get as close. He's saying, no, I'm driving up out of here, and you can see him putting the throttle to it. Killy trying to match that angle. Can he drive back to him? Yes, he can here, but he got a little close. A little bit of a tap there, but they do manage to avoid the pole at the end of the run.
Yeah, that was crazy. These guys came out and showed out, and they were definitely all over each other. I've definitely seen Smoker a couple times in lobbies doing practice runs and stuff like that. So I knew that, you know, because obviously I've driven with our guys, so like I knew that they were going to come out and show up. But like I knew that like when I was watching like the Kaiju guys, they were also showing out.
Oh, every time. Every
it's
time.
always a monster when they come out, dude. They're just
they don't play games.
I don't know what they do. No, I don't know what kind of fuel they're putting in their car. Or
what's in the water over there?
Yeah, if they eat Wheaties before they get on comp, but they just come out and they don't play games.
Not even a little bit,
fun
man.
To watch.
Every single time they throw it down, but Killy, no slouch by any means. Absolutely brought it on that run. That was, I mean, by far, that was one of the best runs we've seen of the night. That was great stuff right there. I can't wait to see what else is on the way.
Right, just on that first outside zone, like he just initiated right onto it. It was like on the
glue.
On the curb, basically. Yep. Yeah, like just stuck to the like an inch away from the curb the whole way around. What's up, Marco?
What you got for us?
All right, Smoker's going to be taking the dub on that one just because Killy DQ'd on his lead.
That pole right at it was so perfect up until that
was
pole.
Such a good. They were so good runs. They were so good.
Yep,
smooth.
That was fun to watch. Good stuff. But all right, Smoker on the way to the next round. He's going to be facing off against Ashton in the next round. I'm excited to see that one.
Yeah, I mean we're getting like, you know, the final runs, and we're not even close to the final yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are the kind of runs that we're getting right now.
Bringing the updated bracket onto your screen now as you take a look, you can see who is going to be coming up in the next round. And you can see we're going to have Burner versus Blue. That's going to be an awesome one. Maple versus Sleepy. That'll be fun. That's definitely slightly different driving styles between those two there, so it's going to be interesting to see how they meld together. Shrek and Fluffy, they're just going to rip it. And then Ashton and Smoker, you saw how Ashton was pulling away from Merc in that last run, but Smoker ain't letting nobody pull away from him, so I cannot wait for the next round. But we're going to have Levy and Threat coming at you up next as they make their way into the server. Of course, we're going to have to wait just a second because that was a pretty quick decision there. Usually we've got a few minutes in between, but that decision was pretty cut and dry. So we're going to wait for these drivers to make their way in. See my boy Damien over there in the YouTube chat. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys in the chat. I just it's just off to the side, and I am kind of focused in on what I'm doing here. But I do kind of poke my eyes over there every once in a while. But I see my boy Damien talking a little trash over there. He's always hanging out with us. We love our boy Damien there. But yeah, I'm the keyboard driving, man. It's definitely a weird setup, but it does work for me somewhat, if you want to call it that. All right, well, here's Levy right here, lining up alongside of Threat right here in the old threatening Supra machine right here. Like we said, they do have a livery on that car. We just are unable to see it because I do not have that mod installed. So don't think they just showed up with a plain white ride without their S.O.G banners or anything like that. They definitely have it. And I do believe on the main stream, Curdy does have that mod installed. So if they make it that far, you'll be able to see what that car looks like. Let's hope we're able to see it. But definitely don't count out Levy here because they can throw it down, and they are filling out this first zone all the way around here. And look at that, no steering input from either driver all the way around that roundabout. They set those cars in and just let them cook all the way through. And it seems like that's going to be the case for the rest of the run. They just set their cars on angle and leave them there. Look at the smoothness. That is quite possibly the smoothest lead and chase we've seen all night long. They just set the angles up, and the cars just did the work.
That's all about sitting in the dyno for hours, running the line over and over again, and knowing, not only that, knowing what car you're driving. Like, and these guys are so used to driving these platforms, and they retune their comp car every time. They know how the car operates. They know what angle they're going to be throwing. And then they're so comfortable with it, they can just do it without thinking. They just get their hands set up and it just works.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what we've got. If that smoothness continues here on the second run, it looks like it's going to a little bit of readjustment there on the chase. But you can see here, Threat's car just, I mean, perfectly set to hit that roundabout all the way through. I mean, just like I said, no adjustment necessary. That car is set in on the angle, and big contact with the pole for Laby there, and even somehow smoother on that run was Threat than the first one. Unbelievable driving there. It's almost fitting that car is just a smooth, clean white to go with the smooth, clean run like that.
Right. Like it looked like he was in chase and trying to make room for when that transition was coming, and I think that shows a big thing for certain drivers. So like some people I've noticed do that, or some people will wait before hitting that zone. They'll like wait until after they've hit it to back off. And I've noticed a lot of people have had a lot of like it's worked out for them better waiting until like transitioning until after they've hit that zone. But it looked like he kind of like he was smart about it. He was trying to prepare himself for like that super to fling back out.
Yeah.
It's just that's such a long car. It's tough to judge. Even when you're going towards that section, it's hard to judge where your car is going to hit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's quite a wheelbase difference between these two cars as well.
Oh, yeah. David and Goliath right now. Yep. I mean, well, I guess it would be, if it was a Miata, it would be like David and Goliath. But
yeah.
I
mean, those little supers, man, they ain't far from it.
No,
the size from Miata, they're not much bigger.
Yeah, they just got that big old front end to shove that twin turbo V6 or whatever swap you want in there.
Yeah,
because I pretty much run the 6.2 liter supercharged in just about every car. That's like my engine. It's my go-to.
That's
motor.
I'm kind of a fan. Engine. I'm a fan of that one as well. That's my main ride is the 180, and that's the engine that I put in that car as well. No, it's definitely a bit overkill for that engine, or for that platform, because of how light a 180 is. But it works out for me.
Yeah, it's just all, to me, it's a lot of gearing, and suspension work. And the cool thing is, so if anyone that hasn't noticed this yet, with the new update, each engine that you have, you can set up the engine and then the transmission, and it will save it to that motor. So like my 2GZ setup is totally different from my V8 setup, even the 7.0. I noticed that recently when I was like messing with cars. I was like, man, I was writing it all down on like a piece of paper and going back, and I was like, wait a minute, this is saved.
It kept what it had.
Like, now, granted, your suspension stays the same. The suspension and the braking doesn't change, but like just the engine itself and then the transmission, it stays with the motor, and that's very helpful.
That's useful
because you can just go in and swap it out. Now I don't know if they've patched that. That was when it first came out. I realized.
Well, I mean, honestly, that sounds like it's by design. I mean, that's just the way that they're stored, the way that information is saved, is there. It's just kept alongside the engine data. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool that's how they do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely the coding guy. You know more about that than I would.
I mean, that's how I would have.
It's magic to me.
I would have kind of expected it to be done that way, but I've kind of didn't know if they did or not. There's Narco. What you got?
Hey guys, looks like Fred's going to be taking the dub on that one. Laby, unfortunately DQ'd in his chase run, but damn good leads, damn good runs, guys.
Oh yeah, great runs for both of these guys. But yeah, Threat with the. With that I'm telling you, man, like zero steering input. Initiate the drift, and then the car just does the work. That was so cool. I can't wait to see them moving along through the rest of this competition, and hopefully making it to our final 8, so we can see the actual livery design on that car when we get over to our man Curdy's stream.
Right.
But I'm kind of liking the clean white, man. We'll call it the threatening clean white car. You see that white, and it's like a thundercloud or whatever. It's coming to get you. It's like a ghost.
Exactly. And I would like to, kind of totally different from drifting, but I would like to make it a point to say to people, like, I know it's winter, it's gloomy outside. It is the time for most people to be upset, depressed, and sad. So to whoever needs to hear it, you are worth it 100% of the way. You are perfect. Things will work out. Things will get better. So I just wanted to make that because I know that, like, this is like, throughout the holidays and stuff like that, people do get, depressed. And I want people to know that, like, everything will work out. It might take a while, but it will work out. And you are perfect. You are where you need to be. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I fully and completely agree with that and second everything you say. And these guys
came out.
Good grief, they aren't playing around. All right, well, Slim Jim and Bo Guy here. I was going to try to, like, transition they get way over there. Double tire drop for Slim Jim on the lead. Yeah, I was going to try to figure out a way to kind of transition the conversation back into the run, and these guys didn't even give me the opportunity. They were, like, shot out of a cannon here. And look at the close try. I can't even keep up. Oh, and Bo Guy catching that pole there. Oh, that's going to be a double DQ on that run. Oh, and what's going on?
That has to be a game crash.
Is that a game crash or a controller?
It like or a controller. Yeah,
something shut off. Yeah, that's a nope. Oh, the wheels are turning. Yep, that was a controller.
Yep. Yeah, I've been trying to think of a point in time to bring that up because I know that people are watching, and I was like, man, we're taking a minute. It's taking a little longer for people to, like, get in here because on the stream, like, it didn't look like anyone had loaded in yet. So I was like, all right, I have at least a couple seconds to, like,
no, you were spot on with that. And you were right. We had, because it was a quick decision on that last one, so we were waiting for the next couple of drivers to load in here. So no, you are absolutely right, and no truer words have been spoken. And if you and like I've said before, me coming from the position of being a full-time streamer, and I've always said how lucky I am and how blessed I am, and I don't take it for granted, and I push hard. I've worked harder at what I do now than I ever have at anything else I've done before in my entire life, and I do that because of the people that support me and what I do, and they show that they believe in me, and I want to give back to them as much as I can possibly do that. And that's one thing that I always want to tell people is part of doing what I do means making yourself available to people. It doesn't necessarily have to, but I definitely consider myself a community streamer. I'm not like a pro gamer. It's not like watch me play games. You don't come to an Alex on your screen stream to watch Alex play games because Alex sucks at every game. It is not what I do. Like, I love hanging out with people. I love meeting new people and having the opportunity there. People are always in different stages in their lives, and you never know what's going on and what somebody could need. And I've always tried to make myself available as best as I can. And sometimes, to me, it works both directions. Sometimes I need it. And to have other people around for me, is a major benefit. And I tell you one thing, man, Team S.O.G here has absolutely, it looks like we are getting a rerun here, by the way. Team S.O.G here has absolutely accepted me into their community with open arms, bringing me in to allow me to cast these streams to you all and watch awesome drifting runs like this one right here. And no greater group of people could you spend your time with. And I recommend everybody, if this is your first time hearing or seeing of an S.O.G event, you see runs like that one right there when these guys, when their controllers and their internet wants to cooperate, you get a run like that. These guys door to door hitting all their zones all the way through. But if you ever get an opportunity and you want an incredible group of people to spend time with, to talk to hang out, I mean, the different lives that they all lead, so many work, full-time jobs and everything like that, and in so many different backgrounds that they all come from, but yet we all come together for the love of gaming and drifting and just hanging out. And just like Boost said, you make a difference whether it feels like it or not. And coming somewhere to a community like this is a great place to discuss things like that and feel at home with other people, even though it may be over the internet.
These runs, they're nuts.
I'm telling you, and these are the perfect runs for us to talk about something like that over, because there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say about those two runs. Those guys absolutely threw. The judges are going to go look at them, pick them apart. But from us watching, I mean, there was nothing to say about, oh, look, they're doing great. Like, that was just an incredible set of runs from both of these drivers, especially after that weird controller disconnect and everything like that. I mean, good grief. That's what you want to see from Slim Jim and Boguy here. So thanks to these guys for putting down runs like that to allow me and you to have a little bit of a talk with our friends over here in the in the stream.
Yeah, because like I said, I've come from a lot of backgrounds on teams. I've been through, like, I'm not I never name drop unless I'm like obviously within a group of friends and I know I can trust. But I've been in a lot of teams, and S.O.G has been one of those teams that when I got in here, it was not just like, oh, these are just guys you run. This is not just like friends. As soon as I got in, it was like a family aspect.
Absolutely.
Like, these guys, like, you know, if you were having a rough day, you'd have 5 or 6 or 10 or 15 of these guys message you and be like, hey, you doing all right? Like, what's going on? You all right? And it's like, it's a totally different aspect because it's not just about the game. It's genuinely about you as a person. And I love the fact that they're more willing to build people up than some teams, like some aspects of other teams where it's just about the game. Like, they're just wanting to play the game. They don't really care about you. And I think that's really special, and it's hard to find.
Well, and in some cases, too, that's what people are looking for as well. So it's just different things for different people. Because some people do it's that competitive aspect or whatever. It's something they want to be a part of a team that is focused on competitive drifting, and that's what they're looking for. And if that's solely what you're looking for, I mean, S.O.G is still the place for you. They do have the competitive team that they run, but there's so much more available to you than that with these guys. So I mean, it's like I said, I'm not involved. I am a complete third party. I'm not involved in S.O.G at all. I'm not interested in being a member of a drift team. It's not something that it's important to me as far as that goes, you know. And I'm just they know me because a couple of their guys. I mean, King has seen my streams before, of course, the leader of S.O.G here, but Savage, S.O.G Savage, has always hung out. He's been a follower of mine on Twitch for more than a year now, and he's seen our slide style events and everything like that. And when they started to expand these S.O.G Drift Championship events, they were looking for more people to do the streaming, more people to do commentary and things like that. And Savage immediately said, hey, I know this guy Alex, man. Y'all got to reach out. Y'all got to talk to him. And they were a little apprehensive at first, is because, you know, I've got another drift thing going on. So they're like, well, is this guy going to come over here and talk about his, you know, is he going to promote all of his stuff or whatever? And, you know, whatever. And then, of course, they find out that, you know, we're all about, our stuff is all freestyle and has no, it is real competition, but it's in a totally different universe than what's going on here. And as soon as they realize that, man, like I said, I have just been fully accepted with open arms here. And like I said, I'm not going to be a part of like the actual team. I'm not going to apply to be on the team. I'm not an S.O.G team member, and they treat me like family regardless. And there's so many other people around in the server that I know that in their Discord that they treat the same way. So if you're like we said, I could say it a million times, if you're looking for a great group to spend your time around, it's just no bullshit, man. Like pardon my French, but there is no bullshit with these guys. There's no drama, none of that. It's all love, positivity. We love cars, gaming, drifting, hanging out, talking about real life, talking about games, talking about TV, everything. These guys have it all, man. And this is definitely a spot to be in. So if you're feeling that, like Boost was saying, man, some type of way, you know, when it comes around in the winter time, especially, man, it's like you mentioned, after holidays and things like that, it can bring a lot of things into perspective, and it can also bring up a bunch of things that maybe you would put out of your mind for a while, but they come back around. And life ain't easy, man. Stuff will drag on you.
No,
And
no.
to have a group of people that support you doesn't have to be in real life, doesn't have to be your family or your friends or your coworkers or anything like that. These people don't know you from Jack. They don't know who you are or anything about you, and they're going to accept and love you regardless. And that is what's so unique about this community and so great. And I'm so lucky that I've been able to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've been excited ever since I've been on it. I mean, when I first started playing the game, sorry, I switched from my left earbud to my right earbud to left, so like I can hear better because my right ear is dominant and my left ear is half deaf.
Yeah.
So like I'm like trying not to sound like I'm screaming. But I mean, when I first started playing, the first time I ever got into a lobby, I saw an S.O.G car. And then I joined another team because these guys were way above my pay grade when I first started playing. Like, I didn't know much about teams. So when I first saw them, I was like, there's no possible way I could get on. And, you know, I played for almost a year before I ever actually had one of my friends who was in Fuji was like, you need to just try it out.
Yeah.
Because we were just separated from our past team. And he was like, you need to try out. He's like, give it a shot. He's like, worst thing they can say is no.
Yep.
And that was all she wrote. And I've been here ever since.
Yeah. And I mean,
and
even if they were to say no, I mean, that's not like a no, now leave. You know, it's a
exactly,
yeah. Where because they're obviously part of a drift team is, you know, you have to measure up to a certain level of drifting ability, and that's part of what, you know, you're going to be representing their team and everybody as a unit going forward, be it in just servers online and in other, you know, comps and things like that. You're going to be representing what S.O.G is all about. So obviously there needs to be a standing there of which you can, you know, sign up for, but that's definitely does not mean that you are not welcome as part of the group at all.
All right, Narco, what you got for us, bro?
I'm doing one more time, run it back.
Ooh, we get yet another one more time here.
So we're gonna go ahead and run it back
run it back.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Ready to rumble.
All right. Well, like we said, man, well, we really didn't even get to really go at a play-by-play nature over those two runs anyway. We were talking about some other things, and these drivers, like, just threw down. There wasn't really anything to talk about because, I mean, really clean runs. They hit all the zones, and they were looking good. So these guys will run it back and do it again, and we'll be able to pick these runs apart just a little bit more this time around. So I guess it works out great for everyone involved here.
Exactly. No, it's crazy. I'm usually like competing, so like watching all these cars go, and it's just urging me to just want to drive and play. And it's like, nope, got a job I'm doing. Like my ADHD is like, it's time to drive, homie. In my mind, I'm just like, no, it's not. I'm doing something else.
Yeah, man.
It's just that driver instinct. You see what they're doing, you're like, I want to do this too.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's another thing that like builds on communities, because you can get into a lobby and watch people. I do it all the time. Like if I'm eating and I know I'm by myself, like if my girl's, you know, my grandpa's watching TV, I'll hop into a lobby that, you know, a bunch of teams are in, and I'll just park up and finish what I'm eating and just spectate.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I love watching it. I love the sport. I love watching it happen. You know, even if they're just driving around Red Rock, or, you know, doing the little flippy flips that they do on Red Rock and like landing back in tandems.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's just fun to watch.
No, you are absolutely right about that. Well, I believe word is getting back to the drivers now that they're going to be doing it one more time. They might be double checking controller batteries and things like that, making sure everything is good to go before they re-rack them here.
Exactly. It's actually making me, like, as many Mustangs as I've seen, it's actually making me want to rethink my setup on my Mustang. It's like, these guys are getting them to run really well. I'm like,
yeah.
It's like my front end is like jacked off the ground, so it's like higher up than the rear end, so that all the weight is transferred back. And I'm like, these guys are running these low boys. I'm like, maybe I should like switch up to a lower setup.
Yeah,
getting it
well,
to work. I'm like, I
right.
bet
We
I
talked
can.
about experimenting with that body roll as well, is maybe softening up that suspension, maybe bigger sway bars, softer sway bars, just kind of tweaking around on that type of stuff and see what the car wants to do, because maybe it'll react in a way that you're not quite expecting it to. That kind of goes back to what we were talking about, the game not being super hardcore simulator. It's definitely got the sim
Yeah.
aspects, but it's not hardcore simulator. I mean, some of the cars, well, we talked about the Eclipse earlier, is some of the cars react in ways that you wouldn't, expect their real life counterparts to do.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I won't give out a whole lot because I am a competitive driver. But I will say that my, bump stiffness and all of that is well above, like, 9,000 on both rear and front.
Damn, okay.
So I run very stiff and very quick suspension.
Got you.
What's going on, Narco?
I told you guys a little bit of false information. I jumped the gun on that one. There wasn't an ONT on that last one. I jumped the gun and I thought there would have been 2 out of 3, but they did some more judging and Slim's going to take that one. Better overall run. It was a close call, but yeah, they went ahead and agreed that Slim definitely took that one home.
All right. Well,
Alright.
under further consideration, Slim Jim coming away with the win over Bo Guy. But like we said, man, great runs overall. Enjoyed watching them. And once again, if those drivers go back and watch again, shouts out to you guys. Thank you for throwing down those solid runs while me and Boost were talking about something a little different while those runs were going on. So thank you for that, making our lives easy over here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things that, like, I can talk about, like, setting up cars all day. So it's like that's kind of why, like, sometimes I do go on rants about setting up your cars, because it's just so easy to talk.
Oh yeah.
Because, like, yeah, I mean, like, granted, everybody, this is my first time doing commentating, and it's like I have so many things that run through my head. It's like, oh, I can see that. Yeah, basically, my fiance just said, "Ooh, piece of candy," and I'm like, "Yeah, pretty much how it is." I'm like,
ooh, piece of candy.
So much that I want to talk about.
Yeah,
because it's like you have this ability to, like, now be able to say, like, okay, for people who are watching it, or just started, you can talk about all this stuff and, like, give tips without telling them how to do their thing.
Absolutely.
And I mean, when I did stream, there was a lot of people that I would, like, take. I mean, I think it was Bomb Sites. I was recently on one of his streams, and he has a huge Discord, and he had some guys that were, like, having trouble drifting, and he said something about, well, we got Boost in here, he might be able to help. They said something about that, and I wasn't even thinking about helping people at first, because I had just woke up, where it was like 6 a.m. that he had started the stream, and I was like, well, give me an hour or so, and I ended up jumping into a lobby with these kids. They were like 12 and 13, and I sat there with them for like 2.5 hours, helping them set up their car and, giving them pointers. I actually took them here and showed them, like, around the circle we're running around on the outer zone.
Yeah.
Outer one. I had them doing, like, a little, like, basically using their left foot brake because they had never done it before. And so I was like, it's one of those things that's like, you can do so much with this game and, like, help so many people out, and it just improves everyone's day.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
like, I love the fact that you can do that. Like, even when you don't want to, because like I said, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, bro. I didn't even have my coffee yet. But I was not awake enough to be doing this, and I was just like, all right, give me some time. I'll be on there, and I'll help out with what I can. And I mean, I've done it that's how I learned how to drive. I had people that did the same thing to me, so it's just like, I guess, paying it forward, whatever that saying is.
No, definitely, you're absolutely right.
It's one of those amazing things to be able to do it and then see the immediate change when you help somebody learn something new. Because, I mean, when I was 12 and 13, I wasn't, like, good at drifting, like, by any means. And these kids picked it up with just, like, a couple little things, and they were just, like, sending it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I've watched a couple of streams that he's done recently and seen them, and I'm like, I'm doing a lot better.
You're like, yeah, I can see a little difference there.
Oh, shoot. That Sprite bit me a little bit.
But hey, like you said, man, it's your first time. You slide in here just as naturally as ever. I've been having an awesome time with you so far, and we still got a little ways to go here before we merge the streams for the evening and make our way over to the main stream. But
wait, we're through that bracket?
What's that?
We're through this bracket already?
No, that's what I'm saying. We've got quite a ways to go.
Oh. I was like, I looked at it last. I was like, we still had a long way to go.
Oh, we have got quite a ways. All right, well, finally, we have got the next cars making their way in. As you can see, Fate is over here. And I was under the impression that you were supposed to have a front bumper on your machine, but I guess I was wrong.
I thought you were supposed to as well. And also
neither,
a rear bumper.
Yeah, neither bumper on this car here. But
hey, man, if they're letting it slide, it might not be what we think it is.
Yeah, I think I might be in the wrong there. Narco, what you got for us, buddy?
We're just trying to get a hold of Azure, trying to see where he's at. He was, I believe, working Comp 1, and we were trying to get him down here to do his run for Comp 2. So we did start 2-minute warnings.
So that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's trying to get a hold of him, and we'll see if he joins or not. Hopefully everything's all right.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, because I could have swore the last time I checked, I remember hearing someone say that you had to run bumpers, but I mean, I think it's just for the hitboxes.
Well, yes.
But,
well, we actually did a whole bunch of testing on that for when we were setting up the rules for our slide style events, and we did a lot of testing up against flat walls and things like that. And basically, what happens is the hitbox for the car is the hitbox for the car. So if the front bumper on this car would normally here, if I can get my mouse up here, let's see if we can get the drone to steady out. If the front bumper for the car kind of, comes down and kind of looks like this a little bit right here, depending on what body kit or whatever, but the front bumper would probably come out to right here. So whatever the hitbox is with the car with front bumpers on it, no matter what body kit, it's basically whichever one sticks out the farthest. That is the hitbox for the car, is this like invisible line right here. So what would happen is, so like if he drove this car up to a wall, flat up against the wall, the car would stop here, which means there's 3 inches worth of invisible space here that could come into contact with something. So when looking at minor contact in between the front of this car and the rear bumper of a lead car, for example, you're dealing with an invisible interaction there. It's really hard to tell if the car's touched or not due to that situation. So I know for our events, we said that you have to run a front bumper. We really don't worry about rear bumpers all that much because it's the contact is on the chase car in that case 99% of the time. Unless the lead car is over rotating or something like that, but that has nothing to do with your bumper. You're going to run in their door at that point. So the front bumper contact is going to most likely, except for in certain circumstances, be on the chase car. So we made it a rule for our events that you have to have a front bumper. So I do not know. I'm just speaking, about my stuff. So I don't know about S.O.G. events in particular. I seem to remember, but is Azure nowhere to be found there?
Unfortunately, Azure is not. So Motor's going to be taking the dub on that one. And we're going to be moving on to Stankley and PW. So hopefully everything's all right on Azure's end.
Yeah, I hope so too. Hopefully it's just something going on with their internet, or maybe they just fell asleep. Let's hope for the best there.
For sure. Thanks, guys.
All righty.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, man.
Stanky and P-Dub on the way to you. Fate getting the buy run. Moving on into our round of 16. Of course, we are having flashing the lights like, yeah, I don't have to do any work.
Exactly.
But heading into our round of 16, of course, we are breaking this bracket. We'll pull it back up on your screen since we've got a moment here. We are headed back to the round of 8. On our side of things, we will take our 8, match them up with the 8 from the other stream, and that will form the final 16 for tonight's entire event. And we will take you from that 16 to the final champion driver over on the main stream. But we, of course, on the B stream here tonight have got to get down to our final 8, and we are headed that way. We've got about 5 runs left here in our first really this is the first round. We had to do some like preliminary work to get down to 32. So in our group of 32, we've got 5 rounds left. And then we will be rocking through our round of 16 before we move on.
You know what car you never really see compete?
What's that?
Is the Camaro. Everyone uses
that's true.
It's always the same thing. It's all the S chassis, the Beamers, the Supras, Mustang. You don't really see the Fox body much.
Yep.
And then you definitely rarely ever see the Camaro.
Very rarely see the Camaro.
But I don't blame anyone because I've tried setting the Camaro up and it is also dog water.
It's not great.
Yeah.
It is not a great ride at all. But I'm surprised there's not somebody that's just a Camaro fan, that runs them.
Exactly.
We've got guys that have set up the Yaris's. Yarisi. How do you pluralize? But the Yaris, man, that car is ridiculous. Narco, welcome back.
All right, so we're trying to get a hold of old Stankley, or is it Stankley? It's Stanky. Yeah, Stanky. But he's not here in the VC with me, and just trying to get a hold of him. I already started a 2-minute warning, and that's going to be up in like 30 seconds. So.
All right. Well, it's unless we have a magical moment where they just pop right into the server and they're ready to fire off. Looks like P-Dub also going to be moving on. He'll be facing off against Fate in the next round here. So that's 2 drivers that might be a little cold going into their next run.
Yeah.
But, of course, we've got plenty of time before we get there, so they can get off at another server and do some runs if they wanted to. But
yeah, and I'm not. I mean, there's different. You can do stuff in the dyno too. Like, you obviously don't adjust your car, but you can go in the dyno if you don't want to go into a public lobby and try and drift. And
just test it around.
Definitely just do the dyno and stay in VC.
Yep.
What's up, Marco?
All right, well, that's going to be it. So we are moving on to Welksy and Odds coming up next, as P-Dub will be disappearing from the server here momentarily. His car matches the crosswalk. Look at that.
It does, yeah. It's actually kind of funny because we were all like, I think it was the East Tailgate line that we were doing, and everyone was like doing the practice run, and one of the guys asked, they were like, "Why aren't you driving?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, you're just sitting there." I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "So what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm watching everybody else." I'm like, "I don't know who I'm paired with, but I'm watching."
Yeah.
I'm spectating. And they were like, "Well, why don't you do any practice runs?" I was like, "I will." I'm like, I'm usually like the last one in the first round to do his run. I'm like, so I'll practice the whole time. I'm like, right now I'm spectating to see how everybody drives. Yeah. And they were just, one of them was like, it's very smart to do. So, I mean, that's a tactic you can use because you're obviously not giving away your driving style. So you're kind of going in, if you haven't driven with these drivers, they're not going to know how you drive. And you're getting all the information that you need. So that's why I've never really done practice runs in the open spec check lobbies. I never move. I just park my car, turn it off, and sit there.
Yep, that's a good way to go about doing it.
I'm not giving my goods away. You gotta take me to dinner first. You want my goods? I ain't just gonna do that.
Can't just give it up. All right, well, we got Welksy in here in the server. Like we talked about earlier, when you see that haze over the windshield, it's a plain white car. That is your key to know that this car is using the livery extender mod, which I do not have. So when console players see this car, or somebody like myself that doesn't have the mod, they will see this right here.
It's actually funny. My girl's in the background. She's like, "No, we knew you put out on the first date." I'm like, "Babe, why'd you gotta say it like that?
Why you gotta tell everybody? Come on, man. Don't give out all the secrets. I mean, we knew that, but we're not going to talk about it. Come on."
Yeah, the whole time she's back there making her comments, and I laughed. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to say it out loud. I'm just like, you know what, screw it. I'm like, it's funny.
Man, these guys, I come in and I try to do the commentary as if I were on TV, so I try to treat it as all, but I have been assured that this is an 18+ adult oriented drift comp. You can say whatever the fuck you want, my friend. These guys are cooking this outside zone here. Odds a little bit of a straighten up there on the chase, but able to gather it back in and slot back in. He's following that angle here. But Welksy here absolutely ripping a smooth lead line. What is it with these with the livery extender cars, man? with
It's Badger.
yeah, who was it? Who was it earlier that had the other one? I got to go back through my list here. Threat.
Oh,
Threat
it was,
had the other one. So
yeah.
Threat and Welksy over here, I mean, they set the car in on the angle and it just stays there. There's no steering input from that point forward. It is insane. All right, well, we got odds on the lead this time, so let's see what he's going to be able to do, because he's going to have to put down a lead run of champions. He had a decent chase, but oh, well, as we say it, double tire drop to the outer first zone there. So you always finish a run because you never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
But the things are not looking great for our boy S.O.G odds right here. So let's see if he can hold on. He's going to have to send it for the rest of this run. And it looks like that's what he's doing. And takes out the sign at the end. You've got to be so close to that light pole to be able to even do that. Great, great run there. But yeah, definitely a small little mistake leading to that double tire drop in that first outside zone.
Yeah, I believe you're about maybe a foot in real life. If it was like real life, you're about a foot away from the light pole, but in game it's several inches.
Oh yeah.
Because of how we see the cars. So these guys are getting real, like very close to that like pole, like almost like if you had butt hairs, like the butt hairs are rubbing against the pole, and then you smack the other pole.
Ashton in the chat here says, might as well throw white paint on a car in some the rainbow colored window. I'm telling you, man, so it's a secret sauce, man. Apparently, these guys, good grief. It just suddenly makes your car drive smooth as butter.
Him running up on that car like that, he definitely popped it into second gear instead of neutral. Just started
rolled it forward. Well, like I said, that's why I have to bury my car in a corner somewhere on the map. People always say, well, why don't you park up with the judges and everybody else in the server right here? And I'm like, sometime the game wants to bug out when I'm flying the drone camera around and it starts passing my camera inputs through to the car. So if I was sitting right here, next thing you know, I could be rolling out onto the track. So I have to bury my car in a corner somewhere. Because right now, like if I'm moving my left analog stick back and forth like this, my wheels could be turning right now in my car. I'm hiding. Where am I at? Let's see if my car is still in its corner. Let's go. We'll go on a little hunting mission here while we await the judges' inputs. I know I was way back. I went to like the farthest away corner.
You're to the left more, I think.
Well, I'm back here, right over.
Or maybe not. Maybe you are over there. I'm sure.
Why are there still tire marks over here? What in the world? But I am, look at, see, I'm still buried over here. And if I move, moving the analog stick, my wheels are not moving. So yeah, I'm still tucked away in my corner over here. But we could come check here in like an hour or so, and my car could be over here by these trees. I've seen it happen before. So I try to get as far away from the competition line as I can.
Man is legit ghost riding the whip.
That's right. This thing will drive itself around, man. No remote control car.
Don't worry, he's got his 40. He's got everything else he needs.
It's a requirement.
All right, guys. Welks's gonna take a dub on that one. Unfortunately, odds DQ'd on his lead.
Yep. All right. Well, there you have it. Unfortunate for our buddy Odds here. But another one of these, the ghost machines here, making its way into the next round. And we'll see. If they were to continue through the competition, they would not be meeting until possibly they would have to make the final 8 of the whole night before those two cars, if they win out, that's when they would face each other. So we're not going to play favorites, but I kind of would like to see those two cars facing off one-on-one. Like I said, no steering inputs at all. Once they set the angle, they initiate and set that car, hey, they probably could just put the controller on the desk. It's ridiculous, man.
Right, yeah. They got that. It's like that throttle lock you can buy for a motorcycle. It's like they got a steering lock. They just put, they just flick the stick and it just holds where they want it.
Yep. Like an airplane with autopilot. You set the course or whatever, set the angle, and then the computer will make sure it stays in that position. You can hear the engine swap in this machine right here.
Why is that foaming like that?
Nightmare with the rumble in this GTR.
So he's running a V8 or is he running the what is it? I don't remember what the engine's called in the GTR. Anyway, is he running a V8 or is he running the actual?
I'm trying to go off sound. I'm pretty sure it sounds like the swap V8, but we'll see. And then of course you got the Viper here, most likely rocking the old V10. Yeah, I think this has got the stock motor in here, but either way, they're going to have some horsepower.
Like solid fitment. Like they're both coming in with some A-grade fitment.
Yeah, check these things out, man. We'll get the camera in between these two, kind of like when drag cars take off, and they've got that camera that's like under the bottom of the tree.
I mean, sometimes they do. Sometimes I've seen them like in Orlando. They have a camera that's like this to watch them take off, and then there's a kit that switches to like the drone that's above them. That's kind of dope when it goes up.
Yeah.
That was clean. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to give props to you for controlling this thing because I would have no idea how to do that.
I'm having a little fun with it, man. These guys, yeah, man, side by side here, matching the angle is Nightmare here on the chase for Cedars. Our first time seeing Cedars here tonight.
Yes.
And my man is absolutely cooking it, but Nightmare is not letting him go anywhere. Ah, a little bit of a catch on the bumper there. Does that affect the line? And Cedars able to hold on to it, and let's see how they get away with this last pole. Oh, they avoid that last pole. They're like, we're not messing with you. But boy, was that,
yeah,
I mean, the lead run was on point for that Viper, but the chase run right there, boy. Nightmare was not letting that Viper go anywhere.
No. He was there the whole time, and that's very good. That was very impressive.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of practice with it. I'm definitely not as good as Curdy is with his drone camera action. I keep saying I'm going to get a PlayStation controller because, like I said earlier, I've got this knockoff Xbox controller, and the analog sticks are actually horrible. I've gotten used to them, but it's if I had more in-depth control, it would be very nice. But I have fun with it.
Just all over each other.
And yeah, man, they're matching each other's angle perfectly. It's so hard to do in the chase position. I mean, they're like twins here. Look at the distance, a little bit of a tire drop. Maybe on that lead car, we'd have to see it again there, but I mean, these guys using up every bit. One tire? Yup. Using up every bit of the track, every bit of their cars, and every bit of each other's doors all the way around. I don't know if there was that one fender bump on that one transition, but other than that, they were that close and they weren't touching. I mean, the car control between these two, I mean, Cedars is a wheel man through and through. We all know that. But, I mean, Nightmare showing that he is not one to be slept on. That was a hell of a run between these two right there. I'd have much rather seen this later on in the event, but we're getting it right now.
Right. Like, I'll be the first to say I don't usually shake in my boots, but when I do, it was the first time I ever ran up against, my first comp, I ran up against Pib from Fuji.
Oh, good grief.
And yeah, we were on West Coast, and I was already shaky on that track just because I'd never ran it before.
Yeah.
You know, I was still new to the tune, so I wasn't like, my tunes were not where they are today. And it was like, I was just happy that I was able to keep up with him. Like, because
that's a feat by itself. I wouldn't be able to. I would not even be on the same corner. Like, I'd be halfway through the track when my man hit the finish. Piv is unreal. Was he running his Viper? He's usually in a Viper.
Yeah, he was in his Viper when I ran against him on West Coast, and it was, I mean, I was using the S15, and it's a quick little car. You know, I think on the first outer zone back then, I was hitting I was topping it out, like I was probably like 65, 66 on the first outer zone.
Yeah.
And like everyone was thinking that I was running 255s. I'm like, I promise you I'm running 245s. On God, I'm running the right spec. I'm like, I don't know what I did with my gearing, okay? I don't know. It's just working.
It's doing what it's doing. Stop asking me questions.
But yeah, that was like running against drivers like that. Like that was my first time running in this comp, and that showed me there. I was like, okay, these guys are like anyone who jumps into these comps is a whole nother level above what I'm used to running against.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it really gave me like the motivation. It definitely like made me angry because I was like, dang it, I didn't want to get knocked out my first time.
Yep.
But like it definitely gave me the motivation to sit back and like really think about what my driving style needs.
Yeah, it's like you got to focus in. It's like what do I need to bring to the table to make this happen?
Exactly. And I'm like, I was talking to Blue, and I was like, hey, so I know everyone's like putting like gold, silver, and bronze stickers. I'm like, what can we do for like the guy who loses first? I'm like, because I did like every comp I've done, I'm like the first one out, and I'm like, is there like a cool sticker I can put on my car for being the first one out? And there's not, but
that little blue splotchy character that's in one of the vinyl packs or whatever, that's like got its tongue out or whatever. That's the one. You just put that right on your window. Right. It's like That's awesome.
Whereas it's like it's fun to see like everyone's like progression, because I've seen a couple of drivers where they're like, oh, okay, we got one of the red.
Mr. Cedars is going to take the dub on that one.
Oof, so close.
It was a really, really good run. It looks like there were some tires dropped in outer zone 3 and a little bit of contact there.
Absolutely. We saw those in action when they happen, and the judges take note every little detail, man. You can't get away from them here. And just two little teeny tiny things. Tripped up Nightmare there. And Cedars is going to be moving on to the next round.
Yep. And just so everyone knows, I only name drop people that I know personally and talked to and driven with. So, like, I would never say anything about, like, shaking with my boots for, like, someone that I didn't drive. Like, me and Pip, I had driven with Fuji for a while. Like, not in their team, but, like, S.O.G and Fuji really.
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't mind the compliment either.
Well, yeah, no, of course. He's probably like, and this guy's shaking his boots. Yeah. It would give me a boost in confidence if someone was like, I rolled up next to Boost and I was like, shit, I was a little nervous. And I was like, you shouldn't be, because I'm definitely one of those guys that's going to mess up.
Well, we got Taco and Wolfie here.
I said I have food names.
These guys are right. I'm telling you. And these guys are ready to send it here, and boy, are they doing it. It's like every run we get, they get better and better and better. These guys crushing this roundabout here on outside 1, so close on the transition there, making their way into outside 2 and 3, almost touching there, so close on that transition as well. Holy. Through outside 5, do they get eaten by the infamous pole at outside 6? No.
Nope.
And a little spark I saw as they touched the sign there, but didn't knock it over. That right there was a run for the ages. Let's see if they can do it again when they flip positions here.
Some of these runs are looking like the runs that we have to like show the line, like in our actual comp announcements. We have we have a couple guys that'll run it, and it's like some of these runs are looking identical to those. And it's like people really took their time and like did their homework and like figured it out. They definitely found the missing link in their vehicles. Like these cars are like on point.
All right, well, we got the flip side here. We got Wolfie on the lead this time, and Taku, they're in the chase position, and you see him. I mean, like I said, a mirror of that first run so far. It looks exactly the same. If it wasn't for the different liveries on the car, we wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Look, it looks like one set of tire marks on the course here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's like one set.
Oh, a little bit of a thump there, just like the last run. That could be the one detail that is the difference in the win and loss of this run. And you see them taking out the sign there at the finish. That's how precise these guys are driving. Look how close. On the angle of the curb here, look how close that sign is to when you're going to be, whether you're going to hit that pole or hit the sign. That is how close they are. They were about to touch that pole with their bumper sliding through there. And that little, right here, heading into outside 4, that little touch just on the transition could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. But yeah, it was when they went on the first outer zone, I was like, wow. There's one set of tracks on this line right now. I'm like, there's not two.
That
It
was
just
so
looks like
cool.
one car is on it. I'm digging that livery on top of this car. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of digging how that, like, it looks like there's a lot going on, but it's really not as much as you would think.
Yeah, it's a clean. Yeah, you're exactly right. It looks like a lot, but it's a clean style of the way that it's done. Digging the carbon as well. Gold carbon.
Oh yeah,
there.
you can definitely look at some of the liveries and see who's doing like the searches and looking up like FD Japan style liveries.
Yep.
Compared to like the American style liveries that we have. Like you see a couple of the Mustangs that definitely look like the RTR Mustangs. You see some of the Beamers that look like the Falcon cars, and it's cool to see some of the Japanese influences, like the very bright and vibrant style liveries, or I guess you would say like the darker kind, but they have a lot going on. It looks
Absolutely.
like, but it's not as much as you would think. I never get tired of looking at that like Kevlar carbon fiber.
Oh, it's so,
it's just something that I can just look at
so
constantly. Cool I didn't even notice the little American flag he had on the roof scoop.
Yep. Such a cool. This whole car, man. This thing is so awesome. The camouflage on the background there as well.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, everyone's coming out, showing out with these great lines, and then having these like beautiful vehicles that they're sitting behind the driver's seat. You know what I mean?
That's the best part of these events to me, man. I never get tired of it.
I do wish that they would have like some new body kits for some of the cars. Like the Drift Master is supposed to be like replicas of real body kits that you have in real life.
Yeah.
I wish it would actually have like gutted interiors where it was just the seats.
There was
no seats.
Understood that. Is like to me, my thought on it, I guess from a programmer's perspective, is now obviously they would have to model 2 separate interiors for every car in the game, and I know that's asking a whole lot. But my thought is when you toggle on the roll cage, that should redo the interior of the car. You are going from street car to race car, in my opinion. Like if you're not gonna just put you're not gonna like weld a roll cage. I mean, you could obviously, but like if you're making like an FD style car or whatever, you're not gonna just weld a roll cage into the damn stock car and leave the back seats in it. Like no, like it's a race car. Like you are making a race car at that point. So my thought on that, I would give up like 10 or 20 cars on the in the catalog to be able to have, the racing interiors for the cars. I think that would be a...
And I think it's a possibility that could be something that will come in the future, just like with the engine swaps and making a car heavier. I feel like eventually they might move into something like that to where you actually have like a Force that has like weight reduction. Because I mean, some of these cars are...
Because putting the roll cage in the car doesn't add any weight to it, does it?
Is that no, it does not.
Yeah, and that's obviously inaccurate. I mean, that would add a shitload of weight, but like you would also, like you said, you would pull a bunch of, if you're going to put a roll cage in, if you're making a race car, you're going to be removing so much as well as putting the roll cage and everything, like, moving the battery, taking out, all these different things that go into, race car things. Like, I just feel like it's, to the extent of customization that this game goes, I feel like it would have been pretty beneficial to, and like I said, maybe not have I mean, if they really wanted to go all out, they could have a section called interior, and you could have like a base, like the stock car interior, you could have a stripped stock interior, and then you could have a racing, like a full conversion interior. I feel like that would be the way to go about it, like full out. But if they just wanted to wanted to half-ass it, I guess you could say. I mean, obviously it's a ton of work. I'm not taking away and saying it's not a ton of work. But if you wanted to half-ass the feature, I guess, it would be when you turn the roll cage on, it puts the interior in race car mode. So that I think those are the 2 possible options of maybe how they could do it. Like I said, that's just me throwing ideas out there. But
oh no, I'm fully behind it. I think it would be cool to look. when you're driving with your friends and you have like your street car, because like a lot of like I have my own tandem. It has just a setting.
We're losing you there a little bit. I don't know if it's a Bluetooth thing or if it's an internet thing. Say something again.
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. We might have lost Boost here. Yeah, he disconnected. Let's see if he's gonna reset here. There he comes.
Can you hear me a little better now?
Oh, there we go.
All right, cool. Yeah, it might have just been because I've been on the like I said, I'm using my AirPods, so it's a possibility. It was just like, hey, you've been in Bluetooth for a hot minute. Are you sure you want to be in here?
Yeah, it was. It went a little robot mode there, and then you just disappeared.
Okay, what you got for us, man? I really wish we had that.
Right.
That sound. You just had so much.
It's crazy. His phone just does not want him to be in here telling us what's going on at all.
I know, right? His phone's like totally against us. Oh, it just muted. So, yep, there it is. Narco? It would have been funny if I would have said his name and it'd been like Polo, like Marco Polo. You know it's Narco. Because I said Narco, my girl.
I hadn't even thought about that yet. Oh, that's funny. Well, I also noticed the next two drivers are not in the server yet either. So I think they might be trying to figure out what's going on with that, as well as come up with the judgment for these two drivers. So I'm sure we will wait and find out the full story on everything going on here.
And then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And
sounds like now is going to be about the perfect time to do it.
Right. So I'll be right back, my man.
Yes, sir.
Can you all hear me?
There's Narco. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, nothing. My headset, just phone, everything's just not working for me today.
That sounds like how it goes sometimes.
All that time for an OMT, I'm so sorry. But yeah, we're kind of down a judge at the moment, and Azure did have to go due to family reasons.
Oh no. Okay. I hope everything is all right there, or if it's not, I hope it gets that way. Oh, that is. Oof.
It's been a weird night, so
yeah, it definitely has. We've all kind of had a weird night. We had our connection issues earlier. Your headset's doing a weird thing, and the spec check was kind of wonky, and man, everything is just craziness. But we're gonna get through it.
I was just like, man, can they not hear me? Like, really? And I kept popping the mute button, but oh well, here we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not gonna ignore you. We're because as soon as you pop in, we're waiting. We're ready to because we want to hear it. We want to know what's up. But yeah, man. All right. Well, one more time for these guys. Hell yeah, we get to watch them go at it again here.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Our way back over here as they come back to the line. Because I think I might run to the restroom. I think what I'll do is we'll do this run and then the next run, and before we start the next round, that round of 16, maybe I'll request that our cone car give us a good 2-minute break. Not go grab a drink, some refreshments, hit the restroom, everything like that, so that way we are geared up and ready to bring everybody that final 16 without pause. But we got these guys going again here. Taco and Wolfie headed after it here. They both had some sick runs earlier, and we are seeing more of that here. I mean, literally fender to fender all the way around the roundabout. Couldn't have swiped the credit card between the two bumpers on the transition, filling out the zones here. Outside zone 3, matching each other's angle. Another slight little tap there, and it caused him to get into the pole, and he lost the rear end of the car. It straightened out on him. And Wolfie finishing out the run, but that little tap there, it did knock him offline, but I saw Taco here flashing his lights after. So I
think he was just signaling like he was going to hit the pole and didn't.
Oh, so that's why he was just letting him know. Yeah, he was just letting him know he was bowing out. Yeah.
That's my guess.
That makes sense, yeah, because I was going to say he did not lose momentum or over-rotate at all. I didn't think so. But we'll go at it again here. Wolfie going to be on the lead this time. Taco taking over that chase spot. And these guys send it in there deep off the start and holding it there as they make their way around. So close on these transitions. These guys are so good at what they do, filling out that outside zone there. Filling out outside zone 3 as well, going about as deep as you can. And look, oh, more contact with that pole. That's 2 runs in a row, and these guys, same situation for both runs, kind of. So it looks like that could cancel out, and the judgment will come down to the rest of the run, possibly. We'll have to see.
I just go off the leads.
What word we get here. I think you're right. I think that might be what they do here. As we fly back over to the judges' position. And I have a feeling they are going to have a bunch to look at on this one, at least as far as figuring out if anybody caused anybody else to make collision or whatever it may be. So I am going to run on ahead and take that quick break right now. So Boost will be with you. If they come back with a decision before I get back, like I said, it should be real quick. I don't have a wireless headset, so I will be going dark here. Oh, well, Narco's already here. Never mind.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it worked. It looked
There
like
you
we're going
go.
home.
Well, I thought that one was, though, the one more time. Can we do multiples?
Yeah, I thought we did. Now, hold on. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, because I thought we only did one more time until we got to the
I just sent a run just a second ago, and okay, hold on now.
Am I wrong? Am I going crazy?
No. I think I'm going crazy, bro. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because Boost, these guys, this was these guys one more time, right?
Yeah, this was their second. This was their first one more time.
Yes.
And then I was supposed to go back to the judges and get the. Are we doing an OMT again? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for it, of course.
No, 100%.
Let's go find it. I was under the impression that we, especially in the A and B streams leading into the merger, I was under the impression that we only did a single one more time.
I thought so too.
Like we said, we're running 100 cars tonight, so I mean, it's kind of one of those things.
I was on Mondello. I was getting a lot of lag with one of my other, my opponent, and I think we did 2 one more times due to lag.
Well, there's a lag reset and a judging one more time is they got their 2 full pulls.
Yes.
And everything is good. All right, Narco, what you got, bud?
So yes, I was right. They are doing another one more time because they both
second one. Awesome. All right. Well,
okay.
I could watch these 2 guys run all day. So let's we're gonna rack them up and go one more time again. Awesome stuff. All right. Well, we'll see what we got here. As word makes it back to the drivers, they make their way back to the starting line here.
I think this is the only job you can totally get away with just sitting in your underwear and a Molson shirt and you'll be okay with it. That's the only job.
Hell yeah. All right, these guys are off the line here. Our boy Taco hard in the throttle, and we will see if they can replicate what they have done for 4 runs up to this point. You can see absolutely tracing that curb around the outside all the way with 0 steering input from, oh my God, these guys are good. All the way out, filling out outside zone 2, headed towards 3. What have we got? All the way out on 3, mimicking each other's angle. No contact that time, making it through 4, making it through 5, so close to the outside. Another quick transition, taking out the side and not hitting the pole. That is, without a doubt, the best run we've seen so far.
Yeah, best run so far, 100%.
Unreal driving from these two. Great call from the judges. Like I said, I was just looking for clarification to make sure that we didn't get mixed up. I wasn't sure if there was only a one more time rule, or if not, or whatever. Awesome call from the judges to run this one back again, because we needed to see this. Wolfie on the lead this time, Taco on the chase. And these guys sending it deep again. And look at that. Just no adjustment. Just setting it in there, working the throttle, and sending it all the way. And then so close. What can you do? What are the judges going to be able to do with this? Look at filling every zone all the way out the track. Oh, a little tap on that transition there. That could be what does it. Are they going to clear the light pole this time? They do. Another that's the closest transition. How did they not hit? Oh my God, those two. Somebody, I know it's not like Twitch, and maybe one day YouTube will add this in the future, but somebody put the timestamp in for that right there. I would put this run, these two runs right here, you could put those up against the finals here later on. We just got a treat right there. Oh my God.
Looked like he definitely touched the bumper and caused a little bit of an adjustment.
Absolutely.
It didn't cause his car upset. But on the
but when the rest of the runs were perfect, that's the only thing. That was basically the only thing. Good grief, was that? Whew. That's fun to watch right there. My cheeks hurt, man. I was like smiling the whole time. I was just, oh man.
Right.
Mason says it ain't Saturday, baby. It's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday up in here. I can't agree more. What awesome stuff. Taco and Wolfie here. Taco, absolutely. This car is beautiful. His driving is beautiful. Of course, we've already seen Wolfie on multiple occasions absolutely rip it. These guys just, I can't.
Full send.
Yeah. I really do. I'm sure the judges are going to pick over these runs to make sure, because when you have guys that are this close in comparison and they're driving, you really want to make sure that you pull every detail out of the runs to make sure you get the right call. But just, in seeing it live, that one little bit of contact, I think, is the only thing I saw stand out to me.
Right. Yeah, I didn't see much else other than that. The only thing I did want to say is when you were like, look at them around the outside, the only thing that came into my head was the Eminem song was like,
around the outside, around the outside.
Just like you said that, it was just like gold. Like right there, gold.
Oh man.
But yeah, these guys, they came out. They really did show out. Like that was, so many times it didn't even look like there were two cars on them. Like the tire tracks were just like on top of each other.
Perfect twins. That was so cool. King says street tacos.
Street tacos. I will say though, like when you get the chance to like do stuff like that, it definitely like your first run is very, like your first set of lead and chase is very stressful. But once you've gotten to be able to do stuff like this where you've been able to run with the driver a little bit, that does, you do pick up on their antics, you pick up on their driving style. So that does, I don't want to say like gives an advantage, but it definitely makes it way more fun to watch, because like these guys are like, okay, well now it looks like they've been driving together for years.
Yep. You start to get that feel for it.
Simultaneous.
Oh man, that was wild. I'm glad that happened on our stream and not the other one. I want it all. I'm greedy.
To drink is going to start taking a shot every time you hit a building.
I did just smack into this pole right here. Yeah, right.
Ooh, or like hitting the, like it would be. I know there's somebody out there. It's like, whatever. Here, notice a lot of people are hitting that yellow caution sign. I'm like, I'm gonna take a shot every time that.
Oh,
happens.
good
like,
grief! That'll kill you. These guys, man, the way that they're driving, you're going to believe me. When we get to that final 16 later on and we merge these streams, that sign, they're just going to have replacement signs lined up after every run because that thing is going to be getting taken out.
Oh, 100%. That sign gets knocked out. Like every other run it's looked like so far has been like someone hit the sign, and it's one of those things. It's a target. You want to hit it because it just shows like that's a clarification to you that you were that close to that outside.
That was cool.
Yeah, everyone's just showing out tonight. I'm very impressed with like the level of driving, and I know this happens every Saturday, but like I'm now sitting and watching it, so it's like the level of driving that's coming out, and you actually get to see it firsthand. It's ridiculous. It's like these guys really out there, like they're like these are pro drivers. Like you are watching professional drivers, guys that go to work Monday through Friday, and might even work on call. They're professional drivers on a video game, and people don't give enough credit to that because it's not easy. Not at all. Narco, what's up, bro?
Hey, Taco's gonna take the dub on that one. Woofy was a lot more shallow in his run on. I actually didn't write that down, but he was more shallow in his run.
All right, so it looks like it is going to Taco. Alex, if you're talking, my man, I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yep, now I can hear you.
What happened? Oh, well, I muted for a second, a minute. I was taking a bite of something, and then it didn't unmute again. Well, I appreciate you. Well, thank you for letting me know. Well, as I was saying there, I love how they're like, this dude talks constantly, and he's not saying anything right now, so something's got to be wrong.
That was my first thing. I was like, wait a minute. I had said a full statement. I was like, I know he just said something. Like, he was just like waiting because Narco jumped in, and then all of a sudden, like, I was like, hey, hey, Narco, and like, you didn't say anything, and I was like, so used to him saying like, and the winner is. Like,
yeah, no, it's kind of, yeah. No, I appreciate you for sure. You're right. But man, Taco coming on. I mean, the two, some of the best runs we've seen all night. So close as can be. And we come down to the final pairing of our 32 round here. This is going to be...
That's a 7-0 swap. I hear that from a mile away.
Oh, yeah. She's got
I don't care what anyone says. The 7-0 is probably the nastiest sounding car, like, engine in the game.
It's chunky.
Like, it's just so aggressive.
Ugh.
Just that chop.
And in a 180 too. Just the timing in it is just so gnarly sounding. All right, well we've got Ukina and Lover Boy Josh right here. Lover is. Well, it looks like are they in the wrong? I think they're in the wrong positions here because Ukina is supposed to be the lead car, but I mean as long as they get the run in either way. But yeah, got the. Well, I think that's because they know they're in the wrong position maybe. But either way. Well, and you see that Mustang driving its way back up here. Let's see if they can close the proximity in that 180 with that lean, mean V8 machine under the hood. But you can see the Mustang here making up the difference as they get back up. Running a great lead line as well. Oh, but spinning out, losing control.
Finish your chase.
Yep.
Even if you're far back, that's always why you try to finish it, because of situations like that, because anything can happen to it.
Yep, you never know, and that was a perfect example right there of finishing the chase out, and look what happened right at the end.
Because, I mean, I don't know how the judges are going to, like, look at that with the inactive chase in the game and having it keep, like, this.
Well, I'm not sure the circumstances of it, but I mean, like I said, they did line up backwards to start, so I'm not sure if they kind of weren't like, hey, are we supposed to be this way or the other way, and then the cone car's like, go, and well, now you've got, there was a little contact I noticed, and then both cars with the double tire drop there on outside zone 1. But after that, filling these other zones out a little late into outside 3 there, a little shallow compared to other drivers, and outside 4 and over rotating here as well. And I thought we were going to see some kind of cool little like transfer over move around the to the final zone, but they just let the momentum fizzle out.
Yeah, it's really hard to, like, once your car is out of lock, like
to
once
get
you
it
run
to
out of, like, to get it to set back into place.
Yep.
Like once your momentum is fully carried through, it's really hard to, like, catch it. And it looked like he tried to catch it, but it's by then it's so far gone. Like, and that's not even like a driver's skill error issue. That's just the momentum of the vehicle.
It's just physics.
It's really hard to catch it, and it's not going to happen.
Yep, you are exactly
like,
right.
I've had enough situations where my car spins out like that, and I try to catch it, dude. I'll be mashing e-brake, clutch, you know, like pressing on my left foot brake, you know, doing whatever I can.
She's going around.
You just can't. Once it's gone, it's gone. And that's the sad factor about it.
Yep. Wolfie said those runs were fun, man. That was a pleasure to watch from top to bottom. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I'm sure you could tell. Great stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't know why the Mustang is giving me, like, candy wrapper vibe. Like, that blue and gold just gives me, like,
that is a good...
like a taffy, like a Laffy Taffy style vibe. I kind of dig that, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely love the Japanese look on the 180. But, like, I was looking, I got mesmerized in it because I was like, wait, how did he get that, like, honeycomb on the top? Like, how did he get that to work?
Yeah, I'm digging the classic, like you said, the classic Japanese drift style over here on the 180. But the candy wrapper here, that's a yeah. This roof is one of those happy accident kind of things, I think, or like not that they just did it on accident, but like a clever trickery with the mirroring to get it to create a pattern like that on the roof. Definitely a cool design there.
Right.
They've got Maya written here on the door. We definitely it was mentioned before this event started, obviously not a rule by any means, but before this event started, it was mentioned maybe trying to normalize the names between what's on the cars and in the Discord, so that way when it's on the when we're calling names through commentary, and we're seeing it on the bracket and all of that, we would be able to call people by the right name. I don't want to get anybody's name wrong. Narco has returned. What have you got for us?
All right, we're doing an orangism one more time.
All right, there we go. There go fire it off again. We're going to set a record tonight for one more time runs. Love to see it. The more
we're going to bring in the morning together.
That's right. More drifting I get, the better. I'm all for it here.
100%.
But yeah, it's we've still got our top 16 to go here before the merger, and it is already over here on the east side of things in the U.S. It is already 1 a.m. So
and then it's midnight for me here in the Midwest, good old Missouri.
Yeah, this is gonna be a night
I
here.
mean, St. Petersburg.
We're in right. It's middle of the afternoon here in St. Petersburg. It's a nice brisk Sunday morning here, and oh boy, good old St. Pete. All right, we're ready to fire off here. Loverboy is taking the lead position again here, so they're just gonna run them back just like they did a little while ago. They give the ready up. They say they are good to go. Both drivers say they're good to go. They're like, come on, you gave us the one more time. Tell us we can go.
Right.
They are fired up. Loverboy giving a little love tap to the cone car there, saying, hey man, we want to go. We want to go. That's funny. He's like, no, you gonna go when I tell you to go. All right, they finally get the green light, and they are off. Big old lag there. Hopefully that was just on our side from Maya's ride. Loverboy is cranking it around the outside of this thing here. Getting a little gap in there. Let's see if Maya's able to drive that back up to the door. It's going to be, I was going to say, getting close to the end of it here, but almost an over-rotation there from both drivers. Way to hold on to it, but Maya gets bit by the pole again, the world's most dangerous light pole that is apparently made of, like, tungsten or something like that. It's a uranium light pole here.
Right.
This thing
That
weighs
is one
6
thing I've noticed.
billion tons.
In the past, like, couple months of, paying attention to, like, different drivers, it's actually really cool to see, like, it's totally going to sound sexy, but it's really cool to see more of the female presence. Like, because, they always try to hide it because they don't want the random, like,
oh, yeah.
Just
no,
like,
you're absolutely right.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's dope to see some of the best drivers I've driven with have been female.
Of course.
And they kill it.
Absolutely, and that is one thing that is hopefully going to be changing over time. And we'll get into that here in a moment. Possible double tire drop there. This is giving the judges a little to feed on here. But we will see what we get. Are they able to finish out the run? They are filling the zones here, but it was a double tire drop as confirmed watching it back.
Like it, yes.
All right, so we'll see what the judges think about it. Good runs here overall, but like you said, man, I hope this is a trend that continues upward. One thing that with my own streaming community is running very short on girls in general. And I've also noticed there are a lot of Discord accounts in our Discord server that appear to be, just judging a book by its cover, but they appear to be female users that don't participate. They're just kind of lurking. They're just in the background. And I think, like you said, there's that worry of course, as soon as you show up, in a server, in a game or whatever, you're going to have those guys that just jump all over them because they're a girl, and it's totally, obviously, like I said before, that family.
100% too.
What's that?
It's disrespectful 100%.
Oh, extremely.
I find it extremely disrespectful.
Very much. I'm not a fan.
Just trying to play a game
just like we are. And what's the difference? And it's a video game. Their thumbs work just like ours do. It's not like when people, because there's always the argument in real life sports and everything like that, where yes, you can't have women like in the NFL, for example. These guys are literally they're like, you could put them in a fight with a real gorilla and they might win. They're these gargantuan humans, and it's just the biologicals. There are differences there, you know what I mean? And we don't want anybody getting hurt, and we want fair competition. But that, to me, is the beauty of esports, is that everybody, even people without thumbs, they figure out ways to work the controller. Anybody can get to a high level in gaming, no matter who they are or where they come from.
As long as they got the time and place to do it, yeah, you can get very far as long as you put in the effort to do so.
That's right. That's what it's all about.
All right, Loverboy is going to take the win on that one by dropping some tires.
All right, well, that drop we were just talking about came to cost. And Loverboy is going to move on to the next round, and that is going to be the final car, making it to our round of 16. Narco, can you do me a favor before you bounce out of here?
Yes, I can.
Could we get like a 2-minute hold? You don't even need to come back and check with me, but just like a little bit of a delay so I can run to the bathroom real quick and grab a water bottle before we head into our round of 16.
100%.
You are the man. Hey, also everybody watching at home, you guys, take advantage. Do the same thing. Real quick, 2 minutes. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to go to a break screen or anything like that. I'm going to leave us with our drone floating right over the starting line here so we can see the next 2 cars come up. But yeah, grab you a beverage real quick and come right back, and our round of 16 will be coming right at you.
I'm filling in my water bottle. I promise I'm not in the bathroom. Yeah. Hold on.
All right, as I make my way back over here to the desk, I can see our cars here are lined up and ready to rock. Hopefully everybody else has made it back to their screens in time to see what we got going on. We got Boost is still in here with me. I am Alex, and we are here to bring you... Oh, perfect timing. Look at this.
I know. I did the same thing. I went and got water.
Our final 16 here. I did not get a chance to look at the bracket before they got going, and I can't take my hands off the controller now. So we are going to check in on that. I think that's THC Burner in blue, I believe, off memory. But, well, they sure are driving like that's who it is, man. This is the lead right here, but boy, is Blue putting some pressure on that chase. I'm pretty sure that's the pairing here.
I think so, yes.
I mean, now that I get my hands free.
The Uchiha symbol on the side of that S.O.G car, yeah, it's blue.
Right there we go. Was able to pull up that top 16 on the screen there, and when we're in between runs, I'll pull it up for you guys on the bracket as well. I see my boy Jay over there in the chat. What is going on? Brunkle Jay, that man right there, quite literally one of the earliest supporters of my stream over there. So shouts out to Jay for coming to hang out and watch a little bit of drift in action tonight. Of course, he's always been a massive supporter of our slide style events as well. So big shouts out to him over there. Of course, whenever you see Damien in the chat, you guys are all familiar with Damien here at the S.O.G comp events, but he's also one of the longest supporters of my stream, so I appreciate that. And boy, are these guys burning the house down here. Blue with this car filling out every zone. We expect no less from one of the best drivers in S.O.G, but I tell you what, Burner did not let off of that door from start to finish. I mean, that was about as clean of a lead run as you can get there, and Burner maximized every bit of his chase position there all the way through.
And I just want to touch on the fact that you saw the guys flash your headlights at the end. Like, that's sportsmanship. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh, they're always showing the love. Yep. Always showing the love here. They're out here to compete, but they're here to have fun first and foremost. And these guys, I think they very much enjoy driving with each other.
Oh yeah, I mean it's so fun to be in the environment because like you're focusing on what you're trying to do, but you're trying your best to enjoy the moment of just being able to drift in general.
Yep. But
that's why we play the game. That's why we have love for it.
I think there's going to be a little bit of every time I say this, I'm wrong, but I think there's going to be a little bit of time here on the judges looking over this one and seeing what the decision is going to be moving forward.
Big fact.
To touch on what we were talking about earlier, man, about the women coming in and being involved, that's one big thing as far as S.O.G is concerned, is there is a huge group of women that are drivers and big participants in S.O.G, and not just driving and being around part of the team, but involved in events such as this one and everything that S.O.G has going on. And if you are in that position that Boost had mentioned earlier on, where you maybe try to hide the fact that you happen to be female because you know how people can be, with online gaming and with the whole world in general, it's kind of ridiculous, but we ain't gonna get into that. But as far as online gaming goes, you know how the world can be, so that you may just you don't turn your microphone on, or you might name your avatar and everything like that is to kind of conceal that, and nobody should ever have to conceal who they are in any situation, ever. But especially with online gaming. And if you ever feel that type of way, like we said earlier, we were talking about the family aspect of S.O.G. It's not just a bunch of guys. Yeah, there are. I mean, it is a lot of guys, but it's not at all just a bunch of guys drifting. There is huge female presence, and that is we love that. We want everybody to be who they are. There is no place for any of that type of thing to go on. Everyone is welcome exactly as they are. The number one rule, I think, and it goes. This is personal for my streams. But I think the S.O.G. and this team, they align with my values perfectly. The number one rule, just don't be an asshole. That's it. Then you can apply that to your whole life. Just don't be an asshole and you're cool. That's all you need. And I think that's what it's all about. But yeah, if you ever feel like you need to hide your true self or anything like that, I'm not going to sit here and advertise my own stream or anything, but I mean, come hang out with me, come hang out with my people, come hang out with S.O.G, man. Because like I said, these are my people. I love these guys, and this is definitely a place to come spend some time for sure if you want to be around good people.
Oh, like, I mean, we have lobbies hosted like all the time. I mean, we have drivers from like other countries who are up when we're asleep. So, like, if we ever see an S.O.G lobby, even if it's not an American server, it's a Europe or what is it, Asia server, and then South America. I don't know if we have anyone from South America, but if you see a lobby open, know the door is always open. And, like, just to hop in the lobby and just close some doors, hang out. You know,
yeah, for certain.
You're going to pull out the cargo and start ramming people. Yeah, we'll kick you from the lobby. But, like, other than that, you're more than welcome to come hang out with them. Because we don't like rammers. I don't think anyone who ever plays this game likes rammers because it's annoying. You
Yeah.
get to a lobby, you're just hanging out, and all of a sudden you see a giant semi-truck or a Lamborghini with, like, you know, go-kart wheels just racing around the track backwards, running and everything.
It's unnecessary. Well, and there's a big overlap there in what we were just talking about with as soon as a girl wants to speak on voice, the same people that are doing those kinds of things are the same people that are gonna, you know, say something disrespectful just because somebody's a woman. So that's the same kind of thing that, you know, so if you don't want to be around that. I mean, this is the type of community to be in, because that's just not happening, you know.
No. What you got for us, Narco?
Narco is here.
Blue wins on that one. Blue takes the dub home. THC missed 3 zones.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, Blue
dub on that one.
keeping up the high level of driving as he has become known for, or he's been known for a long time before I got here. But Blue doing his thing, but great stuff here from Burner all night. Always love to watch him drive. I always keep an eye on him, man. THC Burner. He's one of the first cars I think that I ever got to call when I was brought over here. Do a little bit of commentary for S.O.G, so I always remember that name. Glad to see him running. And I see Blue over there in the chat, giving Boost and I a little bit of love. You know, you're our buddy over there. Blue's the man. Yeah, Boost doing a great job over here, considering this is his first time in the commentary booth. I think you are holding it down just fine, man. Like you've been here all along. We love it.
Right, and doing that and chasing cats out from trying to kill each other and
doing the Lord's work, man. Doing the Lord's work.
These guys sound ready to rock and roll.
I believe so. Well, the other cars have popped out of the server, so I think we are set to go here. We have got Maple on the lead here, and we did see the lead of Champions earlier come out of them, so we're going to see what they got. And then Sleepy over here on the chase. Definitely not going to be sleeping on this chase, so we'll see what these two have got for us here as they get ready to launch off the line here at some point, maybe, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
They're flashing their lights. They're saying they're ready to go. Are they going to get the go-ahead? Here it is, and we are off. Time to bring the horsepower from that Mustang. Let's see what Maple's got with this thing. Slinging it in there. Oh, caught Sleepy off guard there a little bit on the initiation. Thing did not want to settle in here. And Maple, we talked about that lead earlier, and look at the momentum. They looked in the rearview mirror and saw the distance and said, I know what I can do about this. Let's get out of here. Maple throws the throttle down and a tire drop there. That's what's going to happen when you carry all that extra momentum, but Sleepy tagging that light pole right at the finish there.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
like the Mustangs, they run off of that momentum. Like, you might not carry a lot of speed, but as soon as you pick up that momentum, throwing the weight, like he took off out of that first zone. Like, it's just the weight of the car that does that.
Yep, that car took off like a rocket ship. And Sleepy, was making up ground at the finish. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Sleepy was stuffing that car into those corners and making it stick, but it got all the way to that final pole that's just been killing everybody.
Yeah, it did look like on Sleepy's chase, it looked like he might have tried slowing the car down, like he was going in too hot, but his car wasn't in enough angle, and when he left foot brake, the front end just pulled
it
back
just straightened right up on him.
Yeah.
Well, a good initiation this time around. And Maple staying right there on the chase through and through. A little shallow there on outside 3, headed into outside, deep in outside 4 and 5, though. Beautiful angle through there. And, I was going to say, little contact coming across the finish line, but I would say that was, I don't know, it's up to the judges, of course, but I would say that was kind of after. You are supposed to control your car all the way through the finish, but this is a little bit of a unique finish situation as these guys are cranking so much angle.
Oh, yeah.
Coming across the finish
you're
line.
Coming out doing like 80, dropping down to like almost 40. And then when you flip back over, you're picking up maybe 10 miles an hour. So you're like doing maybe 50. So
and you're just slinging that thing around, yeah.
Yeah, those runs were very, very good. Like it's very interesting to watch like people's setups when it does stuff like that, because my S15 for a while before I like adjusted the brake pressure to a certain point, that my S15, if I wasn't like at 70 or 80 degrees, it would just straighten up. Like if I left foot brake. And it's just one of those things that you just gotta catch it. And it happens to all of us. You know what I mean? It's not something that you can just be like, well, I'm the best at left foot braking. That's not true. Like, it just happens. You're in the zone, you're in the moment, you're like, okay, this is what I need to do with this. And you do it, and your car's like, I wasn't ready. Like, it comes down to your car having its own personality.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like, nope, not today.
Boy, that is the truth. It's true of all forms of motor racing, but
in that car.
If you ever watch, if any of you out there are NASCAR fans, man, it is so true in NASCAR racing, because these guys are running 400 and 500 miles at a time, so you start to see the personality of the individual chassis that these are. There's a reason that NASCAR drivers have favorite chassis. They'll tell you they know the numbers of which car is their favorite car to drive, because it is hilarious, the personalities in these in these machines here. And drift cars are no exception to that.
Like, even in the loading screens, if anyone ever pays attention to what it says, CarX even has like things that say at the bottom, each car has its own driving style, because each car has their own personality.
Oh, yeah.
Like like the S15 is very sway. It's a very swayful car. It just sways where you want it to be. But when it comes to like the car that I've been driving now is the Hunter. It is much more of a bitey car. It is very like, it really wants to jump forward and be where you want it, but you got to tone out some of that bite. I guess it's side bite. You're getting a lot of side bite from the rear wheels.
Absolutely.
And in the S15, you don't get it. The S15 likes to slide back where the Hunter likes to be thrown into where you want it. Otherwise, it will push forward. And
You've got to throw it in there and then pull it back out versus the S15 wants to just glide right on up in there. But with that glide, if you ever find yourself needing that quick pull up out of there, you depending on how you got that car set up, you ain't gonna get it. So that's like your give and take there. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like when I was tuning my Hunter for this, I was running I usually run a really high, what am I trying to think of? Toe. I dropped my toe almost to 0. I dropped my camber a little negative because, like I said, I run a very stiff car. So when it does squat that little bit, you're getting all the traction out.
Yeah.
So I had to end up switching to negative camber a little bit, by 0.17, just to get the car to slide out more. And that was a stretch. I technically probably could have dropped it another 10 or 15 degrees just to get it where it needed to be. But then I was, I got asked, they asked us who wanted to do what. And I was like, you know what? I would much rather do commentary than perform. Because you're out here, you're driving, but it is a performance.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of, these two cars aren't, they're not just competing, they're dancing. This is very much like a dancing sport. These cars are dancing between these lines. I know it sounds kind of frou-frou to say that, but
no, not at all. We talk about that almost every stream. You are spot on.
Nice.
Yeah, we talk about that. Well, and I was gonna try to avoid it all night, especially because Powder wasn't here. But now that you brought it up, I've got to talk about it. And Damien and Savage and Jay all just went, oh shit, here we go. But gonna talk about it. I can't get away from it. Wrestling, baby. Just like professional wrestling, it is a dance. You are working together. Obviously, they're giving the. Damien says, "Oh my God, I see it over there out of the corner of my eye." But it's the exact same idea. It's the exact same concept of you're working together, but also putting on that show, but also there's some competition. It's kind of all one thing. Narco, what you got, bud?
We got one more time.
Boy, awesome. We're setting a record tonight. I'm telling you, we are setting a record. I love it. And this is a great pairing to do it with, too. All right.
I'm going to just throw this out there. I'm pretty sure the Mustang is, I'm horrible with names because I don't have the stuff pulled up. But he's Maple, probably a Chelsea Denofa fan because I just realized he's running number 88. I'm pretty sure that's Denofa's number. I might be wrong, but if I'm not wrong, I'm definitely a Denofa fan, and I'm 100% on your side. I love Chelsea Denofa. He is a phenomenal driver. He's one of my top favorite drivers. I literally will catch myself drinking coffee in the morning and looking up highlights, his drifting highlights, his competing highlights.
There you go.
That, and I would not mind having a RTR Mustang, one that you can buy off of the line, but I don't want to spend that kind of money.
Hell no, you ain't lying about that, boy. Oh, these guys are very ready to go. All right, well, we got Maple on the lead here. We got another one more time. Sleepy will be on the chase. We'll see what we've got here. Look at Sleepy with the far out initiation, and it did not work out. They were trying something different, and it cost them a 2-tire drop there, and the gap is opening up here between Maple and Sleepy. They have got some ground to make up here. And
wow.
Just like we talked about earlier, when Maple does not have that, this is what I get for going to say anything. I was going to say, when Maple doesn't have that pressure coming from the chase car, they are able to throw down a ridiculous lead line there. But as soon as I go to say that, just that one tire creeps over the curb. That's my fault. Judges, I'll take the blame for that one right there. Oh, boy. Well, that's all right. They go to rack them up one more time here. We're going to have Sleepy on the lead this time. We'll see if they go for that super aggressive entry into outside zone 1 again. Definitely just no traction zone all around here. Sliding all over. A lot more conservative entry. into the roundabout here. It actually led to a little bit of contact there. Tire drop there, but that could be said to be cause of the chase driver, Maple. They transition back over. Let's see how the second half of this run works out here. As they do fill out outside 3, deep into outside 4. Let's see how they are with the poles here. 5, about as far as you can get, and pretty deep into 6 as well. Great second half of the run from these two.
Yeah, that initiation, that was a wild one. When he dropped, I think it was either 2 or 3.
It was like, the whole car was on the sidewalk.
It last second on the stream, and then I tried watching it on my TV, and I was like, wait, what are they doing now? And then I looked back up, and it was already past that point, and I was like, dang it, I missed it.
Don't you hate that?
It's good, Alex. It's good,
hey, there's the driver of the hour right there. What's going on?
Don't say it like that, bro. Don't give me too much credit, you know?
I done told you, stop taking that. You've like scratched your name on the podium over there. So
fair enough.
I'm gonna keep talking about it till I jinx you out. I'm just playing. I want you to win all of them.
Hey man, doing my best.
I see. What is Curdy sneaking in here too? I guess does that mean does that mean that things are finished over there on you guys' side of things?
Yes, sir. It is.
So
we got our top 8 over there.
Were y'all gonna be waiting on us, or are y'all headed this direction?
Oh, we're done over there full.
Yeah, we're done over there full.
We're merging with you. You got it through the end of the night, Alex.
All right.
Hey, I will say you're getting some kick-ass angles.
I appreciate it. Well, I like this track for the drone cam. This one's definitely a lot easier on my side of things. I've been saying, I've been telling y'all for like 2 months now, I'm gonna get a PlayStation controller, and guess what? I still don't have. Y'all are gonna have to hold me to it. Y'all are gonna have to start messaging me during the day. Hey, you got a PlayStation controller yet? You gonna order that yet? You gonna get that?
I'm playing on a PS5 controller, and it's great.
Should I go? All right, so that's another question since you guys are here. PS4 or PS5? What would be better?
So, have you just been PC full sale, or have you played console before?
What
console did
I've been PC like since I was born. There's pictures of me when I was like Narco. What you got? And then we'll talk about it.
All right, Maple's going to be taking the dub on that one, and that's because of Sleepy dropping 4 tires there after initiation.
Dropping 4 tires, I love it. I got to tell y'all, man, I don't know if y'all saw it on the stream because y'all had like popped in right after. Sleepy threw this crazy initiation into the first turn, and like, if it worked, it was gonna be so worth it. But like it didn't. The car overshot because Sleepy has been crushing it the entire rest of the night. I think they were just like, you know what, let's throw this, and it didn't do it. But it was so cool to watch though. But there you go, Maple coming through with the win. But to answer the question, I've been PC through and through since I was very, very little. But there was a stint for middle school and high school. PS3, pretty hardcore PS3.
Yeah.
So I've always been a fan of the PlayStation controller.
Is that Mr. Curdy? You got something?
Nope, sorry, that was a mistake of mine.
No, I was saying. What I was saying was PS4 controller, if you like the slim feel of a PlayStation controller.
Okay.
Where she said PS3, so that it's really similar to a PS3, except it's got a couple extra things.
Yeah.
But the PS5 controller feels like an Xbox controller in its weight and similarities and stuff like that. Like
but has the layout of a PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
They're the same. I might actually go for that because I love an Xbox controller. Look at these guys, man. I knew they were going to do it. I was going to talk about it earlier. Shrek and Fluffy, we mentioned it earlier on in our stream here. Oh, both with a little bit of a tire drop there. But we said earlier that this one was going to be a banger. And look at how much momentum these guys are carrying through here. Good grief, to the finish, and don't get eaten up by the mean monster pole there at the end of the line. Great stuff here out of these guys.
Wow.
I love how after like I always like I try to trail off at the end of the line here, and I wait for Boost to come in and add his thoughts in on the line, and when it's a good one, it's just silent. He's just like, oh yes.
Yeah, I'm usually just kind of shell shocked at the moment. I'm like, that was gangster though.
Oh man, that was a good one. All right, well, we are on the flip side here. That is going to put Fluffy in the lead spot here. Shrek going to be chasing, and there's that crazy initiation we were talking about earlier that Sleepy tried to throw. That was a little bit more laid back version of it, but yeah, a hard throw in there from Shrek. But
when they throw it in like that, they're like, you can hit the e-brake just slightly, and it will allow your car to do that 100%.
Yeah. It'll like almost slot back into the radius of the roundabout there. But boy, was that a solid finish from both drivers here. These are two awesome looking race cars, and boy, did they did the driving to back up the looks of they talk the talk and they walk the walk too, that is for sure. Curdy, my man, you guys have finished out your bracket, and you join us. We are 2 runs into our 16. We have set a record, I think, for one more times. We have one more timed at least 50% of our pairings tonight.
Holy moly!
We have been having a blast over here watching some runs. We did have a little bit of a technical
run over and over again. Talk.
Oh yeah, we had a little bit of a technical hiccup earlier on too. I think we were able to. We got that squared away in what, under 5 minutes, right? I tried to.
Something with the stream, the judges weren't able to. There was
YouTube, because I had with your Streamlabs OBS and regular OBS, we have our operating statistics. We can see what everything is doing, and I was all in the green on my side, but these guys were saying that they couldn't even scroll back on the stream to like watch back over again. So we kept people in the chat kept saying that they were having lag issues, but of course here from Boost was where there was no choppiness in Discord or anything like that. And I was thinking, man, what could it be, and it was finally like the judges can't see the runs, and that's the most number one important thing. So I was joking with them earlier. I said I reset everything. I restarted my computer, the stream computer, the router. I told them I about flipped off the breaker to the house. I was going to restart the house to try to fix whatever was going on. But I switched to the backup YouTube server. They offer you 2 options on the when you're setting up your stream settings and everything like that. So I switched to the backup server, and we knock on wood have not had any issues so far. So I was pretty sure it was not on my end of things, because we did this last week as well for 7-8 hours straight, didn't have a single problem. So, but something about it, man, it was not happy with us, but we were able to get reset and connect back to the same stream. Did not have to create a new broadcast. So I did not know. Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible. So I was pretty stoked about that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it sucks that you had a little hiccup there, but it's pretty nice that you're able to recover.
That was a definite. And it even in OBS, it actually said, like, you go to the schedule like you do, and it said continue interrupted stream, and you just hit go, and it was boom, it was right back. It was cool.
Right on.
Yeah, so that keep that one in the back pocket. If you ever if something's ever acting wonky on you, you can just kill it and jump right back in where you left off.
All right. I'll definitely have to remember that, because we did have that issue once before where, so I can't remember what happened. I don't even remember the details, but we did have to like stop and drop a new link and all the things, and it's a little weird, man.
Yeah, you can it will, like where you selected in the schedule, now I didn't hit end broadcast. I actually just killed OBS. So gotcha. I never actually ended the broadcast. So that might be what it is. If you hit end broadcast, well, that's it. It sends the signal to YouTube, and hey, we're done. I just killed it. Because I wanted to. That was kind of my theory. I was thinking maybe if I just kill it, it'll just leave it open-ended, and I guess that's what happened. But yeah, in the future, man, if you ever need to like do a reset like that, and you don't want to worry about new links and all the viewers having to find the new home for the stream for that night and everything, just kill it, and it'll let you reconnect.
Oh, that's good to know, man.
But yeah, it has been one more, because that was only a little 5-minute blip. Other than that, it has been one more time city for us over here.
Yeah, it's been back and forth the whole time.
Yeah, we had a few on our end. Not quite as many as you, but we actually had a double OMT over on ours, which is the second time that's ever happened in the S.O.G DC stream.
Well, that's the second time it's ever happened ever. Because yeah, we had one also, so it's a first time that it's ever happened twice.
Hell yeah.
And boy, was the one we had. I remember I told the guys, I said, I know you can't do clips like you can on Twitch, but I told them to mark down the timestamp because I said I would put that run up against the finals run for it. We were just watching it with our mouths open. It was who was that run? It was Taco and Woofy. Taco and Woof. Oh, good grief, man. I can't. If that's what we had, like in our round of 32, I cannot imagine what we're gonna have later on tonight with these guys.
Right.
Who are some highlight drivers from you guys' stream that we need to be on the lookout for when we come to the merge here in just a little while?
Bro, the entirety of the top 8 that's coming from our side is just heaters.
Oh, shit.
It is going to be a fucking murderer's row.
Oh, this is going to be... Well, so far, we've got Blue and Maple that have been burning it down, but as I'm looking down the list here, we have got some bangers in there for sure. So, yeah, I think when we merge for the 16, it's going to be some fire this evening. It is headed towards 2 a.m. Eastern time on our side of things, so I've got to give a big shout out to everybody hanging out in YouTube, watching us live this evening. We have been in it for the long haul. It is not easy to get 100 cars through an event like this, so I appreciate everybody for sticking around with us.
Especially with
Narco,
all the roadblocks we've had.
no kidding. What have you got for us?
Fluffy's going to be taking the dub there. Better lead, better chase.
All right, well, there you have it. I'm telling you, 2 of the best drivers we have seen tonight. These guys have been throwing it down, but Fluffy, so there's got to be a winner, and Fluffy is going to be the one to come away with it. Great job to both of these guys. Now, Ashton and Smoker are coming up next, and we mentioned it earlier. That is a little bit of a difference in driving styles, so I'm interested to see how this one's going to go.
One of my buddies sent me. I have a buddy that he just like does tuning, and he would send me a video clip of him with the Mustang because he was like running this track like just for fun because I showed it to him. And he's like, "Dude, you have to try this setup." And I'm just like, "Well, I'm kind of busy at the moment. Get to it later."
Like, I got a little something going on.
I'll try it. Yeah, I'm like, I'm in the middle of something, my guy. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Why don't you hop into the actual like stream and find out?" And he messaged me back. He's like, "Oh my god, you're actually commentating?" He's like, "Your voice is so annoying." I'm like, "Shut up." Why you gotta do me?
Don't be mixing up his voice with my voice, man. I'm the one you're hearing most of earlier. Curdy, I was accidentally muted for like maybe 15 seconds earlier, and that's how much I've been talking tonight. They knew it immediately. They were like, "Hey, Alex, were you saying something?" I was like, "Damn it."
Looks like we started a 2-minute warning for Ashton.
Alrighty, man. I want to see this run. I hope he can make it.
Well, he's in the VC, but he's not responding, so we're not too sure if he fell asleep or not.
Might have fallen asleep, gone for the bathroom run, taking the dog out. Could be all kinds of different things, but hopefully he'll make it because this is a run I want to see. Smoker's car right here. These kaiju guys, you already know, are ridiculous drivers. They're a different breed over there, man, and they come out here and throw down every time.
It's Wheaties, bro.
It's something. They got something different going on. Them serious Wheaties. They put something in them. I don't know. I love this color fade, man.
Those time. I know.
I do not.
So
It's those
cool.
particular colors. I don't know how long. I don't know if they fell on those colors by accident or if like this is like a really they like were doing some color theory stuff. Like they have an artist on the team. Like it's this. It's so beautiful. I don't know what. It's like the simplest thing because it's orange to like this like pinkish reddish color. Yeah, like it's just oh my god, it's so perfect.
Yeah, they're literally on the same side of the color wheel, man.
Yeah, it's just. Oof. Oh, my man's lined up and he said, "Okay, can I do a free run?"
And he's like, "Yeah, can I just go, please?" He's like, "I'm ready." I do love like the chopped rear end on those things. Though. Like I love seeing the hatchback.
Yup. On a little flame show for us here. He is. He's not just gonna take the free pass. He said, "I want to buy run." So we'll watch him rip this car around the track here. You might as well use up the end of that 2-minute timer anyway.
Hey.
And he's showing it off here. Well, I guess what's happening on our screen right now gives us all the information we need.
Hey. Unfortunately, Ashton's not going to make it back, and Smoker's just doing a little buy run.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, shouts out to him for actually making the buy run instead of just accepting the freebie. And he just burned it down and took the sign out at the end. Well, there you go, putting everybody on notice. That is what's coming as part of our streams. Final 8 drivers here. Good grief. Love it. All right, well, we've got Threat and Slim Jim coming at us next. Threat being one of those ghost cars we were talking about, rocking the livery extender mod that we don't have. We have noticed a trend, Curdy, and the guys that come in with these ghost white machines looking clean as ever, they don't steer.
Okay.
They initiate into the corner and don't touch the steering wheel again.
Right on.
Their cars are ridiculously hooked up. It's Threat and it was Welksy. Threat and Welksy are both just ridiculously hooked up, and Slim Jim has been burning it down here as well.
Yeah, everyone's just came out and like it's been like all out. Everyone's came out and they just went all out. No one has came out and really been cautious. Like they obviously are aware of what the track entails, but they've come out and they've just shown out every single one.
Oh yeah.
It's what people want to see too. People don't want to see these super like you gotta be a little wild child.
Oh yeah. You can't come out and just play it safe off. That's no fun to watch, man. They gotta throw it down. But look, see what I'm talking about with that white machine. Look at that thing just set the angle and just hold. Watch those front wheels. Not going anywhere. Like, it's insane.
That's kind of wild.
And Slim Jim, I mean, staying right there on the quarter panel, close by the door. He doesn't have a lot of steering input in that thing either. I mean, these guys are just free flowing through this course like water over here, filling out every zone. Oh, great job from Slim Jim there. That transition was coming, and he was up a little far on the door, and he did an awesome job not making contact with that rear end there and finishing out the transition and getting back to the other side.
That was amazing. I do notice, so there's some people that like stick roll, and then there's some people that do a modulation of stick rolling and just like leaning the stick to one side.
So they'll roll it throughout the drift, but then when they go to transition, you're saying like they flick it back to the other side?
Yep, that's basically how I drive.
Gotcha.
Because stick rolling is not easy. I've never figured out how to do it, but I make very minute adjustments with my stick, so it kind of does a similar look where it doesn't show you that the wheel is it.
Yeah.
Technically, it's so minute.
I mean, it's same thing as before. One set of tire tracks out the back of these two cars. Insane how close. Oh, a little bit of an over rotation there on the lead. It slowed him up. Yeah.
Yeah, homie was like, "You're not spinning out. That's not an option."
Yeah, I was gonna say Threat straightened him back out there and got him right. But We'll see what the judges look at there and see if that was because it looked to me like that blue machine there was starting to turn itself on around there. It was doing the hokey pokey.
Like I'm looking.
I think I'm gonna go try to handle a couple other things real quick. I'll jump back in here with y'all.
All right, Curtis. Yes, sir, man. You know we ain't going nowhere. We're gonna be here.
Yes, sir.
Boost, you're doing the thing again. That old
Am I still doing it?
Oh, that you sounded normal there.
Okay.
Nope. As soon as I say that, right back to disappearing again.
Now.
Say one more thing.
Am I good or is it
now it sorted itself out, I think. We were hearing
cool.
like one letter of every sentence you were saying.
Of course.
You sound clear now though. So what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying how I love like looking at like the different cars because obviously I can't see like what team or what livery the white car has, but like I always love seeing like the AXC cars because I believe that's what it is AXC. I know it's a door and it says something on the other side. I know that Cypress, a door and Cypress, I think. If I'm wrong, my bad.
No, you are correct.
I love like the design because they have the flowers on it and it's like, it's so different. Like it's not something that everyone.
Yeah, Narco, what you got?
Threat takes a dub home. Slim Jim oversteered.
Yep, started to come on around on him there. All right, well, my mistake earlier, guys. I thought we were gonna. Well, I guess it was just gonna end up on whoever finished first. I guess was how we were gonna do it, and we finished. We're gonna be finishing our group of 16 here later. So that means I'm gonna be running out the stream for the rest of the night. So unfortunately for Thread here. You guys aren't going to get to see his beautiful livery design on this machine, but I'm kind of digging the ghost car look and the idea that the ghost car is bringing the competition tonight. You know, it's like it's kind of a threatening figure. You know, when that ghost shows up, you know it's business time.
Exactly. Yeah, no, these guys. It's fun to see what they're bringing to the table because this is such like. When you think of like CarX competitions, you think of the stuff that like, and don't take offense to this because you're not one of them. I haven't seen one of your streams yet, but I guarantee you're not one of them.
Oh, I take no offense to it at all.
It's like super unorganized, and it's not like the drivers that come in are just like doing it for fun, and we're still here to do it for fun. But these guys like take it serious.
Oh yeah,
like these guys are gentlemen that literally build cars for each track. So they build what we're on. This is our 8th comp. And I believe we have a few more to go still. And they're building cars each week.
Week after week for each line. Absolutely.
And it's like, this is stuff that you don't see. Like, this is up there, in my opinion, with like CNDS and like actual CDS and VDS style competitions. And I mean, I don't even know if a lot of those comps even have commentary. You know what I mean? So it's like having the commentary on top of everything. It adds to the experience.
No, I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I think the biggest part of it too is, and not taking shots at VDS or anything like that. I'll do that on my own stream, but no, I'm just playing. No, not taking shots at any guys like that or anything, but like the barrier for entry for those events, I mean, like we said before, your iRacing and your Assetto Corsa in games like that, or your hardcore simulation games are kind of the place for that type of stuff. To me, CarX is, like we've been talking about all night, it's all about love, family, having fun, having a good time. And I think, and not just because I'm here, but in my opinion, these S.O.G events truly are the epitome of what competitive gaming within CarX should be.
Oh yeah.
Even-
What you got for us, Narco?
Narco, what's up?
Hey, I started 2-minute warning, and that's going to be up here in about 20 seconds. So, unfortunately, PW is
What
going
the
to be DQ'd on that one.
P-Dub, my man. Hey, you can't be misrepresenting the Alex squad like this. Where is my man? You better be.
Oh, he's not even in BC.
Damien, go find your boy. Oh man, well I don't know. My man must have fell asleep because we are rocking and rolling pretty late here tonight. So I was gonna say that's I try to keep it non-biased over here, but old PWX, that's my guy right there. Come on now. But hey, there you go. That would be fate being moving on into the next round here, and that means we get another ghost car coming up. Is he getting ready to take a buy run too? Has Smoker started a new trend here?
I mean, I think in like real FD, if I'm not mistaken, when you do get a buy run, they do make you run it.
Oh, I saw
that I've done in the past. Like if I had a buy run, I still had to go. Like granted, if you hit a pole, it didn't matter. But like you still
but think about real life. It would really matter in real life. That happened in the FD finals last year.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, it started raining, and then one guy, their car broke or whatever, and he couldn't go out, and they sent, like, somebody went out on a buy. No, they wrecked on they were doing a sight lap because the rain was so bad, so they were just kind of like putting around on a sight lap and wrecked their shit. And then they were out. Like, it's crazy. So, but yeah, I mean, definitely, like you said, it really doesn't matter in CarX. But, oh, wait, I heard another car. Did P-Dub make it? Nope, the next two guys are getting lined up and ready to go. But yeah, like you said, it's you have to complete your run, I guess. It's just you don't have a chase car, but
exactly.
All right, well Narco's back, so I guess that's going to be that for our boy P-Dub here.
Unfortunately, it is, and we're gonna move on with Cedars and Welksy.
All right,
this is gonna be a good one.
Cedars and Welks, yeah, that's gonna be everybody buckle up. This is about to be a show right here. So we're gonna use this run right here as an appetizer, as Fate is showing off a little bit here, all the way around the outer zone on the roundabout here, filling out the zones the rest of the way through. Look at the angle here. He's saying this is what y'all have got coming your way. All the way out to the curb there on outside 5. Will he hit the sign? No, does not get the sign on outside 6. As we bring our way back over to these cars lined up at the start. Welksy and Cedars, like we already talked about, these white ghost cars. And you already know Cedars is ready to bring it. So we got the Viper versus the RX-7 here. Welksy going to be on the lead. Let's see what these guys have got for us here. They launch into the roundabout, filling out that outside zone 1 so far all the way around. And like we said, man, those ghost cars, no steering input at all. But Cedars, right there crossing the back bumper, so close, filling out outside 2, outside 3 as well. 1 set of tire tracks yet again. Unreal, these guys' precision. As they fill out 5 and 6. How are we looking on the sign? Didn't hit the sign, but didn't hit the pole either, which is what you want. And I don't know what more.
Just flawless.
Yeah, I don't know what more you could want from a run than that right there. Good grief. And these guys are queued up and ready to rock it yet again. I don't know if my heart can take it. This is ridiculous right here.
I know. They're just so close.
A little bit of a drop on the chase. Like, usually that won't make much of a difference, but when you're talking about perfect runs, that could be the one little flaw that stands out, because look at the angle, the proximity. Dude. I just, man.
Like I said, the S.O.G Drift Championship, these guys come in from another level.
You can't touch it. I mean, that's just, whew. I had nothing to say after about like the second half. I really didn't have anything to say the whole run. I was just kind of blabbering. And these guys, there's no words for this level of driving other than just sit back and watch. I think that The one small tire drop on the chase. Obviously, I'm not a judge by any means, but I can't see anything other than that.
Yeah, I didn't really see anything either when I was watching it. Just that one little tire drop. Yep. That was it. Other than that, it was flawless.
Yeah, that was something to watch. It's all that downforce, these big ass rear wings. These.
It really is. Like they updated the physics to that point. You know,
yep.
It's one of those things. It's part of the game now.
That is some serious.
Yeah, like
right
now
there.
it's not just like, oh, how cool can I make my car look? It's like, okay, what can I add to my car that's actually going to create some kind of force to help my driving?
Yep.
I just love listening to the idle of that RX-7. That's why I'm not talking. I'm just listening to the idle. I'm a huge motor fan. And
oh, yeah.
I mean, anyone in drifting is, obviously. But, like, just listening to the sound of it is so soothing. Like, I could probably feel like, I'm not going to, but I could totally fall asleep just listening to the idle.
Here, we'll just place ourselves. Right? We'll place ourselves right inside. I can't get it to stick. Camera doesn't want to stay. Place ourselves directly inside the motor here. We're looking at the driver's feet. There it is. That's what.
Heck yeah.
Welks, you're the man. Uh-oh, we got a little battle here going while we wait on the judges. I was gonna say, who's gonna win? Is that V10 horsepower gonna win out there over the rotary? Or is that swap? That's not swap. That's the rotary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it has that. Yeah, that sound. Oh yeah.
Yeah, these guys like it's just like watching. It's so hard to say anything when the music working. It's not like we can just be like just in our own ways pick things apart because there's not really much to.
Yeah. I mean, I've gotten so in the habit of just like we talked about earlier, talking about the angle that the cars carry and the proximity between the two cars. So even on a perfect run like that, I just I'm in my habit of. I mean, that's part of the play-by-play call position is you're calling what you see as it happens. But after halfway through a run, I mean, I'm watching it just like you guys, and I'm like, man, these guys are just. It's just something else. Like you can just feel it when you're watching it.
I love the hydraulics.
These guys bouncing around having some fun. And we talk about the sim versus non-sim aspects of CarX and everything like that. I've been saying for a long time, man, I think just the physics engine in general of CarX, there's a lot of things about this game that could be improved and that other games do better and whatever. But I don't think you can touch the physics engine of this game. The active suspension, the fact that you can go into the dyno stand and raise your car up by a quarter inch and see it happening like live and in person. On the spot is so cool.
All right, guys. Cedars is going to take the dub on that one. He just filled in his zones a lot better, but overall, good runs by both drivers.
All right, great stuff there. Cedars coming away with the victory. But yeah, that was just you've got to look through, and I mean the judges have to look down to inches when you're talking about stuff like that, and I mean. Yeah, you can't fault either driver there, but there does have to be a winner. So,
oh yeah,
that is where we are at.
Just all out.
But
I'm probably gonna wait. I finally got my game to work again because I was planning at one point to pull my car back in, but I would literally load it up and it would just die.
Yeah. Yeah, well, one of the things you were talking about really grinding down on tuning the cars and everything like that, when sometimes people will come by the stream and they'll ask, our opinions on how do I make this car rotate better, how do I get more bite up, in a transition and things like that. And one of the things that I always tell people, obviously because I'm not a expert in tuning a drift car by any means, but I always tell people, you know, trust your eyes. That is the one unique thing about CarX is when you're in the dyno stand and you change the suspension, camber, caster, all the different settings you can change. You can watch them happen. So you see what is mechanically happening on the car. Imagine how that would affect your driving. And what other games can you do that with, you know?
Not many. I mean, one thing I look at is like, I never really look at the numbers when I'm doing camera on the roof of the car. I look to see how flat the tire.
Yep.
Because like I said, I don't have to worry about a whole lot of bounce. My car takes the bumps and we just deal with it. So I don't have to suspect that, like, okay, when I'm giving the car a load, is the suspension going to crap out and I'm going to get no grip?
Yeah, because you can actively see it. Boy, I tell you, while I was watching that run right there, I don't know if anybody has filled out every zone as long and as far as Taco just did right there on that lead. His rear tires were touching the curb from beginning to end of every single outside zone on that line. That was unreal. And I mean, the chase was there. Loverboy was there, but I mean, you know, sometimes somebody's just on a different level. Taco had a lead on a different level, but here you go. Loverboy he knows what he's got to do now, and he is bringing a similar lead here. A little shallow there and outside too, but he's bringing it here. But you can see Taco on the chase there. Look at how deep though. Outside 4 and 5 and 6 all the way through. A great lead from both drivers here, but I mean, just an unreal lead from Taco, and then his chase was there every step of the way too. And we talked about earlier about Taco, his run with Wolfie earlier being potentially we could put it up against the finals tonight.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx my man, but I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody tonight that has got this course more on lock than Taco does right here. Just consistently throwing down some of the best lines. This car is just like it's on a rail. If this were any other game, we'd be talking about cheating. I mean, the car is incredible. But old Loverboy over here, Josh. I mean, we saw the runs earlier. I mean, that's Taco was no surprise to us. So Josh coming out, and he was there every bit of the way through on the chase. And then I mean, his lead, like I said, he filled the zones just as well. He was there and pushing this car.
Oh yeah.
So this
100%.
is
Sorry, I was actually moving my stuff out to the living room. My fiance had fallen asleep.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's gonna be good. We're not even
awake.
We've still got, this is our last run here before we set up the merge, and we have our final 16 for the night. So after the judges come back here, I mean, we could see it one more time, maybe. I wouldn't mind it. But after the judges come back here, we'll have to go to a quick break while we get the bracket set up and prepared for our final 16 for the night, and we will be coming back to you with all of that action and take you to a champion this evening here in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what Curdy's saying. Curdy and Liz, I'm really excited to see what comes out.
Oh yeah,
because if the drivers that we were going through,
if he says all of their drivers are heaters and this is what we're working with, boy, we are in for it tonight. It'll be worth the wait. And like I said, I can't tell y'all how much I appreciate everybody that has been hanging out with us here this evening.
Oh, 100%.
We have been in for the long haul, and you guys have been with us every step of the way. We hope y'all are enjoying tonight's event, trying to do, of course, as always, everybody here at S.O.G. trying to do the best we can do. I'm trying to bring you guys the action as best as possible with the drone cam here, and hopefully not giving anybody any kind of motion sickness or anything like that. Trying to keep it smooth, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we love all of y'all, and thank you for hanging out with us this evening.
Yeah, it's been a blast, guys. Like, this has probably been the most fun that I've had during like the actual comps, and I'm a driver. Like, I drive it. Then again, it's probably not as fun for me because I get knocked out so much. So I guess that's it. It's different because I'm able to get to enjoy it and sit instead of sitting and watching everyone run and then reflecting on like, man, just different when that that's there. And so would have just like under the phone would have been alright.
Oh, you're starting to robot out on us again. I hate that. Oh, there I saw him he just pops out and he's going to disconnect, reconnect. There he comes. All right, what was the last thing you said again?
I was just talking about like the basically the switching from like being a driver and compete and watching the stream and how much more fun it is just to sit and like you know, go over stuff because it's someone who's like been a competitive driver. It's I guess you can give a different standpoint other than just saying like, oh well, we just hit those zones and did this and did that.
Yeah, because that's all I can do. That's because I've never. This isn't something that I've ever done. I'm definitely. It's not something I'm interested in doing. It's not that I'm like not good enough. It's just not what I'm here for. I'm very lucky that this is exactly where I want to be doing what I want to do. So you're right to come in with that experience. It adds so much because I can only tell. Like I said, I can just kind of paint the picture of what's happening on the screen and try to give some insight just from my experience of doing it to somebody. I always try to treat it as if everybody that's watching is watching for the first time, but also I don't want to insult anyone's intelligence either. That's one of the biggest things that honestly, it pisses me off about watching NASCAR is they do commentary for NASCAR races like they're talking to 6-year-olds. And like, I want to hear about their track bar adjustments. I want to hear about what they're doing with their tire pressure. I want to hear the changes they're making, what the drivers are doing. You know, tell me the car is getting a little loose up off the corner and what the driver can do. There's Narco. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, you know, just waiting for my stuff to load so I can talk to you. All right, Taco's going to take the double knot one. Overall, he had a better run, and Loverboy dropped a tire there on his run.
All right. Well, hey, great stuff from both of these guys. And like we said, that is going to cap off our final... Well, our final 8 here, we will be merging with the top 8 from the other stream to bring you the round of 16 to head into the final championship this evening. So we will be taking a quick break, and I think I'll hang out here for just a second before we get the official word to go to a break here. We'll kind of float around, probably see these cars pop in and out of the server.
Real quick, just because, you know, I know that there's people who are watching the stream and playing the game at the same time, because that's usually what I end up doing. If you've gotten an itching to mess with the Mustang, the one tip that my buddy found, and he told me it's fair game, you think the car needs to be really high, and you have to have a really long final drive, put that final drive at like a 410, 420, and stretch those gears long. And from what the video showed me, that he showed me, that the car was able to keep the 47, like the 46 to 47 around the outer zone 1, which is really tough to keep these cars doing. So just food for thought.
All right, well, here's Curdy. That's what I was looking for, was for Curdy to drop in and give us the update on what was going to happen next. So what you got for us, bud?
We are going to just keep on keeping on, brother. The racket has been set. It's in your VC chat right now. I'm going to post the bracket for the rest of the competitors, and we'll just keep on going. You'll drop your first 2 and make a move.
All right. Well, I'm pulling it up right now. I have got it right here, ready to rock and roll. So look at that. We are going to keep on. Look at that. No break for you guys at home. We're going to keep these cars sliding on your screen right now. Love to see it.
Looks like the first one is going to be Cedars and 350Z Life.
All right. I was going to say,
don't ask why it took me so long to say that. I really had to look.
While we're getting ready for these guys to drop in the server here, let's go on and do our rundown because, of course, everybody that's been hanging with us has seen our final 8 here, but there's a bunch of names here that we're probably familiar with from other S.O.G events, but we haven't seen yet tonight. So we'll take the look here. So we've got Cedars versus 350Z Life, firing it off on the first pairing. Blue versus DJ Life. That's going to be a solid run right there. Stylish Savs versus Maple. That'll be a good one as well. Remix facing off against Scrim. Reaper and X-Fate. And then, oh boy, I know what I'm looking forward to right here. Smoker versus Taco. Yes, sir. That's going to be a wild one there. Zach Macy versus Nady. Nady always bringing the heat. And then Fluffy versus Threat is going to be a banger too. So we have got some pairings coming for you guys tonight. I know it's late, and I appreciate everyone sticking with us, but you are not going to want to miss this one. Definitely stick around with us here tonight.
And I know for a fact, if that's the Nady that I'm thinking of that used to drive for us, if it is that Nady, that's going to be a solid run too.
Oh, that's S.O.G Nady.
He's another one of those. Yeah, that's another one of those wild drivers, dude. He just sends it. Like, there's no mercy. Like, he just... And I know that for a fact just because he's, like, when me and him were on it, like, when he was on S.O.G, we would just, like, drift and have fun. There was no mercy. Like, he would just send it.
No, Nady's going to rip it. Absolutely.
Fun. Oh, yeah. All these guys are going to rip it. But I just know him and Scrim... Cedars, obviously, like those are guys. Smoker, driven with these guys. Fluffy, driven with him. Like, I know a lot of these. Not in real life, but I know them over a game. So I guess it's kind of real life, or is it the Matrix?
Might as well be.
Because I'm half tempted to see if I have time to go grab a bowl of chips for real.
Yeah, man. Now I was gonna say, if anybody wants to grab a snack, grab a drink, settle in, you have got a show coming your way this evening. I can guarantee you that much.
Bro, low-key, I was just sitting here. Okay, so everybody who doesn't know my face, obviously, I'm like a snack fiend. And I'm like low-key over here thinking like, man, it'd be dope to make a zebra cake car.
That would actually be pretty awesome.
Just sitting here, I'm like, it'd be kind of simple. You know, the zebra cake, like, logo itself is pretty simple to make.
And then you just got to just have the squiggly stripes going across.
Yeah, it's like a 90s kind of thing. Like, you'll see some cars that come out and they look like the, what is it, like the 80s 7-Eleven cups.
Yeah, those little, yeah, I love that, dude.
Dude.
It's so cool
when they
looking.
Come out with those. They're so, like, unique.
I need to get a t-shirt with that design on it. I know they sell them at like Walmart and stuff. I need to go get one.
Really? Do they still sell those?
Oh, you can get that. Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like a retro cool now or whatever, like where they sell like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All that fashion comes back. I mean, at one point phones were gigantic, and then they had like the micro razor, which was tiny.
Yep.
Back when I was in high school, and now we've got phones that are so big they look like tablets.
Yep. It's a time's a circle. It loops back around. I've seen a bunch of because I don't really, I'm a metalhead. That's kind of my thing, but I've seen on Reddit and stuff when I'm floating around through the internet, I've seen pictures. It's apparently a trend here in the last few years is like big name rappers like Drake and all, you know, I don't, like I said, I don't know a lot of guys, but like the big name rappers, a lot of them are out wearing old like leather NASCAR jackets, like Jeff Gordon DuPont 24 with the Rainbow Warriors, and it's like that leather, like a Letterman jacket kind of style or whatever.
Yes,
that is like coming in style with the rappers, but it's specifically NASCAR. Seeing them rocking like the Dale Earnhardt and the Rusty Wallace and it's so cool to see, and it's like those old 90s styles, man. You can't miss it. It's kind of cool that's in 2023 they're making like a fashion statement with it. It's so cool.
And I promise I'm not trying to be rude when I say redneck, because I am a redneck.
No,
I
yeah, I
live
was gonna say we. Yeah,
in
no,
the
you're good.
country. I'm like one of the only area, and I'm walking around in, like, cowboy boots, riding my motorcycle. You know what I mean? So it's like I am a redneck.
I definitely don't I don't play the part by any means. You probably can't even really, well, I guess it depends on where you're from. If you're from New York, I probably sound like a hillbilly, but I I really I definitely don't play the part as far as all the cowboy boots, you know, all the standard things that you would expect, hunting and fishing all the time, and you know, maybe even some country music stuff like that. Like, I don't necessarily fill the role as far as like just looking at me goes, but you know, the way I grew up, and all of the, like I said, the hunting and fishing, and I'm a, you know, technically
Yes.
I guess through I'm grandfathered in as a member of a hunt club and everything like that, and I just, you know, you
There
name
you
it, man,
go.
four wheelers, mudding. I've worked on race car. I've been in garages around late model stock cars since I was little. Like, it's just kind of that kind of stuff, man. That's the way I grew up and around my family and everything like that. And it's, like I said, I don't play the part necessarily because I am, you know, listen to death metal, play video games all day long, and I'm a programmer. But I am definitely not a stranger to these things, and I don't know anybody that would take offense to the term redneck by any means.
Right.
Hey, we
I
should
mean, I'm not.
probably make a new lobby
Are we doing that?
just because this one's been running for a while.
Well, either way, whatever you guys wanna, whatever y'all wanna do, just let us know. Is that what we're should we fire one up? Do y'all want me to do it, or you just want to send me the code, or?
It's up to you.
Oh, hey, I'm not in charge. I'm just flying the drone camera around here, man. No, they told me that the bracket was ready to go, so I was just waiting on further. So I've been flying around St. Petersburg, so we can y'all. Why don't y'all?
we can just.
Will y'all fire one up and get them to send me the code in the Discord? We'll send the stream to a quick. We'll send you. I lied to y'all earlier. We are going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back here. And I don't go nowhere. We'll be back here in 5 or 10 minutes. Like we said, grab you a drink, grab you a snack, because there is a show coming your way here in just a few minutes. So thanks for hanging out with us right here tonight, Season 3, Round 8 of the Savage Outlaws Gaming Drift Championship. We are going to be right back here in St. Petersburg here in just a minute. All right, everybody, welcome back. Season 3, Round 8, Savage Outlaws Game and Drift Championship. We are ready to rock out the final 16. Boy, I am excited for this one, of course, here with my boy Boost. We've been hanging out, boy. We've been talking in between while we were waiting because we got in the lobby. We've just been hanging out. And we have discovered that we basically listen to all the same music and have all the same, we even, like, he's done music production stuff in the past. I've done music production stuff. We've been going down memory lane back here. So y'all prepare for us to dive back in on that at some point before the night's out, because that's going to happen.
Exactly.
Especially considering we're rocking 2:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. So y'all be prepared for that.
It's about to get weird.
That's the truth. But speaking of getting weird, we have got Cedars and 350Z Life, who's not driving a 350Z. I'm a little confused. These guys are rocking it out right here. And y'all already know what Cedars is all about and what he's going to do. This man can put that car on. You could put a penny on the track and he could put this car on it. Absolutely consistent as can be. And on our side of things, we haven't seen 350 yet tonight, but you can see he is bringing it here with that Mustang. But it is going to be hard to keep up with Cedars. You see him send it to the inside to be able to get back to the door. But Cedars laying down a picture-perfect lead. And
I honestly, like, not to sound like bad, but like sometimes you just get in and you're not in the zone, and it kind of looked like he might not have been feeling the run at first.
I can see that. Yeah, because he started to get that feeling back in the end. Either. Well, it's just a part of competition. You're exactly right.
Yeah. But it looked like that's why I'm really curious to see his lead, because I feel like now he's like, he might have just been sitting for
He's going to be focused in here, absolutely.
They finished so far before we did.
Yeah, they've been sitting like on ice for a little while over here. You're right. Oh, little tire drop there, and he was trying to hold on to it. So yeah, that little tap, that might be attributed to the lead driver there trying to keep from, because you definitely don't want a 2-tire drop. That is for certain.
That was a huge straighten too.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if you noticed that, but that might have just been me.
No, you were right. I definitely I saw that as well, and it's but it's also attributed to, I mean, when you are put up against Cedars right here, you know what's coming, and you have got to lay it down. So I wonder if, I mean, we're all speculating here. Of course, we have no idea what could be going on, but it could be because they did sit for quite a while. That's very true. Of course, you know, if you're up against Cedars, that pressure is there. It could be a little bit of that. There's a whole lot of factors that go into it, and sometimes it's just not your run.
Yeah,
you know, it's not.
On top of that, it's 2:30 for some people.
Yep.
So I mean, these guys are tired. I know it's daylight in the game, but let's be real, people. It's late. These guys, you know, it was Saturday, so not a lot of people work on Saturday unless they have like a certain type of job where they do work.
Yeah.
But like me, I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning, did my little workout routine, drank coffee, yoga. And I've been up since then, so we're going.
You've been awake since 3 o'clock this morning, or this past morning.
We don't have to talk about it.
Holy shit! So I didn't sleep last night. So I woke up.
Really?
I woke up to Curdy messaging me saying, "Hey, have you got everything ready for the stream?" And my alarm was set for about 15 minutes after that. So that, if y'all wonder why it's 2:30 in the morning, we've talked about it before. My guys that are hanging out that are used to me from stream, they're used to me, so they're not questioning this. But those of you that are like, how the hell is this guy this wound up at 2:30 in the morning? That's because I woke up right before we started streaming tonight. So I got a full, like, this is my day's work right here. Like I'm halfway through a day's work. I'm ready to rock and roll here for sure.
Yeah, this man says I am going to start my own stream after this.
Hell no, I'm definitely not doing. I am going to stay up, but I am not going to do my own stream. I got some. I try not to talk too much about it, but I have got a little bit of code work to do for our upcoming slide style event. So I got some. Tonight's going to be a great night to grind on that, especially after watching drifting like this all night. It puts you in that zone. Yeah. Here's Narco. What we got, man?
Cedars is going to take the dub. He had an overall better lead, better chase.
I think we could agree with that as well. Great stuff here from 350, though. Glad to see him again in the server. But unfortunately, He is out, and Cedars is going to be moving on. First to be in our group of 8 there. Like I said, great stuff from 350 here. Now we have got Blue on the lead, facing off against a driver we haven't seen yet on our side of things. DJ Life over here. Check this machine out. I'm digging this. We'll look at it a little bit closer here in a minute. And you can hear that V8 swap, that exhaust. You can hear that thing chugging down there.
Oh, yeah.
And my man is ready to fire it off
I
here.
I like the staggered. I know what he's going to do on that staggered, too.
Oh,
when people
yeah.
are sitting like that, they have a suspecting, like, thought process. So, like, okay, when it goes 3, 2, 1, go. On 1, well, we just lost Blue.
Oh.
On 1, he's probably going to take off before he hears go, just so he can get a jump. Which is why that, like, usually we park back like that.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm going up against someone I know that's going to, like, if I'm in a Mustang and someone's in a gripped up Viper, they're going to dog walk me.
Yeah.
And I just know I need to take that step.
Taking a look back over at the chat, haven't looked at it in a minute. Ethan says that he got 3 hours of sleep as well, worked half a day, and now he's here just running off caffeine and nicotine. I feel you on that.
Amen. And I've been hitting my vape this whole time. Had a couple beers, got a little tired, and stopped drinking. And I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to be able to stay awake if I do that.
All right, hey, here we go. Blue ready to rip on out of here, and we'll see if you were right about DJ Life here. I think you were. He did try to get a step to it, and Blue still coming with the heat, but he had to whoa it up a little bit so he could get all that angle in the car, and that is leaving DJ Life the door wide open to stay right there. But look how smoothly these two are cranking through that first outside zone here, filling out the second outside zone.
The third, too.
Oh, yes. And these guys have been pushing on 4 and 5, and they fill it all the way out this time. Look how close on that transition there as they finish the line out cleanly. Never get tired of watching that.
I mean, I know I sat over here watching DJ and had a butt pucker moment thinking he was going to tap that, like, rear end of Blue's car, and I know for a fact, like, the way that he transitioned, he definitely had a butt pucker moment.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, oh, crap, I'm coming in too hot.
It's going to be close.
Because I was sitting here, and I'm like, I'm not even driving, folks. I'm like, my butt puckered. I'm like, oh, God, is he going to hit that car?
Uh-oh, Boost,
like,
you've got a twin over here in the chat. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just saw a name pop up. I said, wait a minute. But we appreciate the shout out over there. We're doing our thing over here, trying my best with the drone cam here to keep up with everything. I don't want y'all to miss anything. Don't want the judges to miss anything. Most importantly, they do scroll back on the YouTube video. That is how they get their replays. So I hope you are enjoying and having a great night of drifting tonight. As we see right here, so close on that transition is Blue. You know that's what he's best at.
Oh yeah. No, I just want to say, can we get some W's in the chat for some of the drivers that are awake right now?
We lost, or I was half of that cut out. I heard W's in the chat, and then it went robot mode on us. Oh, there you go. He kicks it. He's resetting it again. All right, he came back. Let's see if it works now.
All right.
There he is.
Okay, this got me up for. I don't know what my iPad is. But can we get some W's in the chat for, Alex, the guys that are driving, being awake, and the judges, and everyone running this? Just get some W's in the chat. It's like, not only is it your own comfort, but he's over here saying, I'm just trying to be in the he knows what you're doing. He knows he's doing it. You just don't want to be cocky about it. Don't get it. Every behind the cars and they take off. It's so.
Dude, you are cutting in and out so bad. I hear you pouring the love out though, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. We gotta. I don't know what your. It is. Yeah, it is like I was hearing like every third word there.
I don't know what's going on. Hold on, let me switch my AirPod.
Maybe that's what it is because it wasn't doing it that bad earlier.
Okay, is this any better?
Oh, well, you sound clear right now.
Okay.
But yeah, man, I appreciate it. I mean, like I always say, I'm just so glad I get to be a part of these events, and that King and Curdy and all the boys have invited me along. Big shouts out to S.O.G Savage, the OG, my man, is he's the one that kind of introduced me over to everybody and had them bring me on along, and I definitely appreciate it. But yeah, I'm just doing my thing as best I can. I hope everybody's enjoying it. This has kind of, in a way, become my. I have found like my calling over the past year or so. Of course, I'm got my own stream that I do, but I have found that these production events this is kind of my thing. Of course, we have our own drift event called Slide Style that we do. We run once monthly and do our thing, and I do of course all of the production and everything for that. That's like entirely me. But of course, S.O.G has invited me over here to be a part of these events and do the drone cam and some play-by-play commentary. And then I have gotten involved with the largest Counter-Strike league in North America. And I am getting to do what is called observing, which is essentially the same thing. Of course, it's a whole lot that goes into it, but the same thing is I'm running the stream and I'm controlling what you see, what players' views and everything like that, and some special flying cameras that you can run within the realm of Counter-Strike over there, all with custom HUDs and everything like that. There's a lot that goes into it, but I went over there to do the commentary thing as well, and I very quickly found that I am so much better at being an observer, the observer portion of the game, but it's a totally different world. Motorsports commentary is definitely a sweet spot for me, because like I always talk about, I always grew up around it, so it feels good. But man, those guys that do Counter-Strike, they're in a whole nother realm. So I appreciate everybody that allows me to get to like help produce these events and bring these things to you guys at home. I enjoy doing it so much, and I hope everybody enjoys what we're able to bring to them. But I'm just thankful for the opportunity, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure just being here doing this with you, my man. This has been fun.
Yeah, this was our first time meeting, and we've been having a blast.
Literally.
And like we said earlier, we just found out that we have like a ridiculously similar, like, I don't want to say childhood, but like all the music we grew up listening to, and then some of our hobbies and stuff are the same and shit, man. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, like it's cool to like see, like, meet someone that you've never met before in your life. Are very similar.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Aspect.
Yeah, it's such a cool thing, because you think, like, especially when you do stuff that's kind of like weird, like you said, like you listen to a lot of metal and everything like that, but like you produced hip hop music for years. Like, where the hell are you gonna meet somebody else that's done that? And yet here we are. Speaking of we are, Nitro, what's up?
Damn close run.
Oh yeah.
Blue's gonna be at home today. He says overall had better runs, but like I said, really, really good runs from both drivers.
Great stuff here. Blue coming away with another victory. You can't. My man is just looking for checkered flags left and right. You can't get him away from him. But you got to give it to DJ Life over here. A hell of a run. And I'm digging this car, man. Loving the Canadian flag on the roof over here.
I know, I love that orange. I don't know why, but I'm a sucker for orange.
Yeah, this is so clean, man. Simple design, but like that looks like a race car, man. This thing gets the job done. I love something that's, it doesn't have to be all flashy and crazy. I like flashy and crazy, but it doesn't always have to be, This is a good look here for sure.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's just crazy. Like, we've been talking about it on our stream, and I know that it's the same stream, so they're going to hear the same thing again, but like, for the viewers that came from the other side, we've been talking about how like amazing the liveries are when they come out. And these guys are off. I'll get back to what I'm talking about in a minute.
I was going to just let you keep on running with it because you ain't lying. And here's two more ridiculously beautiful cars. We have been hanging out with Maple looking at this ride all night, but Stylish Savs here throwing it down right now, holding that angle in deep all the way around outside one. Filling out outside two, a little shallow outside three though, but a good chase from Maple here, staying on the angle. You see him jump on the brakes there to maintain that chase position and not make contact, and a great finish all the way through. What a lead that was for these two very, very different cars. And from what we've seen of Maple, very different driving styles. So that was a great chase from Maple, considering what we're familiar with. So now we'll get to see what Savs is all about on the chase side of the car.
That's a tiny car to chase too. I've been behind those cars and driving something as massive as a Mustang and keeping it That's not easy.
Yeah, this is going to be one right here, so we will see what we've got here. They take off. And you see that thing burning rubber into that first turn, but holding on around the outside. Not crossing onto the curb there because we don't want any tire drops, and we're not going to have any. Look at the handling from the lead and chase car here. Like you said, that short wheelbase staying in close proximity here. Look how close. I thought there was going to be contact. I actually backed my camera up. What a chase here. A little tire drop there. I pointed the camera up. I got excited. Did y'all see that? We about flew out of the sky right there. The judges are going to be like, what the hell is this guy doing? What runs, man. I'm hyped for these guys. I am so excited for all these runs tonight. I've had way too much caffeine. But man, this has been a fun one, and those two runs were no exception right there.
Yeah, there's just the caliber of drivers that we get in these comps is just astronomical. Like, these guys are just out of the, like, they knock it out of the park every time they get on here.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Just even the new drivers that we've had that obviously I wouldn't know of because I've only seen the drivers I've competed with. But, like, just the drivers that are just showing up and this is, like, their first time. They're coming out and it's like, okay, the next generation of drivers.
Absolutely.
Coming out. Because that's all it's about is, like, you got guys that'll be on here and we've talked about it and we got guys that teach you and show you things. You know, when you join a team, that's what happens. You have the elder drivers. Not saying they're old, but like they've been doing it for a while.
They've been around. Yeah, they've been around longer. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and they see these drivers and coming out, and they're like, "Oh, well, you know, this one streamer who was helping me do this, and this one guy from the stream that pulled in a different driver and helped me do this stuff." And you're seeing these people that are coming out and you haven't seen before, and they're just coming out into a comp like this, and they just balls to the wall.
For sure. Yeah,
I'm not even gonna lie to you. My ADHD did not allow me to remember what I was even talking about at the beginning of these runs. So I'm not even gonna act like I know what I was gonna talk about originally.
We were talking about the livery designs. That's what it was.
See, this is what we work well together.
Yep.
We're able to like counteract. Yes, the liveries that people have been coming out with so ridiculous in a good way.
Look at the carbon on the roof, man.
Difference. That's so dope. That's the number. Yeah, 420. Yeah, that's
oh, yeah.
clean. I love how he has it over that. The NGK, like he's got legit some. He's obviously got some of the sponsors in the game, but some. I don't think the NGK is.
No, they made that. The Motul here, of course, they made that.
That's nuts. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name because I'm a butcher it.
I would assume, is it Team Ryujin?
Ryujin, maybe? I don't know. I mean, oh, what's up, Narco? Dude. it's happening.
I'm telling you, I want to engage the sexy mode of my reshade filter here. Look at this right here. Look at this car.
Hey. I love the fades that they have on that car. The Mustang's fades. Like from that purple to that dark blue to that like baby blue, back to the dark blue to like that red and white. Like that's so sick. I suck at doing that. So props to you.
All right, 100%. Narco is here.
All right, sorry, I keep having to join and back out. My mic's doing the same thing, but Maple takes a dub on that one. Just filled in the zones a lot more, better overall runs.
All right, there you have it. It's the lead run of champions there for Maple. I'm telling you, fill in those zones out all the way. Can y'all imagine if we get to see a run of Taco versus Maple later on?
That would be gangster.
And the way that the bracket is laid out, the only way that that's going to happen is if it were a final. And wouldn't that be something? Well, I guess it could be for the podium place too, for third place as well. But either way, it would be for a podium spot. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. Ooh, is that an all-white car? We having that all? Oh no, that's
Nope.
not.
This is a by design. This is done white on purpose. This is Remix facing off against Scrim right here, and they launch in. These guys were itching to go, man, and that look at these rides right here, matching each other's angle perfectly around the roundabout here, filling the outside zone. Scrim always close on those transitions. These guys that show up for competitive drift events in Vipers, you know they mean business, because you don't get to drive those cars at this level without a ridiculous amount of practice. And there you go, showing it right there. But how about a perfect and clean a lead run as you can ask for?
Oh yeah, that was smooth. That was very precise. He knew exactly where he wanted his car to be, and it went exactly where he said it. That goes down to practicing, retuning your car. That goes back to some stuff we've already talked about.
Oh yeah.
You guys are just putting in the work, and it shows.
Have it. These guys are ready to go on their second run. Scrim going to be on the lead this time. With Remix taking up chase position, and boy, is he doing some chasing. Look at his front bumper is level with Scrim's Viper right there. Can he make the quick transition? He does, and get back to the door. A little bit of a gap, but he's able to close it back up almost immediately. Another close transition there as they make it through outside 4 into outside 5. Oh, a little bumper tap there, just a little bit of love, and smacks that sign on the way out and holds on to that car. Boy, that is going to be a tough call for the judges all the way around. There was a lot to look at there.
The judges at all.
I mean, yeah, 2 incredible runs, lead and chase from both drivers.
Yeah, I would hate to be a judge right now.
Loving the simple, clean white on this thing. It's like we ain't vinyl wrapping this car. We ain't putting all kinds of stuff on here. We're putting the competitive stickers on the side. We're matching up the tires, and we are sending this thing down. Look at the little hearts in the window right here. That's it. That's all you need. All you need is love. Love and horsepower, baby. Sent this thing out on the track and absolutely set it down. On the flip side, look at this ride right here. This is about as mean looking a Viper as you can get from Scrim right here. Whew.
Yeah, it's nice.
High seaters, look. It is possible. If he were to win this pairing right here, we could see the face-off in the semifinal round. Turbo says, "What are you?" I would assume you're talking about Remix here. Is that who you were talking about there? Says, "What if I told you he bought the car and made the tune in 5 minutes?"
No way.
If that's what happened on the Remix side of things here, boy, woo, I cannot imagine what this car could do with some practice runs behind it.
Yeah, no cap. I mean, I've known there are people out there that can just be like, you know what, I don't want to drive my car that I'm normally practicing in, and they just do that.
Yep.
They just set up a car and just go for it. And what is that, an E30 BMW thing?
I am not the one to ask.
It's the Benny. It's the Benny P30 or something like that. Regardless of what it is, it's a bot. And it's a cool looking car. And those things, like, even if you throw like the 6.2, I think Spools has a 6.2 in his, and that thing, it's a freaking rocket ship, dude. It's just running on like full slicks, and looks like it's on 120s, but it's on hundreds.
Oh yeah.
These things are nasty. They're hard to keep up with too because they are such a short wheelbase.
Yeah, it can absolutely whip the transitions over, I'm sure. I mean, we saw it doing it, and that's the hard part for the Vipers, is the Vipers have to basically prep for that early. They obviously don't have a ridiculously long wheelbase. A Viper is a terrifying piece of machinery as it is, but just the weight transfer, the way that these cars sit, is you have to anticipate that transition a little bit early back out of it just a touch sooner maybe than some other cars would have to, and then jump back in the throttle to get back up to the door. Whereas these little lighter, short wheelbase cars do not have to. I don't want to say. The phrase I wanted to use is they don't have to put that much thought into it, but like that's not what I mean. That it's just like effortless, but you don't have to do that extra. You know, it's you just naturally transition as you would. Whereas a Viper, you got to really take special care to not dump the other car right in front of you.
And the good thing about the Vipers, even that one, so that's the newer one. I know the Rampage, it builds up a lot of torque low end.
Yeah.
Even if you're just like blipping the throttle when you're in transition, you're still putting, I mean, I built one. I think it still has like almost some foot-pounds of torque with 1,200 horsepower.
Oh, it's unreal.
So like, you're still keeping up because that torque is just sending you forward.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's nuts. That's why I've been swapping in the 6.2 and everything, is because like I've gotten so accustomed to just driving off of the torque. Like, granted, like most of my cars are still pushing 850 to 900, even like my S15, but I still base it off of like just the torque in transition, because I'll left foot brake and then let off the brake and just like basically modulate the throttle until I'm back in the pocket.
Let it carry itself, yeah.
Being up for 24 hours, it takes me a minute now. Now that I'm thinking about how late I've been up.
I was gonna say, man, if you need to get off and get some sleep, bro, I completely understand. That is insanity. There's Narco. Hey, first try.
All right, Remix is going to be taking home the dub on that one. Let me see here.
Ooh.
Yeah, Remix is going to be taking home the dub on that one for sure.
All right, well, Remix, like we knew it was going to be a close one there, but we thought it was going to could be leaning the other way. But Remix taking away the win, and like we always say, the judges have that benefit of going back, watching the replays, and seeing every little minor detail. So while we're over here kind of freaking out and getting hype about these runs as they go, they could see a little detail that we may have missed. In Remix,
straightened up there at the end, or on his lead.
Ah, okay, I got you. You see, you can't be doing that now.
I remember that.
But there you go. So gonna be Reaper moving on to, or sorry, I read the next group here. It's gonna be Remix moving on to face off against Maple next round. Reaper is going to be coming up here to face off against X Fate, who is chilling right here in the server at the moment.
Or did he put bumpers back?
I believe they did tell him he had to put bumpers on the car.
Okay.
Or at least a front bumper.
I've seen this before.
Now, it's not quite as pronounced as I talked about earlier, but remember when I was sitting here on this angle just like this, we were talking about the amount that it sticks out. So it's a little bit less than what I was originally, if I could get the camera to go where I want it. It's a little bit less than I was originally saying, because before I was saying it was about out here. So you can see it comes to this point. But you can definitely see where there would be about 2 inches worth of transparency there.
Interested to look at this car. And is that the 666?
There it is. There it is. All right, well, we got Reaper versus Fate over here. The Grim Reaper versus Fate. You can't ask for much more. 2 blacked out rides. You would expect nothing less. Well, let's see what these guys have got for us right here. Oh, almost a little contact early there, having to dodge each other. Doing a great job not getting caught up there as they rocket around the outside of this roundabout, filling out that outside zone. We expect nothing less from everybody that's running this late in the competition here. You can see them filling out outside 2, outside 3. Reaper having to check up a little bit there to make sure he didn't drop a tire. Doing a great job holding on and building a little gap here over top of Fate, but a lot of angle there. Caught Fate off guard. Had to double back there, get on the brake a touch. Did a great job not connecting with that lead car there, but that was definitely a change of pace he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I think that definitely threw him off. He wasn't sure what was going on there. And honestly, if I was chasing and I was driving at that rate of speed, I'd have done the same thing. I would not have known what was going on. and just had to react quickly. He looked for Joel. Just read the back window.
Yep. Oh, so close on that entry on the curb there, but both drivers holding it out here. Reaper all the way up to the front bumper on the chase here. Definitely let him know he's there. Ooh, little tap on the transition over. Little tap on the front bumper too, holding that momentum down for both drivers here as they rip it through outside 4 and 5. A little bit more of a little thump there, but it didn't affect the line at all. So Reaper is coming to take the soul of fate here, grinding all up on the side of that car all the way through that run. But you don't have to worry about trading paint because they're both painted the same way.
Yeah, that was really good. They were definitely, on it for sure. Like that like we're in that level, people. This is the bracket to be paying attention to. These guys everyone has been a top G. Like when it comes down to it, all the drivers that have shown up have been top G. But like we're in that section where it's like, okay, this is where it might separate the boys from the men. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't trying to be rude about it either. Like, it's just
we're talking about every run from this point out is you're battling against perfection pretty much from here to the ending. Is any mistake you make, your opponent is going to do their best to capitalize on that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like, if they notice that there's something that you messed up on, they're going to gas it, and they're going to either keep up with you or they're going to show out. When
try to get away from you, yep. And it's definitely a situation where we are all here for fun. We are all here for the love of drifting, but we are getting down to we're in the final 16. We're starting to build the bracket for the final 8 of this evening. And, I mean, the stars have come out to play as they always do, and the gloves have come off here. It is time for some perfect runs, and it's all, it's all love and kumbaya around the campfire here for us most of the time. But now it is time for these guys to throw down the best runs they can throw down. And we are seeing that here for blood now.
Like, it's all love, but these boys are out for blood. Or win.
Oh, yeah. Friendly competition for sure, but the competition has absolutely arrived.
100%. Like, these guys are just, there's no mercy being shown. And I love that. I mean, there's been no mercy really shown in any of the runs that we've seen tonight.
No, not at all. Like, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah. It's just, it gets more and more where it's like we really have to sit here and like focus and try to nitpick just to find something wrong to talk about. And it's hard because these guys are literally just like they're filling the zones out. They're transferring. They're, I mean, they're even rubbing bumpers. They're butt touching.
Yeah, they are that close. It is unreal.
Yeah, it's like sometimes it's like I sit here and I'm like, give me something.
Do something weird for us to talk about. Stop being so perfect.
Right? Making some of us look bad. Like, I'm over here thinking, man, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm over here like I didn't want to drive before. I damn sure ain't driving around none of you fools. Good grief, y'all make me look awful. All right, we got a narco in the Discord. There we go.
All right. Let's see. Unfortunately, damn, I just had a brain fart. But anyway. Motor takes a dub on that one, I'm pretty sure, or no, Motor drops tires there, and Reaper does take the dub.
All right, Reaper with the win. Moving on to the next round, the Grim Reaper has collected yet another soul and will be moving on to the final 8 for tonight. Fate, great runs there. And speaking of great runs, boy, have we got something for y'all right here. I was talking about this one earlier. I'm hoping it lives up to me hyping it up, because look what we got right here. We got Smoker and we got Taco, and from our side of things, probably the 2 best drivers of the night. boy, they are getting ready to absolutely stomp one out right here. And I cannot wait to see what these guys are bringing. We're going to have Smoker on the lead first. Taco going to be on the chase. And look for Smoker to probably try his best to outrun the heavier machine of Taco here, because you are hard-pressed to beat a Taco lead. I will be impressed to see if anybody can pull it off, but these guys are away.
Ooh, he's not going to get a chance to walk away either.
No, he ain't.
That start.
Taco is in it. He's right there on the door, but both of these drivers filling out that outside zone all the way to the curb. The transition so close as we come to expect here, but you see Smoker starting to use that lighter chassis to try to pull away here. Taco's not going to let him do it. He's staying in close. Look at how hard he throws it in. Oh, and he disappears. Oh, no. Did he disconnect? Oh, no. What a perfect run up to that point. And we see him over there, I think. Oh, he didn't hit his reset, did he?
Reset? I hope he didn't reset. I mean, sometimes that does happen. You might actually, if he does like the buttons like you do, he might have hit the reset by accident trying to downshift.
I was going to say, well, yeah, if he did something different with his reset button, I actually moved mine over so that I wouldn't hit it on accident. I think my reset is Y, if I remember correctly, just so that I have to go looking for it. I can't just bump into it. But these guys are lined up. I think that might be what happened. These guys are lined up. See, that's what I get. It's all me. I hyped it all up. And they were doing what I talked about up until that moment. Well, here you go. We're going to see Taco on the lead here, and you can see how absolutely perfect that car enters. And just the perfect radius around this roundabout, but Smoker ain't letting him go nowhere. He's going to keep that ride right on the door all the way through. Matching the angle around here through outside 2, outside 3. As they come over super close on outside 4. All the way through 5. So much angle. Both cars almost coming to a stop. They were 90 degrees sideways here. And no resets that time. Finishing out a beautiful run. Oh, but that reset. And it could have been an accident. It could have also been because he was carrying. I was ready for a little bit of contact, but maybe he was carrying more momentum than what I originally thought. Like maybe from his perspective, he was about to clobber the side of Smoker, and he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of the only thing I can think of in that situation too. I mean, a lot of us have been there. You know, you're carrying so much momentum, and in the driver's seat, you're like, I don't want to. You know, I want to win, but I don't want to ruin the person that's in front of me.
Yeah, for sure.
And so it's just that sportsmanship. Now, granted, obviously, in real life, you don't have smooch in there. You know what I mean? But then again, you have that sportsmanship where you can actually just be like, you know what? I'm going to mess him, and it's going to mess his run up. And you just don't want to do it, so you reset.
Hey.
Here's the man.
We had a little bit of lag there, right there at initiation, so we're going to go ahead and just bring him back to the start and redo that.
Just that run or the whole pairing?
Just that run. All
right, just this run. Taco's lead. We're gonna run it up again. But so that means that first run with the reset is still going to stand. But we will run this one up again, and we will see what these guys have got here. This could be a hidden opportunity, though. If something happens to Smoker on this run, it could be that what Taco needs to be granted that one more time. But you know Smoker has been bringing it all night, and he is not about to let this opportunity slip away.
Not at all.
And boy, are they about perfect through the roundabout. Look, even closer on the transition this time, and Smoker's all the way back up to the front wheel, to the front bumper, all the way through outside 3. So close on the swipe there, all the way up on the door through outside 5. Oh my Lord, did they knock the sign over at the finish? That is about all you can ask for a run on this line right there. Smoker said, no, sir.
Nasty.
I am taking this win and walking away with it. unreal from both of those guys. Obviously, not taking anything away from Taco's lead. He's the best. I mean, either Taco or Maple, at least as far as our stream of things has gone, has been the best leads of the night.
Yeah.
Well, Cedars too. Cedars was burning it down as well. But
yeah,
I mean, Taco's leads have just been otherworldly. But the unfortunate on the reset situation there, I'm sure we will find out more about that later on. But boy, Smoker, like a shark seeing blood in the water.
It just hunts it, man.
After
the door is literally just he hunts it. Like 100%.
You're just going to have to unbolt the door off of Taco's car and just throw it in the passenger seat of Smoker's ride right there. He owns the door now.
Okay, like that was definitely probably, in my opinion, it was just being a spectator, probably one of the nastiest chases I've seen tonight.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. That was wicked. And like after the reset as well, because the first one was great. The first time around was solid, and to come out and do that when they said, hey, there was a lag, we're going to do it again, and then that's the run? Whoa.
Yeah. And let me tell you, people, Boost has much love for y'all right now, because it is 30 degrees or below outside, and I'm in my middle section of my house, and I'm freezing my balls off for y'all.
How's it going?
There's Narco.
Looks like the verdict is going to be Smoker taking home the dub on that one.
There you have it. Much love for Taco. Y'all know at this point I was showing some hella favoritism to my boy. Love some Taco, but boy, did Smoker throw down on that one and deserves every bit of it moving forward. But
100%.
Two of my favorite 100%. Drivers of the night right here.
Okay.
But we have not got to see Zach or Nady yet this evening. They have been on the other stream, and I think we are getting ready to have a show right here. So we got Nady over here in the pink, the bright, what is that, chrome pink machine over here. And on the opposite side of things, the dark machine of Zach. And these guys are throwing it out hardcore, so we'll see what they're bringing from the other side of things. Curdy was talking about earlier how these guys were just absolutely ridiculous. And it looks like he wasn't lying. And look at the momentum they're bringing. These guys are moving. I've got my analog stick on my drone control here is full speed ahead. And up until this point, I couldn't hardly keep up with them. And all the angle that they threw that slowed those cars down for that outside 5, if it wasn't for that, they were running away from me. So much speed, and yet, I mean, matching the angle. Look at them. Look at them messing with each other. They're having some fun tonight. You gotta love it, but man, the driving we're seeing at this point.
Tires hot.
Yeah, they're warming them up.
Tires hot. Some little NASCAR stuff going on.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Setting back on the start, just like you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah.
And you see them push forward. You called it. Yeah. You are absolutely right. Oh, they are going to go in side by side on this first initiation there. And Nady absolutely slings it in there. But Zach is holding on, as you would expect, all the way up to the front bumper there. They are wheel to wheel. Backs off for the transition. A little bit of a tap there, but I think Nady's going to be able to hold on to it. And back to the door. Beating and banging on the door there so close, allows the transition through, and then is right back up to the front bumper, making it through outside 5. Do they clear 6 cleanly? Nady almost over-rotates and holds on to it. I think Zach actually gave him a little help there getting across the finish line. You want to see some driving, boy. Curdy was not lying. These guys showed up to throw down today.
And I think we're starting to see some of those drivers that so on our stream, we're getting like maybe, I mean, I could be wrong, maybe it's up to like 64, 65. But like with how fast it looked like they were going, it looked like they might have been tapping out at 70 or possibly even hitting the 80s.
Yeah, these guys were ripping it, man.
Moving.
I love them messing with each other after their runs too. You got it's the sportsmanship we love, man. That's what we were talking about. These guys are having fun. Loving these cars over here. We haven't seen them yet, so let's take a look at them here. Loving the stripes. Got the black like the glossy black all the way around, but then like the flat stripes give you like this kind of trippy vibe to it, and then you've got those silver like lightning bolts coming through. I am digging that look for sure. He's just rolling there. He's like, get out of here. Get out of here.
Not making it easy for you today, though, are they?
Oh, man. He's going to, you just park right over here. We're going to drop you off in your hotel room. This is where you're going to stay.
Yeah, they do. The judges do sometimes, at least from my standpoint, not like a whole lot when they do that. But I could be wrong. I do think that they like it when they sit in front of them.
Yeah, you are kind of supposed to just come park up and hang out over here while they deliberate over everything. Here they come back. They're just they're having a little fun here.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean,
when
you have to.
Yeah, well, and with the new setup here, whereas we are bringing the other drivers in, as you can see already on the starting line is Fluffy and Thread over there. I'm super excited for that run as well. But those guys over there coming in, so we definitely are, even though, we're going on, it's headed towards 3:30 in the morning over here at this point. I mean, that's going to happen when you have 100 cars signed up for an event, and imagine the way we have been doing the, not bringing in the next 2 cars until after these 2 cars pop out of the server. Imagine how, I mean, we'd be here until 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So the major props to everyone working in the background as to how quickly and fluidly this event has taken place. We had our quick technical issue earlier. We were able to knock that out as quickly as we could. And we've had some, cone cars that had to step away and had people jump in their place, different judges, different everything. And but S.O.G runs like a well-oiled machine. When one part has to be taken out, another part can slot right in like a puzzle piece. And things are going 100%. As smooth as ever. And I'm sure even after tonight with the new process, we will definitely be seeing even more optimizations to things as we go along. Because I know it is very important to the entire team at S.O.G that everybody that signs up and wants to take part in an event gets to run in the event. I know that's very important to them, so we are definitely going to look to ways to optimize our situation even further.
Yeah, just because you don't want it to be something that takes 10, 12 hours to do, because at that point you would really just want to start it during the day so that people aren't up all night.
Yeah, and absolutely.
That's not as easy as it sounds because people have to do.
Oh, it's Saturday. It's on the weekend. People have things to do, and
we got families. This is it's a game. It's fun. It's competitive. But so you have to find things that can make it shorter. Not shorter, but more efficient.
Well, just find that balance is what we're looking to do here, and there will definitely be more optimizations as things go along. And this is uncharted territory. There is nowhere in the world where somebody has run a bracket of 100 cars in an event like this, in a tandem drift event where you have the judges and the one more times and everything involved in that. This has never happened. This is brand new territory here that these guys are charting, and I think everybody's done a great job of it so far. And like you said, to your point, not everybody would be able to join if we started mid-afternoon, and also not everybody is in the same situation as me. I'm so lucky in my life. Like I said, I stayed up all last night. Things have been weird this week for me personally anyway. Stuff's been kind of odd. So but I stayed up all night, and I knew by the time I exhausted myself on my computer working on stuff all night, go to sleep. Like I said, I set my alarm to wake up right before the event. So I got damn near I got like 7 hours of sleep and woke up. So I mean, I'm geared up. I'm good to go. Nobody else can do that. That is not normal. Like, that's not something you could ever expect from somebody. So I'm glad to be in the position that I'm in when I'm supposed to be. This is kind of part of my job, is to bring the energy and keep keep on top of everything that's going on and all of that, and I can afford to sleep all damn day on a Saturday. Everybody else here has lives, man. Y'all can't be doing what I do. Like, I'm just happen to be, that's the way my life worked out, so I can do this kind of crap. Yeah, nobody else can do this, man. So it's, we've got to find ways to, like, optimize our situation here. But like I said, man, to do what we've done so far, and to get this number of cars in with this many one more times, and it's not like noon on Sunday, I think we're doing pretty good.
Exactly. I mean, I'm kind of the same way you are to an extent. I basically go to sleep when I'm tired. I don't really have a set bedtime. What's up, Narco?
Narco's here.
All right. Looks like we have a verdict with Zachary taking home the double.
There it is.
Just a much better leading chase, you know. Good runs, though, again. Good runs.
Oh, definitely good runs. Yes, sir. All right. Well, Zach's going to be taking it. Narco, are you still here, bud?
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor and tell either, whose cars are these? Either Burn or Pillow if they could just move their car. Because they're doing that thing where they're kind of glitched into each other, so the game,
Yeah, I hear them.
Yep.
I got you.
I appreciate you.
You're very welcome.
All right, and like we talked about, our final run, Zach is going to be facing one of these two drivers in the round of 8 here in just a little while. But up next, we have got Fluffy versus Threat, and I am so excited for this one. Of course, Threat, one of those ghost cars we've been talking about that can just set the angle and just hold. It's like putting on cruise control, but for steering. And then Fluffy has been, I don't want to say all over the place as in like out of control. I mean all over the place, who at whatever lead you put down, he can chase it. Whatever chase that you've got going as far as putting pressure on, Fluffy can take that car where they want to go to bring you, to bring the competition to you. So it is going to be something to see between these two drivers, who is going to take that final spot in our round of 8 to face off against Zach here in just a little while.
And to touch back on your sleeping thing, I'm very much the same. Like, I sleep when I need it. So, like, if I do get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep, that's all my body needed.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm constantly working. I'm either, take care of my grandfather, trying to learn new developments. Like, I'm getting into a point where I'm wanting to build my own app for phones, and I'm learning about that. And
there you go.
Working on the mental stuff like that. So you got to take into account, like, you're constantly driving against whatever your goal is. I want to be a millionaire one day. That's your goal.
Yeah.
Make it happen. And when you're working, that's what happens. That's why I basically sleep. I need to work for the rest of the time. These boys are hard, so let's see what they got going on right now.
Oh, we are firing off right here, and just like I was saying about Fluffy, man, puts that car where he wants to, but, I mean, the buttery smoothest of chases so far through that roundabout, and look how close on the transition. Threat is in the door on Fluffy, but Fluffy is not worried about that at all, not going to fall under the pressure, absolutely sending it through outer 4 and 5, tapped on the bumper there, doesn't let it bother him. They take that sign out, you can see it on the ground there, not getting attacked by the poles and not letting a little bumper thump there affect them by any means, just like we talked about leading into that run. But now is the challenge. The challenge is coming for Fluffy now. We said they can put that car anywhere they want to. Well, now is when we find out, because Threat already, this car, it's going to be my jinx again, but expect this car to be on a rail. And what is Fluffy going to have to make their chase stand up above? And you can see the launch off the line already. They are ready to rock and roll here. And you see right there, Threat's car just settles right on in like it's snuggling into bed. Hasn't touched the steering wheel one little bit since he set it in. And Fluffy, not letting him go anywhere, slides right across that rear bumper on the chase, fills out outside zone 2, making their way into outside 3 here. Hasn't let up one bit right there on the bumper. so deep into outside 4 and 5 is Threat there, and right on the bumper as they cross the line is Fluffy. Let's just go home. What the hell do we do?
Yeah.
Oh my God! And what are
Like,
the
why
judges?
are
What are you even? They almost
Honest
have to
to
run
God,
again so we can find something. That was unreal.
Either that or they would look at like the consistent proximity.
That has to be, yeah.
Proximity.
They're gonna have to break it down to that much of a detail.
Yeah, it's going down to like now we're looking at it on a molecular scale.
Yeah.
Because they're not giving you anything. Like, they're not giving us anything. Other than like, we can just sit here and be like, good job, that was great.
Yeah, we're just so shocked at how,
say.
like, it's like you can't continue being perfect, and yet, boom, here we are. Like, it's like just so blown away. I mean, look at these. I mean, man.
That's a gangster shot right there.
I'm telling you. Let's see if I can't.
That's your thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen. That's your thumbnail. These guys just, like, they come out and they've obviously shown throughout the competition tonight that they have put the time and the effort into not only learning the track to the point where they literally don't have to think about it. They just know where their car needs to be. And then even like in their chasing, you know, they're not, it's like driving on Red Rock. Driven it so much, you don't have to think like, oh, there's a corner coming up.
You just know it.
You're just looking at your car. Yeah, you're just looking at the car in front of you and like, okay, they're going to transfer here, and then you just do it.
It's like you said earlier about with playing music and everything like that, is once you know the song, you're just playing with your fellow bandmates. As you know the song, you know what's coming next. Your hands just kind of start to do it on their own.
Oh yeah, that was... Yeah, that's the best. Like there's, and I've not really done like drugs, obviously. So I'm not thinking.
No, I'm not. I don't have the coordination.
Like being on stage, there's nothing like being on stage and doing that. Like it's just such a ridiculous feeling. Like,
I came so close.
I mean, I ride motorcycles. So.
I was in a band for, I think, 3 months, and never got to actually be. So I was. You know what Craig Jones does for Slipknot? How he's like, basically he's there. I mean, he handles like sampling and some stuff like that, but he's basically like their monitor tech. He just gets to be on stage with them. Which is why do other bands not do that? That's so cool. But like they basically had me do that, but I was also, because it was like a post-hardcore metalcore type band. So I was gonna, because I scream. That's one thing. That's probably the longest hobby that I have in general. I've been doing that since like middle school. But I was going to be doing the like Craig Jones job and like the screaming, like backing vocals and stuff like that. But like they brought me into the band and they wanted me to do it, but then they decided, no, we're gonna do like clean vocals only. So then I was just gonna be like on stage to like run their click track for them, and it was just like, well, I could stand on the side of the stage and do that. So I did that, and then like, oh well, no, because then they wrote a new song, and it was all screaming, and I was like, but I thought we were just gonna do this, and then it was just this back and forth thing, and then they got to arguing about like all their prima donna stuff and whatever, and the band broke up, and I was just like, well, what the hell, man?
Right.
But so I never got to do it. I never got to be on stage. So I'm glad you've gotten to do that.
Hey.
Narco, what's up?
What's going on, my brother?
The Reds gonna take the dub. This overall had some better runs.
All right, there, the Ghost Machine is gonna be moving on and facing off against Zach. That's gonna be the dark black car versus the white car here. It's gonna be a little yin yang action.
Yeah.
But big shouts out to Fluffy in this ride tonight. That was fun to watch. Great stuff from both of these drivers, man. I'm having about as much fun as I have ever had doing an S.O.G event tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, I never take my, so please take mine. When you're doing these comps, it don't matter if you came to this point or if you got knocked out in the first, like, you showed up.
Yep.
You showed up. Be proud of yourself for showing up, because it takes that type of person to put yourself out in this situation.
Absolutely.
Like, so don't sit at home and beat yourself up like Big Daddy Boost does. Don't do that. Be proud of yourself.
you know, or what could I do better or whatever, is you just work on your stuff and come back even stronger next time. That's all you can do.
Exactly. And do not overthink when you're driving. When you're running, don't overthink, because that will kill you. I do it take it from me, I do it every time I run, and that's why I make mistakes. Just run it and act like you're just tandeming for fun. It's the easiest way to get through
Go
it.
it fast and loose.
Yep. And put on a show, because that's what we're here to do.
That is right. Well, speaking of put on a show, we've got this pairing coming up for you. The first pairing of our round of 8 here is going to be Cedars versus Blue. We've got Maple versus Remix coming up, Reaper versus Smoker, and Zach versus Threat. We have got the final 8 of champions over here for y'all this evening, but Cedars versus Blue is going to be up first. I cannot wait to see what these guys are going to bring out right here. We got the 2 monster machines, all right. The horsepower is ready to be on display. But these are big, heavy machines too, and we're going to see these guys sling some momentum here as they get ready to fire off the line.
Blue is ready to go.
He is fired up, man. He wants to do it. Here we go. Let's get it going. Cedars off the line. Blue is like a rocket ship. He is out of here. He hooks in with Cedars beautifully. He actually initiated before the lead car and just slots right into position on the chase here. You can see Cedars like maximizing every bit of outside 1 all the way through, completely filling outside 2. Outside 3 as well. You can't ask for much more than that, and Blue is not giving him an inch. He is right there, and so smooth, filling out 4 and 5, and they make it to 6, and they don't over-rotate, they don't hit the pole, they don't anything. That was insane from these, like we said, horsepower heavy big machines right there. You see the love tap from Cedars to Blue.
Yeah.
That's these 2 guys are having fun doing what they do best, and good Lord. And they're lined back up. They're like, we're going right now. We're ready. We don't need a cone car. We're going.
They're robots, man. They're just robots.
Come right back around. They wouldn't have stopped if they didn't have to. They were ready to go.
They kept going.
And I mean, Cedars is beyond the front bumper of Blue all the way around here so far. He settles back into the pocket a little bit here. He's getting ready for that transition. Look how close, a little bit of a tap there, but it didn't seem to bother Blue at all. If anything, it shortened his angle. Well, then he tapped the back quarter panel and gave him that angle back, so he reset him as they dig their way through 4 and 5, so close on the outside, 90 degrees sideways to the straightaway. Crank those cars back around. I don't even know what to make of those 2 runs.
Proximity-wise, they were very close, but I want to say, in my personal viewer's opinion, it looked like Cedars was a little closer. And
he was chomping. He was chomping at that door. I can't wait to see
I'm really
what comes of this here.
Got what, or if it even goes. I would be happy if it went to it one more time.
I don't know if Mike. We might just have to just let it happen. Just not talk. They'll go and we'll just watch.
Say anything.
I mean,
yeah, there's nothing to say.
Yeah, we'll just if they get that one more time, that's what we'll do. We'll just let the motors do the talking.
Yeah, I was watching it and I was just thinking to myself, drop the mic. Why am I here?
Yeah, I was just trying. I was because I wanted to because I know these guys are going to go back and watch these runs again. Well, I hope they do, because that was insane. But I really wanted to just give that energy, paint that picture of how wild it is to watch these runs. I've been trying to do that all night long, not just for these guys, but man, otherwise I'm like you. I really would have just stood back and just let them have it, but I really wanted to paint that picture of how wild this is. But I tell you, if the judges come out with the one more time, I'll say it right here, unless there's some type of collision contact or something, I'm just gonna sit back and watch the next one. We'll let the horsepower do the talking.
I mean, you're getting to a point where
we got robot boost again. Oh no. You ought to turn the volume up on your TV just a touch so you can hear what it's doing.
Oh, I'm not. I'm in the living room, so I don't.
I got you.
Yeah, so like I'm literally just sitting here, kind of like I'm waiting. I sit here and I wait for you to tell me like I sound.
Well, usually it's cool. I try to tell you as soon as it starts doing it, because once you reset it, it's usually good for a little while.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I don't
You
know
wouldn't
if it's,
happen
like,
to have any of
Discord.
like the regular iPod headphones, would you? Like the wired ones?
God, I wish.
I was gonna say, I wonder if switching over to the wired wouldn't do. I don't know, because the AirPods are pretty sick. They sound good. It's just you just go into robot mode where it's like it starts to get all wonky sounding, and then it starts to cut out.
Yeah, so I've noticed like being on phone calls for long amounts of time on my AirPods, it doesn't seem to do it. But when I'm on Discord calls and I'm like either helping somebody with a tune or just driving with friends, at some point it starts doing it. So I'm wondering if it's just Discord.
Something going on with Discord, yeah.
Apple not working together very well for whatever reason.
Well, it almost seems like, I wonder if it's the noise gate. Or not the noise gate, I'm sorry, the noise suppression, because it's definitely not the noise gate. Where it starts to because we've been sitting here for hours talking. So like when you've been going for 45 minutes, sitting relatively, like I'm calling the play-by-play during the run, then we talk in between, and you're like analyzing, what's going on with the drivers, their setups, everything like that. I think we're going for so long that like the little AI noise suppression thing that they have, it starts to think that you are the background noise. Because it's just such a constant and intermittent sound. So imagine like a fan or something coming on or whatever, that it would pick up and take that sound away. Because that's really, it sounds like it's trying to like erase your voice. It doesn't sound like it's just choppy, like there's a connection problem. It's like something's actively trying to like quiet your voice down. So I wonder if it's not something like that noise suppression setting or something like that being wonky.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Well, we'll
see if that might be why.
Because I don't hear any background noise from you. There's no, sometimes you can hear if somebody's got like a fan running or their air conditioning, their microphone will pick it up, but I'm not hearing anything in the background, so.
Yeah, no, it's pretty quiet. I mean, you might hear my dog walking around or the cat's playing or something like that if it becomes loud. But
that don't bother us.
I'm pretty secluded. But yeah.
Judges
these judges are taking their time.
We both had the same thought.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. I'd be taking the whole 5 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever it is that they have to
I believe
go over it.
They have 5 minutes, and they optionally can come in and get another 2 minutes if they need it.
Yes. So yeah, I would be taking all the time I need.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're getting close to the end here, people. So like, even if they were to come in and quickly do it, you're not going to get going to bed anytime soon or any earlier than like maybe 5 minutes at max. So like them taking that extra time is just like making sure that everyone's getting a just and fair voting.
We'd rather them get the right call every time.
Oh, 100%. And actually, I'm gonna prepare myself just in case. I ended up taking one. I had both the AirPods in. I took one out so that if for whatever reason my one dies, I have one that's fully charged so I can still talk.
There you go.
It's being smart. Sometimes you gotta be smart.
You gotta try.
Sometimes.
If you can.
Yeah, and it's hard for me. I'll be the first to admit. I do some dumb shit sometimes.
That's the fun part, man.
Hard.
That's the fun in life.
Oh, yeah. It's like, today I had my brother show up today, and he was, talking to me about all this mindset business and, like, being on a better mindset and whatnot. But, Marco, what you got for me, Dad?
What's up, bud? The sounds.
Jeopardy.
Silence.
Yeah, right? Sound of Silence and then Jeopardy. I think that's from Jeopardy.
The what?
I'm not that
The song
old.
from earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, I'm not that old. I don't watch Jeopardy, but I've heard it.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of Jeopardy.
Oh no, elevator lights.
There we go.
Sorry. All right, that was
good, dude.
like a really, really hard goal, but looks like Cedars is going to take that one home with him today.
All right.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely kind of called that in the booth. Like, we're not judging, but like we definitely saw that.
We were looking. If it wasn't going to go to a one more time, we were leaning that direction. I mean, obviously ridiculous runs from both of them, but just the pushing forward on the chase and getting all the way. I mean, just unreal driving from both of these guys. But there you go.
Oh yeah.
The guy that I have been I've been giving him a little grief in the Discord whenever I can, saying, Blue, why you got all the podiums, man? Every time I see a post about a podium, you're on the podium. What's going on? Every little event that ever happens, Blue, always around. So I've been giving him a little grief. So finally, Cedars able to knock the man off the pedestal. Great job there. You guys are awesome. Great runs. Blue, I love you, buddy.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%.
Blue's a great dude, man. Love that guy. All right, Here we go. On to our next pairing here. So that's going to put Cedars first into the semifinals. So between these two, one of these drivers will be facing off with him for a chance to get into the finals. Season 3, Round 8. Find out who's going to be the champion here in St. Petersburg. But it is going to be between Maple and Remix here. I am some kind of excited for this run right here. I'm excited for all of these runs, honestly. These drivers are top-notch all the way through, but it seems like we're getting these magical pairings of like the perfect combination of drivers for something special to happen on the track.
Exactly. Like, in these boys, they're ready to go. Not only are they coming in and parking up like this posted, but when they notice that it's coming down to a judgment, they start pulling forward, and they're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, it's
100%.
On the East Coast here, we keep talking about time. I'm definitely not complaining at all, but just reminding everybody, because we're all in this together. It is on the East Coast, we're headed towards 4 a.m. It's 3:45 out here, and these drivers have been with us. I mean, obviously, we've been with you on the broadcast here from the entire time, and I mean, it's kind of our job. It's what we signed up for. But I mean, these drivers they have been in here for the long haul. They have been in the voice channel. They're listening to these info runners, to the code car, when they need to get in the server, when they need to leave the server. And we have had no issues with any of that whatsoever tonight. So major props to all of these drivers for staying on board with the program here and helping this be as great of an event as it can be. And of course, everybody, I keep saying it, I'll talk about, y'all are never gonna get rid of me talking about this. Everybody that puts these events on, these guys put in so much work on a fully volunteer basis. It is absolutely just for the love of what we do and to put on a hell of a show. And I'm so glad I get to be a part of it. So thankful to everyone here at S.O.G for what they do and being so welcoming to me and everyone in their community. So we appreciate everybody for sticking with us. And I'm telling you, man, it is worth staying up late for tonight. And I promise you, we are going to keep optimizing the system so that we can get these event times down and pack even more runs in. We'll put our thinking caps on and see what we can't come up with, because even if we can find a minute worth of time savings for a pair of runs, I mean, that adds up. We've got 50 pairs. That adds up to an hour's worth of time. So we will definitely be doing our best
100%.
as we move on along. But had we gone with the old system, man, we would just have been getting to our top 16. So massive improvements there overall.
Without a doubt. Like, with the setup, the idea you came in with, 100%. The idea you came in with definitely helped us in the long run.
Well, it wasn't all me, but I do appreciate it.
Oh, see, I hopped in and I didn't know who came up with it, but I know you were talking about it.
Well, I did, but it was I had the suggestion of and it was like King said right before the event started. We got to talk to him a little bit before we fired the stream up and everything. That was what we're doing right now was the original plan like 6 months ago, and
Yeah.
It just didn't happen that way, and it's not anybody's fault, and it's not that anybody wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. It's having the right system in place to make it happen. Narco's back. Welcome.
What's up, man?
Well, we had a little bit of a protest, and we got that covered. The call is going to still stand, and Cedars is going to take the dub on that one.
All right, well, there we go. They went back and looked over everything, and I mean, like we just talked about, these judges go over every frame of video that they possibly can. That's why I made sure when I reset all of my OBS settings to do these streams for S.O.G. I do my streams, I do 1080p, but it's 30 frames a second, just because realistically you're watching a stream. I don't play competitive games really on stream or anything, so I'm trying to save people data. I'm not, trying to choke up the internet, basically. Just trying to do the best I can. But for these events, I make sure to send a pretty high bit rate to YouTube, and we're doing 60 frames a second, so that way when the judges go back through, they go slow motion and they pause, they are able to get every single pixel of information that they need for these runs. And they go back through with the finest tooth comb possible to make sure that they get every call right. And speaking of fine-tooth combs, you couldn't slide a fine-tooth comb between these cars and the curb right there as they make their way around here. Maple is crushing it on this lead run as always, but Remix staying, I mean, you can't get much closer to a car without being inside of it. Ooh, maybe a little tire drop on the lead there, but sending it all the way, and that's what we want to see. But boy, I mean, obviously a great lead run there, but man, if that wasn't about the closest proximity chase run.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, he was on that door the whole time.
I mean, almost didn't come out of contact with that car the entire time. It had to be within a foot from the starting line to the finish line.
Oh yeah, he was just there, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like watching just one driver go at it. You know what I mean?
All right, well, here they go at it on the flip side here. This is going to put Remix in the lead position there, and so close all the way through, throwing me off guard here. Good grief, these guys. Maple staying up there. Same thing, knowing they have to keep that proximity close here. Oh, a little contact there, a little shove from the chase car. And look at Reaper is able to hold on and bring it back inside of outside zone 5. How were they able to rotate that car back around after all that contact? It shoved that car forward at least 20 feet. And was able to wrap it back around, get it inside the stoplight here, and Maple was able to continue the chase. I mean, from a judging perspective, obviously that's cut and dry on what happened, but from a fan's perspective, from a viewing perspective, the driving talent you guys just saw right there, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's something that that again, we're talking about separating the boys from the men, and right there that kind of showed you the difference in controllability of a vehicle and just knowing your vehicle.
Just raw driving talent as well. I mean, you can practice, but some people have just got that X factor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just the driving. And for both of these guys too, because there was definitely a mistake there from Maple on the, making that contact there, and their bumpers kind of hooked up a little bit. I mean, definitely a small mistake. It's going to happen. It's racing. Rubman's racing, right? But for both of them to recover from that and finish out the line the way that they did, I mean, whew, that was wild.
It's not easy.
Not at all. Man, that was sick.
Yeah, that was. It's again one of those situations. I don't have much to say.
Yeah, I'm just so blown away by because the runs leading up to that were great, but that last moment right there, I mean, hooked up the car, shoved it straight for 20 or 30 feet, and oh, man, that was cool.
Right. Could we get someone joined? Is that Narco?
Nope. Not yet. Sure, he will be headed this way here in just a little while. I don't think the judge's decision is going to take quite as long. on this one as it did the last one.
Because
Hey, can you hear me now?
Hey, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Remix is taking the dub home on that one.
Alrighty, that's what we were kind of expecting there. Remix taking the win and moving on to face off against Cedars in the semifinal. Boy, is that going to be a run right there. But got to give it to Maple. Last week, great runs all the way around. And then this week, bringing some of the best lead runs we've seen. Awesome stuff to see. But man, Remix, boy, ready to rock and roll here. Curdy was not lying when he said the heat was on the way from their side of things. And the heat has come for sure. But you want to talk about heat. Look what we've got coming up right here. Reaper versus Smoker. Boy, this is about to be something right here.
Oh, yeah, it's about to be a show out. You talk about full throttle all the way, they're going to be doing it.
Oh. There is the Reaper machine. Look at that, says Code Red Smoker right on the side of the door.
Yes, it does.
And here is Smoker from Kaiju right here. Different Smoker, but maybe it was meant to be right here. And they pull up to the line and they said, we're ready to do it. Let's go. Well, Reaper on the lead this first time around. Smoker's going to be right here on the door. And these two are ripping it around the roundabout right here. Filling that zone all the way around. Not quite as deep as some of these other cars, but it looks like they're more focused on that momentum and speed getting through this run. Smoker is not letting Reaper get away from him here. What a great transition there in the chase position. As he stays and mimics the angle perfectly, does not make contact there on the chase. They slowed up on me. It caught me off guard. Put you down in the bottom corner of the screen there. My apologies. But that is exactly
they were
the
definitely
run.
more interested in flying.
Oh, they were ripping on that one, man. Try to keep these guys in the middle of the screen. If I can do that.
Right.
It is not easy, but as you can see here, now we've got the reverse stagger from earlier here. Now we've got the lead car is in the pushback position a little bit here.
I'm kind of wondering if he might be waiting for something to add.
Oh, that was, just getting settled here. Pull up, kind of like staging a drag car here. Staged up, the lights on the tree go out, and it is green, and they are away. Smoker on the lead this time, and they dive in hard. A little contact there, I think, on the nose. And they'd have to see. I didn't have the greatest angle on the replay, so hopefully the judges were looking at that in real time. I was kind of, doing my little cinematic entrance there into the roundabout, and that did not help things. My apologies there. And meanwhile, Reaper is eating up the chase the rest of the run here. If he did, and it looked like both drivers got a piece of that pole there. Look at this, taking out the stoplight and everything here, and then running it over. That poor stoplight.
I know, right?
But gave the judges plenty to look at there. You can't say that these drivers weren't pushing for every little bit that they had. That is for sure.
Oh yeah, those cars, they were really like not forcing, but they were pushing those cars to like the max limit that they can get them.
They full push there. I'm wondering, because Reaper is lined back up over here by the starting line. I wonder if there wasn't some type of lag situation or whatever, because like I said, there was that coming into the, I kind of been doing my cinematic entrance coming in like this here and then floating up over top of the cars because we haven't had any issues with initiation all night. So that's kind of my apologies there for the judges. I don't know if there was contact leading in, but I mean, it's not like Smoker to be like, both rear tires in the middle of the sidewalk over here on the way in. So,
yeah. But
I don't know if there was a little hiccup in the server right before that or what it may be.
That's possible. It could have been like desync in general.
But it also could be that
for so long.
It could be that they just it's the entry. I don't want to just call out a mistake from a driver because I know I couldn't do this at all, and these guys can do it in their sleep. But I mean, that's always the possibility. We can look for reasons for things for days, and sometimes the driver's like, "Hey, man, I missed that one."
Yeah, I mean, it's very plausible. Like, I mean, when you're in that situation, driving to driver from someone who's driven in these comps, it's like, yeah, you get that energy, and you're just like, you know what, we've been, maybe, they've been playing it safe in a sense and just making sure that they hit it, and they're like, all right, well, now we have to go all out, and, they overcook it. I mean, it's nothing wrong with it. You're getting into that point to where you have to do that.
Yep, you are absolutely right about that. So we will see what the judges come down to here. Either way, with their performance leading up to this run, both of these drivers, of course, deserve to move on to the semifinals, but it can only be one.
Oh, yeah.
And we will be finding out soon enough. And then whoever is the winner of this pairing here will be facing off against either Zach or Threat coming up. And Threat has been every bit of their username on the way in here.
100%.
As Narco drops in, we'll see if he's if it's working for him. If you're talking, we can't hear you, bud. There it is.
Yes, sir.
All right, Reaper's going to take the dub on that one.
All right, there you have it. Reaper coming away with the win here, so that's going to move him into the semifinals, and we will find out who he is facing off against next. It's either going to be Zach or Threat here. You see that? Look at that ghost just lurking. The ghost just hanging out over there.
Right?
It's trying to blend in with the cars in the parking lot. You can't blend that ghost car in.
Your windshield ain't blending in, my guy.
This is the machine right here. This thing has been... I've had my eyes on this one ever since that first run. I knew there were a bunch of great drivers in the field, but ever since I saw, like I said, you guys at home, man, y'all heard how hype I got when I saw him make that entire run with almost zero steering input. I was like, there ain't no damn way.
That was nuts.
I was like, ain't no damn way that this dude is just slinging the wheel into the corner and then like having a sip of coffee in the middle of a run. Like this is gonna be the one right here. So I am some kind of ready to see what Zach has got for this run right here. The chase proximity is gonna have to be ungodly to be able to offset.
100%. You're coming into a situation like all these drivers are now coming into the situation where it's like, okay, I got to step it up.
Oh yeah.
Like even if they've been pushing as hard as they can all night, they're like, okay, I got to get every ounce out of this car that I can, because you're going up against competition that is just like so wild in comparison to like anything that you've ever possibly joined into.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's not comps out there that are on S.O.G's level, because there 100% probably are. Probably comps I don't even know of, because there's so many comps even in like other countries.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, you're just going into a caliber of drivers that like, okay, you might go up against a guy that's running 100 Ackerman, where his car is just automatically going to be way faster because he's got no tire drag. So like, you got guys that are out here tuning different setups and running different precisioned instruments on their vehicles to get them to do what they want. And let me tell you something: if you haven't tried driving on 100 Ackerman, I recommend it. You will spin out a lot and you'll get very frustrated. But once you figure it out, which I have not, but I assume once you figure it out, it works pretty well for you. I mean, you can also dial it back a little bit to like 80 and test it out.
I was going to say, it's all tied into the rest of the setup of your steering rack. I know that's one thing we talk about on our stream a bunch as well, is anybody that, if you ever ask anybody, or if you're talking about tuning in CarX or in any life situation as far as cars go, but if you're ever talking about tuning in CarX with somebody and they start giving you numbers, I mean no disrespect to your friend, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. If somebody says to you, hey, you need to run your spring rate at 47. Like that's going to magically solve all your problems? They have no clue.
No.
Because the entire rest of your suspension, your steering setup, your tires, the weight of your car, the engine, your gearing, everything is so intricately tied together. If somebody comes along and says that 47 spring rate is going to just revolutionize your life driving, they have no clue. They have no clue how all of it goes together. So keep an eye out for that, my CarX friends. I'm not an expert in tuning by any means, but I do know that much. We've got Zach, we've got Threat here. Just like we said, Threat is not even having to steer this car. It's hilarious. And Zach is bringing the heat on this lead run. Like I said earlier, I am full throttle on the drone here and trying to keep these guys centered. Look at the angle that Zach's getting. Threat's not even able to match that. Unreal lead driving there.
That's nuts.
I wish I had a camera on my controller here. I was full throttle on the analog stick all the way around, was having trouble keeping up with these guys. If the judges have the ability to hear me, I am sorry. I am going to do my best here. I'm going to back up a little bit, honestly, so we can keep these guys on screen. But all right, well, we've been talking about it. We've got Threat on the lead here now. Let's see if it still holds true. Watch the front wheels of this ride. He sets it in there. Doesn't touch the steering wheel again. Look at that thing. Just cooking. It's all throttle modulation, but as you see right there, Zach did not move off that door until it was time to transition. He was perfect, and now he's right back on the door all the way around. They make it through outside 3. He's perfect on the back bumper again. This is the closest chase we've seen so far tonight. And you see the angle there. They slow up a little bit, and Zach is ready for it. We might have just found the match for Threat here.
Yeah, like I'm sitting over here because I'm not like you can't see us, but like I threw my arms up. I'm like, bro, what, how, why? How can we do that? Like,
right?
It was just so close.
That
just the ability to back his car up, just to where like Threat's car was able to just barely get across.
Slid across and then drives right back up to the front wheel again, not back to the door, back to the front wheel. And then holds it there. And meanwhile, like we've been talking about all night long, Threat's in there reading the paper or something. I mean, my man sets that car in the corner and then stops. There's no more steering input. I've never seen anything. This is, I mean, by far, probably some of the smoothest drifting driving I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this you talked about earlier about knowing a car. Like knowing the back of your hand. Here's your poster boy for it right here. And I'm almost I feel bad that we don't get to see the awesome livery that I'm sure is on this car, but it's fitting to me that it's just the ghost car. It so fits everything that has gone down tonight. I love the ghost machine here. And it is so wild to see him just beautifully modulating the throttle through the turn to keep the radius of the turn where they want it, and the steering just not move. It's so sick. And then you got somebody like Zach just grinding the white paint off the side of the ghost car. Just, this is what we come here for.
What's up, Speedy?
Speedy!
What's up?
What's going on, my man? Oh, for real? You sound like it. You need some coffee, my guy.
No, I'm going on a no caffeine diet and haven't been drinking any sodas or anything, bro.
Well, damn.
Dude, I would die.
I'm proud of you, but I don't know how you're doing it. That's impressive.
Same.
I lost 10 pounds the last 2 weeks.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Well, my girlfriend posted a video of me, and it looked like I was pregnant.
Oh, man. Well, hey, I'm happy for you, man.
Weight, dude.
That's true.
The camera always adds weight. Don't worry about it. You are beautiful. Camera adds weight.
10 pounds off you, though. I mean, imagine, having a backpack on all day long. I mean, and then you take it off, and you can feel it. I mean, so how are you? Are you feeling better? Feeling different?
Well, I'm feeling much better, yeah.
That's awesome.
I don't know how deep you want to dive into it, my guy, but if you want to like I was
When I'm saying I'm going full blown, I'm only eating like healthy. There's this website I went on that my girlfriend got me on, and I bought a whole bunch of stuff from there to help me eat better. Like sleep, dude, I sleep so much better at night now.
That's awesome, dude.
Bro, I'm telling you right now. I mean, I went from like out of high school into college. I was at 260.
Woo!
And under 10 months, I went down to 212.
My man.
And I mean, it was strict and it was hard. But if you really want to drop like a ton of weight pretty decently, go to the gym, lift weight.
I don't go to the gym.
Everyone's like, oh.
I was gonna say me either.
Chicken and rice 6 times a day, because I also did that. I would eat chicken and rice 6 times a day. Every 2 hours, I would eat.
Well, I got in a wreck, so I had to get shots in my back. My nerves burned. And all that, so
man.
I can't lift anything heavy. I pulled my back yesterday doing that.
Ugh. Jesus.
Well, hey, taking some of that weight off while you're in that recovery process, taking some weight off is going to do nothing but help. Like, I mean, because you're physically carrying less weight around all day long.
Yeah. Well, 2 years ago I was almost 200 pounds. Now I'm only 157.
Wow.
God, I wish.
That's awesome.
I wish. Bro, like, okay, so I like story time. But like, I mean, I went to school for EMS, so I'm like, I went to school for it. You know what I mean? I went to school to become an emergency. So I didn't take the national registry. So technically I have all the knowledge, but I'm not legally allowed to work on it. But that was mainly because I want to go into nursing.
You should go finish it because, dude, there's where I live, bro. Dude, when I say you see EMS 24/7.
Oh, I mean, we have it out here too in Missouri. It's like EMS. I'm always seeing an ambulance go by. But like, I wanted to work in the ER. I got one 12-hour shift where I got to like follow around an ER nurse. Dude, I'm telling you, the coolest thing I've ever seen is having someone with a blood pressure at 250 over 150. I was at a stroke center, and that is like massive stroke. Like,
yeah, that's
horrible.
Insane.
And it's so twisted, but it was the coolest thing ever for me. Because
it's such a unique experience.
In that field, you're looking for that. I mean, I was driving home one day from work, and there was a massive car accident, and I could see in the lady who was driving. And hey, everyone, stop pissing each other. Okay, I don't have a sport bottle. Knock this off.
I thought I heard one.
Battle. Yeah, they're all hissing.
I heard that one for sure.
Dude, I seen there was 110 people signed up. Uh-oh.
Hey, Narcos here. What you got, buddy?
All right. Zach takes a dub on that one.
There you have it.
Yeah, better on.
The man knocks the ghost off. Zach is going to be heading into the semifinals. Narco, you are the man. You have been working hard tonight, man. Thank you so much for everything, buddy.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you.
But there you go. Cedars and Remix.
Thanks for being patient with me.
Oh, you're awesome, man.
No, you do.
Cedars,
he's killing it.
Cedars and Remix and Reaper and Zach. Those are your two pairings here to find out who is going to be going to the finals and who is going to be battling over that third place podium finish. It's going to be on the way at you. Those guys are going to be dropping into the server here. And we are going to see who is going to be the first driver locking up a spot in the finals.
Boy, if looks could kill. Oh my God.
Dude, I looked in VC when I was doing all the stuff at my girlfriend's house, bro. I seen 100, almost 100 people. I was like, oh my God.
Yes, sir. It is definitely, it has been a night, that is for sure. And we changed up the process a little bit this evening. As we're having the next set of cars already come in and be on the line, or staged up, I guess, as the judges are going over the previous run. So that way, as soon as the judges' call comes in, we're right over to the next two cars. So now if we can just find a way to shave maybe another minute or two off of each pairing, we'll be ready to handle even 100-car nights like tonight in about 5-6 hours rather than 8 or 9. But all right, here we go. Our first semifinal run right here. Cedars Remix. These guys are getting after it already. And Cedars, you already know, is consistent as always right there along the outside of the roundabout here, holding it down and filling out outside zone 2 and 3 as they make it here, but it's only one set of tire tracks all the way around because that is how close and precise the chase from Remix is here. Look how close on that back bumper Remix is on the way through as they cross the finish line.
That was, oh my God.
That's how all night has been, man. These guys are unreal.
It's been
my throat's gonna hurt tomorrow, dude.
Hey, there is a way you can fix your layer so you guys can see the other people's injuries.
This is his car. Check it out.
Oh, that's his car. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
No, we did have that earlier with Threat. We were calling it the ghost car, and it ended up working out because he was like there were only 2 cars that were like that tonight. But there is a way to do that without the mod, because that would be beautiful.
Yeah, there's a. Oh no, you don't have the Kino mod.
Oh, I do have Kino, but I don't have ZML with the delivery extender. I do have Kino though.
Oh, okay, that's why. We gotta get together and get the ZML for you.
Well, we ain't gonna talk about it. I am not a fan of those guys. So love you, but no. But anyway. These guys are cranking it over here, man. Remix is given the lead run of a lifetime right here, and Cedars is not letting him get away with it. Not one little bit. Look how close on that last transition. Oh my God. What are the judges even going? What do you do? Just line up again at the start line. I just want to see y'all go again. Don't worry about the judges. Just line up again for me. Just right here.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so close now. It's like these guys are on such a level. It's like they've come all this way and they're like, yep, this is where I'm meant to be. This is what I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just showing out
every bit of the way.
Who are the judges for tonight? It's going to be Powder?
We got Burn, Powder, and Pillow right here. Our judges for this evening. And no, I was Speedy. I was just giving you shit about the ZML thing. But no, I
feel sorry for him, bro. I feel sorry for the judges.
You ain't kidding.
That's a hard point. Me, I just automatically OMT because there was the only thing
there was no mess up.
The only thing I could see, the only one I could see is, I think it's Maple, right?
For this pairing?
Yeah.
This is Cedars and Remix right here.
Oh, I mean Remix. The only thing I see, Remix, he didn't fill some of the zones like Cedars did.
Quite as deep as Cedars. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
The only thing I see, but the proximity and everything was there.
This is gonna be so
for
close.
Both of them. That's the only thing I can see that was different.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, and I'm not out here calling out any of the ZML guys or anything like that. I've seen some because it's when that was first coming out, and I was definitely very interested in the development of that project when it first started, and I was one of the earliest adopters of it, I think, actually. And I was showing a lot of people that, but I had asked a question in their Discord, and it was funny. It's hilarious how they talked to me like I was a complete idiot. And it's funny because, and not sitting here tooting my own horn like I'm so great, but I mean, it's just a fact of life, is I probably have more software development experience than some of those guys do. And I asked a simple question, and they just like were talking to me like I was a complete moron, So I was just like, are you kidding me? So I was like, well, maybe bro's having a bad day or something like that. I start scrolling through the Discord, man, and just seeing the way that those guys interact with people that are just trying to enjoy the product that they've put together. I was just like, and it's just a me thing, because there ain't nothing wrong with ZML at all. ZML is sick, and they're doing a good job with it, but I'm just kind of one of those guys is once you turn me off, man, I'm off. I'm not about it. So as much as I would love to see the cool liveries that these guys put together and everything like that, I'm gonna go without until Kino comes up with a solution that's like cross compatible. Because oh my god, I love the Kino guys, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ask a question in their Discord and like 7 different people will answer it.
Oh yeah, dude. They're so like.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. It's different.
And like I said, yeah, and I'm not just sitting here trash talking those guys. I mean, it's just it's a different community. They're they're doing a different thing. It's not all different strokes for different folks or whatever. It's just a different thing. But that's why I wanted to explain that so people aren't like, man, what the hell is wrong with this guy? I mean, it was like I said, it was like a personal thing for me or whatever. So, but yeah, no knock on ZML as a product because it is definitely pretty cool. But hey, if I had that mod, we wouldn't have come across we had our own little storyline for the night of the ghost car that was just
yeah, kind of like the Top Gear driver that wears that white helmet.
Yeah. The ghost car with no steering input.
Yeah.
That was so sick.
Like pissed.
I feel like he's gonna go back and watch it. He's gonna go back and watch it and be like, "Oh man, he can't see my livery." But then he's gonna like watch and listen to what we're talking about. He's gonna be like, "All right, that's kind of sick."
Right? Yeah. I mean, that's why I haven't said much. I'm still sitting there just shocked at
after
the level.
I'm really hoping for a one more time. I want to see these guys run again. I know it's so late for everybody, and some people are probably like, "Come on, let's wrap this up." But oh man, selfish. I'm selfish, man. I want to see another one.
Right. Oh, and this apologies, ADHD is how it works. Well, I remember you were talking, I don't know how long ago it was, but you were talking about the tuning factor and someone just saying, oh, say you're business to like this. There's a huge difference from when you get someone who's just like saying stuff like that to when you have someone who comes in and they're like, the first question they ask is like, all right, you got to swap. How heavy is your car? Like, they don't care about what you have stuff set up at. They want to know the spec of your vehicle, and then they judge off of that.
And that's where you start to get somebody that knows. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not just going to tell you what, like, even, like, for instance, when I explain stuff to people, like when I was talking to those kids and trying to get them to understand what the different settings were under, like, the dyno, and, granted, the Kingpin and the new, suspension mods were like new for me too, and I had to take time to learn what they were and the clutch base differential, and I sat him down and was just like, look, I'm gonna tell you about everything as we go through it, and like you just sit there and you explain it, and when you ask questions, the person's gonna explain more until you get it. You know what I mean? That's the difference between someone who's just trying to sell you on a tune or just give you like quick advice. Because don't get me wrong, quick advice is helpful.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but definitely take it with a grain of salt if somebody's just like, your Ackerman needs to be 45. You don't know anything about that car, that person's driving style, their suspension setup, and you're over here saying, oh well, if your Ackerman is set at this, you're a bad driver. It's like, that doesn't even make sense.
Like if I was Speedy's in here, if I was to drive with Speedy for the next like 3 weeks and it was just me and him driving, yes, I would be more comfortable sitting back and being like, hey man, try dropping your tire pressure or try raising your tire pressure.
Oh yeah.
But like if you're just in with a random person that you don't know and you don't know their driving style for other than like 5 minutes, you're on East Tollgate, it's a wide open track, you're full throttle all the time. Well, what about when they're on a tight course? It's going to be totally different.
Yep.
So it's like you have to pay attention. It all goes back to being a watcher. Sounds super stalkish, but watching how they drive to figure out how to help them.
Narco.
All right, we got a final verdict, and let's see. We got Cedars taking a dub, 2-1 zones. Cedars filled in two more zones than the one zone.
It came down to that. Came down to the difference of one zone. And Speedy, you absolutely called that.
100%.
Running these comp before you see what the judges are doing, and you can see the calls, but sometimes, like you said, sometimes you might not see something that we see. She was like, get out the way.
That's funny, man. Well, hey, great runs from Remix there. You see Cedars over here messing with him, having a little fun, but great runs from Remix there. Awesome night tonight. They are going to be the first driver in that podium face-off for third place there. But Cedars moving into that position for the finals. Meanwhile, we have our next semifinal lineup here. We have got Reaper, we have got Zach, the two blacked out rides over here. Check these machines out. They are ready to rock and roll. This is a new Supra versus the old Supra here. So we're going to see what we got. These two blacked out machines launch off the line here. And we have got Reaper on the lead, right? Look at the angle matching here. It's like they're twins going around this roundabout here. And then you see setting up for that transition. Look how close it is. Touching almost all the way through, matching the angle yet again through outside 3. Outside 4 with so much momentum. They hold the angle together. Ooh, I was going to say the lead car got, I know it wasn't a decel with braking, but that was quite a lot of angle, bordering on maybe almost over rotating there. So I don't know if the judges would look towards that being contact on the part of the chase driver. What do you guys think?
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was looking at the bracket trying to memorize the names because I wanted to add a little tidbit. But we know Zach from watching him just in this top 16 we were doing. Like he's a very aggressive chase driver.
Yes, absolutely.
But to what you said, I have no clue. I was looking at the bracket. I got caught up and I was like, wait, I have to know. I want to say the name right. I don't want to call somebody something that they're not.
Yeah.
So I had to check it.
Well, these guys both slinging in to the first turn side by side there at the same time. And you can see, just like last run, it's like a picture perfect recreation of that last run, side by side, matching the angle so close on the transition here, filling out the zones as well. Oh, touching that pole, but not wrecking the car. That is called filling all of the zone. You can't get any more than that out of it. And coming in and almost taking out that sign at the finish. What a lead from Zach on that one. But Reaper was there every bit of the way on the chase. I think this is going to come down just like that last run. This is going to come down to like one zone, one touch, one small detail.
My personal opinion, it's gonna. I'm leaning more. I personally, since I'm not a judge, but I'm kind of leaning towards Zach for proximity reasons. Because to me, watching him, it looked like he was more in the pocket more often.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that for sure.
But regardless, both phenomenal drivers.
Oh, there you no question about that.
One thing that I seen different between Zach filled a little bit more of the zones, but that touch on that pole might say something about that.
Yeah, they'll have to see in the slow motion as to whether that was like a, because you're definitely not going to consider that like a DQ, I wouldn't think, but like if it would be about the same as a tire drop, yeah. But like I said,
it'd be different if he would have slid onto the sidewalk, but it looked like it's just that long ass of that Supra.
Yeah.
Like it's just a long butt. I mean, he didn't spin out. There was no collision that I saw caused out of it. Maybe like a mile or 2 an hour difference in speed, maybe. But I mean, in that sense, you can control that in the chase. Like that's not so. Like it's not like he ripped his e-brake and slowed down 30 miles an hour, and you have to like.
No, not at all. Yeah.
You rip your e-brake and slam on your foot brake and slow down. So it's going to be a tough one. I personally don't feel like that would be something that they would look at and be like, you know what, he's going to get a DQ for that.
No, definitely not.
He's going to be out for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what I'm going to say for this, so it's going to be one more time. We need to see this again.
I can agree with that too, because you had the pole contact there, and I was so hyped up watching these guys doing their thing, and there may have been a slight tire drop somewhere in one of those zones that I didn't even get my eyes on. Maybe, I mean, could be something like that they see watching the replays. I like I said, I'm just making shit up. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But the main thing I was focused on there was that the lead run there from Reaper, where it seemed going into outside 5, where it started to come around almost, and he had to catch it, and that slowed him up so much. And I wonder if the judges aren't going to see that is if Zach had nowhere to go, or if they're going to see that Zach should have, seen that coming and worked around it rather than making that contact. Because if that's the case, that's 2 strikes against Zach. You got the pole and the contact. But if it goes the other way, I think it lands on that one more time. So we'll just have to see, like, they got the slow motion, the pausing, all of that with the replays. That meanwhile, I'm just sitting here looking at 2 badass looking race cars. So we will let the judges do their thing.
Reaper didn't feel as much zone as Zach did. That's the only thing I can see.
Because I was blown away by how far.
His proximity wasn't as good as Zach's, but it was still there. But I'm gonna say that one more time.
I'd like to see one more anyway.
Me too, because I like. Dude, I found a video of actually somebody, I think, redone the Mark IV Supra. I sent it to my boss. And
just like they just rebuilt one?
I guess. I don't know. Here it is.
It's such a sick platform for all kinds of mods. Like, it's just a badass looking car.
I mean, you can run. What was it? I was reading something on a stock block with a big single turbo. You can run like almost 1,100 horsepower before you have to mess with internals and or switch the stock transmission.
Good Lord.
I'm like, what are they just making a bulletproof motor? I'm like, why is the 2JZ not in every car on the planet? If it's bulletproof, put it in everything.
I read a thing about that. There was a reason why they had to make the block so strong. It had something. Did it have something to do with, like, the motor mounts? Or there was some reason.
I don't know if y'all know. The newer Supra, they have it's. I wouldn't consider it a Supra. It's a Beamer.
Oh, it's a
BMW. Yeah.
Well, the same way that my BRZ is a Toyota that just so happens to have a Subaru motor in it.
Exactly.
There's so many cars out there like that. That's not a new thing either, of course. I mean, look back at, like, the Dodge Stealth and the Mitsubishi, GT300 or 3000, GT3 something.
GT3000, I think, or 3000 GT.
PC chat, you can see what the video, the TikTok I was talking about.
Well, my computer's whack wonky. I'll have to pull that up after we're done with the stream here. Look at Reaper's over here trying to move Zach's car. He's like, put me on camera. Put me on the. We'll put this right. Look at this thing, man. Here, we'll switch sides. We'll come over here for a little bit.
It's like, what is it? What is that BMW that looks just like the Supra, the XB or something like that? Yo.
There's Narco. What you got for us, my friend?
We got an OMT.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
OMT.
You guys called that one.
All
Oh,
right.
man. All right. Well, we were kind of hoping for that, and we got it. So before we make it to the finals this evening, we are going to see Reaper and Zach one more time. I cannot wait for this right here. Because these guys will make their way over. They're already headed this way. They're going to get on the start line, and we are going to see them burn it down right here. Supra versus Supra battle. And we're going to keep a close eye on some of those things we talked about from the last run here. As these two cars get geared up, they flash the lights. They get the go-ahead, and we are off. Right on that rear bumper, headed in. Oh, a little tap there from Zach. And I don't know, I didn't see any slowdown from the lead car. He just got in there with a whole lot of steam, so he kind of moved that car off course, but they keep on trucking. And look at that, tracing the tire tracks almost perfectly all the way around. So close The proximity, like we talked about, super aggressive chase. He was ready for that slow up this time around. Did still scrape the bumper, but in the good way, not a hard contact. And that's what you like to see. But that little bit of a thump headed into outside one in the roundabout definitely moved Reaper offline there.
Yeah, that kind of just it looked like it kind of threw them both for a loop for a second, and then they caught it and were able to keep going.
These drivers are off. Here we go, launching into outside one yet again in the roundabout. You see them sling these cars in there. Zach, of course, on the lead this time. Reaper staying all the way up to his front bumper. Look at that, touching front wheels. They're so close to each other here. Right across the rear bumper. I can't even hardly keep up with these guys. They are moving. Filling out outer zone 3, headed into 4 and 5 here. Look how far out Zach is, filling out 4 and 5 there, making the transition over, swinging through that final outside zone to the finish line. He actually got away from Reaper there a little bit on that last one.
Very, very little bit, but yeah, he definitely started pulling. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Mark, like, I guess, well, to me, I call it the Boopra, but the Boopra is fast, but the OG Mark 5 or Mark 4, sorry, Mark 4, I'm exhausted. The Mark
You're good,
4
man.
is a monster.
Oh, I had no
when it comes
question.
to speed, and when you go into a straight line, like, not saying anyone's straight now, but when you're coming out of transition and you get that little bit of where the tires are just straight,
full connection,
rockets.
full throttle. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I looked at Reaper's rear bumper and I literally thought it said Joe Biden. I'm not even playing with you. I know it doesn't. But like it scrolled past and like I blinked and I was like, does that really say Joe Biden? It was it was the end. I saw the end. I was like, why does it say Joe Biden?
Oh man.
But yeah.
Just to get on people's nerves, you know. I was just saying, yeah, it's about time for you to go to bed, man. Damn. You're seeing Joe Biden on cars. It might be
it might be time to go to bed. No, we're so close to the end.
Just American presidents. You know, look, Abe Lincoln is standing over here in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
You got Rutherford
George
B.
Washington.
Hayes over here is hanging out with his wife over here. You're just going to start...
Where's Tupac?
Just random historical figures and pop culture icons all over the place.
What's up, Narco?
Narco, what you got, my friend?
All right, Reaper's going to be taking the dub on that one, and Zach, stay right there so we can run for third.
All right, there you have it. Reaper and Cedars is going to be your final this evening, but before we get there,
many one more times.
The bronze medal, the third place fight is going to be between Remix and Zach. I can't wait for that one either. Both of these runs are going to be ridiculous. The aggressive chasing from Zach and Remix side by side, and then you've just got the perfect leads from Cedars and Reaper. We have got a drift showdown coming up for y'all to finish off our show this evening. I know it's getting late, man. Everybody's been sticking around. We're talking about 4:30 in the morning on the East Coast. I'm sure there are a lot of people that are going to be hearing my voice tomorrow.
30 years,
yeah. I'm sure a lot of people have said, I'm going to finish that one out tomorrow. I can't stay up anymore. Well, hey, we don't blame you. If you're hearing my voice when you watch this back, we appreciate you for coming back and watching the finale to this event. We know it's a late one. But man, it is going to be worth it for all of us that stuck around this evening, and for maybe those on the West Coast where it's not that late. We're glad you stuck with us through this one. Well, we have got Remix on the lead here, Zach on the chase, little yin-yang action here, and they are ripping it into that first zone. Matching the angle perfect is Zach. And staying close in proximity here, but Remix is not letting up, not one little bit on his lead run here. Look at that scrape in the rear bumper, filling out both of those outside zones, coming along to the last zone and swinging that bumper right across the nose of Zach's car. These guys, man. What can you even say? They're so good.
Oh my God. I'm not even lying. I just got a notification on Discord. I don't know why this kid is still up. But one of the kids, Nemo, that I was helping train that one day, he's like, hey, if you want, let me know. I would love to get catch some boards with you sometime soon. He's like, yeah, dude, I remember you. Like, why would I forget?
Hell yeah. That's awesome, dude. All right, well, here goes. Zach on the lead this time. You know, Remix is going to be all up on that machine. They are filling every bit of outside one here. And look, he tries to get away with that speed in that Supra. Remix says, I don't think so. A little tap to the door. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Too much speed carried, and he gets that pole. And that is going to do it right there, because that is the second run. And, I mean, I'm not a judge, but I'd say that was damn near the only mistake we saw between these two. So that's pretty much gonna wrap it up. Of course, we'll await the official word here, but I think that is going to deliver the bronze medal, the third place podium finish here to Zach. But of course, we will wait official word here. You see him spinning that car around. You know he's excited for that finish. Great stuff from both of these guys. And Remix was just, you can't ask for any more. Giving it 150%. Full throttle. You heard him coming up off of outside 2. Neither driver let up at all. And Remix, it just happened that it slid out that way. But great stuff here from both of these drivers.
It's like that was definitely super unfortunate. That caught me off guard. Like, I was looking at it and I was like, all right, cool. It looked like they're gonna be on point, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I blink and like they smack the wall.
So close. All right, here's Narco.
Zach is going to be taking that because Remix did a little spackaroo there.
Just a little bit. You called it. All right, well, we already knew, and we were just waiting for official word. There you go. Third place this evening, the bronze medal. Standing on the podium is going to be Zach right here. Congratulations. Great runs to Remix and everyone else this evening. You guys are all an amazing set of drivers, but it came down to 2, and it is Cedars and Reaper who is going to take home the trophy, the #1 spot. Who is going to be top dog? Season 3, round 8 of the Savage Outlawz Drift Championship. We're going to find out who the winner is going to be right now. These guys are ripping off the line already, and you know Cedars is going to send it hard into this first outside zone, and he does that. Reaper all the way up to the front bumper of that Viper, though. Holding on all the way around. He backs off for that transition, makes it super close across the back bumper, and you can see Cedars filling every bit of these outside zones. It doesn't get any closer to that, to the curb, sending so much momentum. Look at all that angle, gets the car slowed up, but Reaper is able to slow his down as well and make the perfect transition on the chase. Cedars has got his work cut out for him because that was a great lead there, but he is going to have the chase of a lifetime here if he wants to come away with the win.
Yeah, that was wild. They just came out swinging straight out of the gate. Like, as soon as they came into the outside zone 1, they were just like door to door with each other. So I'm excited to see what Cedars got. I know Cedars is like, obviously, you know what he's doing.
You hear that V10 power.
Yeah, dude, I love listening to it.
Look at these guys are wild all the way around. Look at how close Cedars is on the transfer there. Back to the inside, all the way up on the door. Maintaining that same angle, mirroring that lead car. Sending it into outside 5 here. They transition over. A little tap there, but no worse for wear as either driver. I don't know how to call that one between these two. Good grief.
You know what you call this? Effortless. That's what you call this. That was effortless
yeah,
driving.
they've just got it, man.
Yeah, they know their cars. They know the track. They know what they need to do, and they came and they did it. And it's not easy to do. Obviously, you see that. Like, it's not something that's super easy to master. It's being able to practice track for a week and know the track that well, and then build a car on top of that, and still have time to practice, just so you get used to like leading and chasing. Nah, that's a whole nother breed. You're looking at a whole nother breed right here. I'm wondering. So is Reaper on Code Red? I've been wondering that this whole time. Like because it says Code Red Smoker, and I'm wondering if he's saying something about like Smoker.
I'm not. Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm like props if you're not on the team, but you got Code Red on there, so I'm like wondering if like you're part of Code Red. That's kind of dope. Code Red was like like they were a team. They were one of the other teams I was like seeing a lot when I first started playing this game. It was like S.O.G and Code Red, like the two biggest teams that I saw straight out of the gate when I first started getting online. And then like I think Ty Skids did stuff with Code Red, but we don't talk about Ty Skids much. So I'm not a huge fan of that guy. He's like, "Do use my tunes, man?" I'm like, no, man, your tunes suck, man. Like props is like those tunes are just, I've tried them and they're just like, I don't understand how he drives them.
All right, Arctic's explanation here is Smoker put his signature on Reaper's car. Reaper is the co-owner of CMS.
CMS, okay. CMS, what is that? I know I've seen CMS around, but I don't know if I've ever seen it spelled out on a car. Like I've seen CMS, but like I don't know what it is. I'm weird. It's really weird. I like knowing what all the team names stand for, because like I was me and Solo from Fuji. We were at a team and it was TKS, and people could never pronounce the name because it was Japanese, and I couldn't even pronounce the name either until like 4 months into like being one of the owners of the team. They were like, "What's the team name?" I'd be like, "Hey," so I'd be like, "Let him know," and he'd have to tell him because he came up with it. But yeah, anytime I see a Japanese name on a car, I'm like, I'm not going to butcher that. I know better.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm so excited to see what the judges come back with here.
I'm hoping it goes to it one more time. I really am.
This one. Yeah, I'd love to see it again, but I'm just excited to find out who's going to come away with the win here. This has been an awesome night. We are headed towards 11 hours from the beginning of spec check to right now. So for that means that everybody you see on your screen right now has been along with us for that journey. A lot of the people in the chat right now have been along with us for that journey. Of course, me and Boost have been here. Everybody involved in the putting together of this entire event, as they are every week, has put in an unbelievable amount of time into making this happen. So the biggest shouts out to everyone here from Team S.O.G and everyone that may not be a team member that is supporting what they have got going on. And a big thank you to everyone for everything that they do. There's so many names, we could list them all night long. I mean, obviously there was over 100 drivers here, so I mean, you're talking 120 people tonight made all of this go down, and do it from week to week to week. So huge shouts out to everybody that was here to make this event happen, and also a big shout out here to my friend Boost. First time in the booth, hanging out, pulling an 11-hour shift, and doing a great job of it from top to bottom. You are the man.
I've been thinking about the fact. I'm still stuck on the fact. I thought I saw Biden on the back of somebody's car, and I'm over here thinking, I'm like, I know there's somebody on stream that's like, I don't know who this Boost guy is, but he's losing his mind.
As soon as we're done and we say goodnight and the stream goes dark, my man's eyes are going to close. He's going to be out.
Oh, 100%. And then I'll be up in 3 hours. I got to take my grandpa over to my mom's house. I'm going to be up in 3 hours.
Man, you could have, man, go to bed. We got this, bro.
No.
He's like, I'm going to finish.
I have to know.
That too.
I can't wait. I have to know. Like, it'd be different if it was like we were like still in like our top like 50 bracket. Like, yeah, that'd be different. But, like,
all right, y'all. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'll be back before y'all are done. Damn, I'm going to bed.
Exactly. I mean, shoot. When I was in college, I'd get home from work at like 9 o'clock, and I would stay up watching Sons of Anarchy until like 3 in the morning, and I have to go back to work at 5. Like, this is the life I live. Okay, I have horrible judgment.
Did you ever watch Black Sails?
Black Sails? I don't think so.
I never watched Sons of Anarchy. I watched Black Sails. I thought so. Not to go on about the whole thing or whatever, but it's about pirates, and basically it's the story of Treasure Island, but told in like a really like hardcore badass format. But the episodes are an hour long each, and there's 40 of them. So it is a 40-hour. I mean, it's a 40-hour-long movie. It's that quality. Like, it doesn't come off like a TV show. It is a full-scale film. It is incredible.
Oh, what's up, Narco?
Narco, what have you got for us?
Hello.
My man's about ready to fall asleep right here. You can hear it.
I think you already fell asleep.
No, I'm awake. Don't play me like that. I'm good. I've got nicotine and water.
Talking about.
Oh, so his phone sometimes doesn't connect, and so sometimes it just takes a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, damn, you fell asleep that quick already?
No, he'll drop out and come right back, and he'll be good to go.
That's why when he said, "Oh, we got Narco," I was like, "Polo," because I didn't hear anything.
Bro, I just finished a 6-season.
Hello.
There it is.
What up, G?
Narco is here.
Somebody come get this phone before I break it.
What news have you got for us right here?
All right, it looks like Cedars is going to take the dub on that one. Reaper straightened out on his run, but hell, that's going to be our podium.
There you go. It comes down to it right there. One single, straighten up that smallest little detail. Cedars is going to be your winner. Season 3, Round 8 of the Savage Outlawz Drift Championship right here in St. Petersburg. This big, mean V10 Viper machine is going to be your winning car. Of course, you've got Reaper here taking out second place. These guys are having a little fun, burning down those rear tires. I ought to turn the smoke back on real quick. These guys are burning those rear tires up. And then, of course, coming in third place. Where'd he go?
He's over behind.
Remix, I was saying, Remix is right here. Where is
He's in the park. He's chilling.
My man's hiding over here. He's probably sleeping right here in this bad boy.
Yeah, he probably already fell asleep.
He's taking a look. He's got his helmet on and everything. Got his eyes closed. Look at this. My man's out. He's out of here.
But sticking around with us, guys. I appreciate it.
Dude, hey, thanks for thanks to all of you guys. Great work from everybody. All the judges been here. Like we said, it has been going on 11 hours here this evening.
I love it.
So
a better time.
We are going to well, I'm sure these guys will because I kind of got enough going on as it is as far as the stream and all this everything like that. So I'm gonna let these guys put the cars together and get their winning screenshots and everything like that. We're gonna of course come in with our overhead views here for those of you watching along with us. But Boost, Speedy, since you're here with us, any final thoughts for the evening?
I didn't see much of the comp. I only seen the semifinals, so I don't know how the rest of the comp went.
About like that, honestly. Not gonna lie to you.
Pretty much, yeah. It was pretty much a good representation.
I know these judges had hell to come through.
Oh yeah, like it's definitely been a battle of who, not even just the drivers or who can drive better. It's been a battle of who can set their car up the best for this track. You know, it took time to just be able to set up a vehicle to handle the bumps in the road, but not lose speed and not be too squishy.
Hopefully next comp I'll be able to be in, because I'm gonna get back into running comps again.
There you go. Love to hear it. All right, well,
you might see me in the next one too. You might see me in there.
VC and go talk to these boys.
Yes, sir. Y'all go. Y'all do that. Well, we are going to sign off for this evening from everyone here at S.O.G. We want to thank everybody that stuck with us all night long. It was a long one tonight, but boy, it was worth it. That's some of the best drifting I have ever seen this evening, and definitely one of the most exciting S.O.G. comps we have had so far. Over 100 cars signed up this evening, and we brought it all the way down to a final winner, and that is Cedars right here. A well-deserved win. Awesome work all night long. And it was such a fun time. We want to say thank you to everybody staying at home, watching these cars run, all of the drivers, all 100 that were here with us today, making their way through this event, all the judges, all the admins here at S.O.G. that were able to make this event happen, and of course, Booth in the booth with me here this evening. Your first time, my friend, in the analyst spot. Hope you had fun with it, and I will be looking forward to working with you much more in the future.
Oh, 100%. It's been a blast. Like, I will definitely make sure I get better sleep the next time. Yeah, it's been a blast. Like,
absolutely, dude. You are the man. Go get you some sleep. I know it's been a long night. Well, everyone watching along, I am Alex on your screen, and I have not been on your screen, but my voice has been in your ears all night, and I appreciate all of you sticking with me. It has been an absolute blast, and as I always say, I am so thankful to Team S.O.G. for allowing me to jump in here and have fun and do this, and as you can see, these guys have kind of just passed over the reins to their stream as it is. They're taking care of admin things on the backside here, and they're just like, hey man, we can trust you. We know you can take over and do it, and that means the world to me. I will always say it every single night before we hop off. There's Powder. I was hoping I'd hear that voice before I jumped off of here tonight.
Of course their boy had to come roll in here and say hello to everyone this evening.
My man from
give a shout out to our sponsors, the letter L and the number 12. Big thanks for tonight's comp.
There it is. And one of your judges for all of this evening's activities, man. How hectic was it in your neck of the woods before we jump off for tonight?
Woo, eventful.
That is a great word to describe it. All right, well, we are rocking on 11 hours over here on the stream. So everybody in the chat, thank you so much. I appreciate all the love you guys have shown us tonight in the commentary booth here. But for Season 3, Round 8 of the Savage Outlawz Gaming Drift Championship, that is going to be all for us this evening. Everybody have a safe and wonderful weekend. We will catch you all next week. Be looking on that Savage Outlawz Gaming Discord if you want to join up on the next event or find out information about what the next event is going to be, where and how you can watch it. That is the spot to go, and of course all of the social media there, just search up Savage Outlawz Gaming and you will find us all around the internet. But thanks again to everyone. Have a great night, be safe, and we will see you all next weekend.